peace, but rather as a city of strife. Hopefully, we will one day see a resolution of all of these events, and we will be able to celebrate Yom Yerushalayim with a full heart of enthusiasm, happiness of all the residents of Israel and the Middle East and the globe as a whole. Okay, that's taking you very quickly through a historical perspective on what exactly is this day Yom Yerushalayim. I also want to say that I prepared this video as part of the promotion for the Kosher Riverboat Cruises, which is an organization that I'm really happy to be working with. I love Cruise ARC. We're going to be going to the Seine River in just a little while. We're going to cruise from Paris, a Seine River, up to the coast of Normandy, and we're going to have some special moments there on our visit where we will be commemorating Jewish heroism, connection with this specific. Not only does Yom Yerushalayim fall out on the heroism as their ancient capital, 1,000 years. Okay, I hope if you are free, join us on this Kosher Riverboat Cruise. We'd love to have you. And
secretly bankroll this adventure, thinking, okay, I'm going to have that, but I'm going to hedge my bets a little bit in case Portugal ends up being the winner in South America. And the Pope famously drew a line through South America, which granted.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today I'd like to speak to you about the Blois incident of 1171, which is a disturbing moment in French Jewish history. This video is intended for educational purposes only. I prepared this video, of course, in context of my research, getting ready for the Great Kosher Riverboat Cruises trip to the Seine River, which is going to be so exciting. It's just a few weeks away, and we have only 6 cabins left. I'm very excited to see the response to this particular trip. But to dive into our material in particular, the scope of Jewish history in France, which is so fascinating, has nevertheless a big lacuna in it. Basically, from the early 14th century until the later part of the 18th century, there's not a lot happening Jewishly in France. And why is that? That's largely because of the series of expulsions that the Jews endured in France from the early 14th century on, a few of them even earlier. These tend to be localized until they got larger and larger and drove many of the Jews from the region further east, which we'll talk about at the end of this video very briefly. During the cruise, of course, we're going to look at the grand scope of French Jewish history, particularly along the Seine River. We'll spend some time visiting the amazing medieval yeshiva in Rouen, which was the home of the great Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra for about a decade. There's also, of course, fascinating populations of Jews in the south of France and Provence, but for the most part, there's a big gap for a few hundred years because of those expulsions from the early 14th century on. Part of the reason for those expulsions is what we're going to talk about today, this Blois incident that occurred in the early 12th century. It is, of course, an infamous example of the blood libel, and a fairly early one as well. We've already talked about the negative impact that the First Crusade of 1096 had on the early Ashkenazi population in the region of northern France. But emanating from England came a new challenge, and that would be the challenge of ritual murder. This first surfaced in 1144 in Norwich, when a young child was found, and the Jews of that region were blamed for some kind of mysterious ritual murder charge. I want to underline the fact that these ritual murder and blood libel charges are malicious in intent, and they do not correspond to reality. We have no evidence of Jews ever engaging in any of this nefarious activity, but nevertheless, the whole idea of some kind of strange cabal, unfortunately often involving children, it just seemed to stick in the popular psyche like an ice pick to the brain, and it lasts right up until the 20th century. Some of the crazy fever dreams of QAnon and things like that seem to involve, pedophilia and, God forbid, these kind of terrible things. So there's definitely a medieval connection to this that unfortunately is attached to the Jews, and it's just one of those self-perpetuating myths. At any rate, you can have a look at this map here, for example, which shows the scale and scope of blood libel charges, which start in England in the 12th century and then spread slowly to the continent, become very popular in Germany in the 13th and 14th century, and they make their way all the way out to the Russian Empire and right up until the 20th and even 21st century, if you can believe it. Some of the ritual murder and blood libel charges had a special longevity, such as this 15th century example of Simon of Trent, in which case the church was actually involved to a certain degree, even extending a beatification, which is like one of those stages towards even sainthood, to the victim of this supposed plot. And the relics of these children are sometimes, entombed and later even incorporated into the Catholic worship, which is completely bizarre. At any rate, let us return to the 12th century in France. Blois was one of the early charges in France, and it was especially powerful in its impact on this tiny, struggling Ashkenazi community. We have a lot of accounts that corroborate the essential story of what happened in Blois. Many of these accounts were reported by Christian sources as well as Jewish sources, and we see them not only in terms of personal letters and communal documents, but also transformed into poetry and even liturgy, which of course has survived for centuries. Especially important for understanding are well-corroborated accounts that emanate from nearby Orléans and from Paris. And they especially involve one particular figure who was the recipient of many of these documents, the great Tosafist Rabbeinu Yaakov Tam. He was the grandson of the famous Rashi, extremely important in interpreting the Talmud, and this is one of the incidents that occupied the last years of his life, as Jews from around France asked him for direction and guidance. Here, by the way, is a map that shows you where Blois is. It's just to the southwest of Paris, and while I'm on the same map, here's roughly where we will be traveling on this trip to make our way down the Seine River from Paris to Normandy and then back. One of the most important secondary sources that analyzes the events of Blois in 1171 is an article by Robert Chazen. Dr. Chazen is one of the greatest medievalists that we have in the field. I had the great privilege of studying with him at Oxford on an NEH seminar, and it was absolutely fascinating. He wrote research on Blois in his youth. He published an article in 1968 in the Proceedings of the American Academy for Jewish Research, and he essentially takes us through the story. What exactly happened? So apparently there was a Jewish traveler named Isaac ben Elazar who was passing along the Loire River with a load of untanned skins, right? The leather worker, basically, to make leather, you've got to flay an animal, and then you've got to, scrape off the excess meat, and then you have to soak it in various solutions until it finally make it into leather. So apparently he had some skins, I imagine it was on some kind of wagon load, early in this process where they were still quite bloody and so on. And as he's passing along the banks of the Loire River, one of those skins came loose, and it frightened a nearby horse that was connected with a Christian servant who mistakenly took this bloody skin for the body of a child. And perhaps he had somehow heard about the incident in Norwich from 30 years earlier, and he thought that it was happening here in France as well, who knows, but he went and reported it, and it reached the local nobleman, a Count Thibault of Blois. Now, Thibault of Blois was an interesting character. He had some kind of unspecified relationship with a Jewish woman named Popsalina. Now, this relationship, in one of the sources, the word that's used to describe his feelings for her was ohev, from the word ahava, or love. In Hebrew, the word ohev can mean love or like. And so many scholars have tried to interpret this as perhaps a close relationship, a more romantic relationship even. But other scholars have said it maybe meant more like favor, that he favored her. Who was this Poselina? She was apparently a very successful moneylender. And we discussed in other videos the role that Jews played in early commerce and credit at this time of year. So Poselina was arrested by Thibault. Why she was arrested may have more to do with Thibault's wife, Alex, who, although we don't necessarily know the nature of Thibault's relationship with Poselina, we certainly know that Alex was full of animosity for Poselina, some kind of jealousy perhaps, or it could also be due to the fact that she was heavily indebted to this moneylender. And this is a pattern that we also see in many Jewish communities where moneylenders, if they if they're good at their job and extend a lot of credit, then at some point, sometimes the debtors begin to feel resentful and they expel the Jews. You see this happening throughout Europe at this time. At any rate, Thibault, perhaps acting with the strong urging of his wife Alex, imprisons not only Poselina but also the entire community, about 31 adults. And later, they would actually be burned at the stake. The entire episode, by the way, was so moving that I mentioned how Robert Chazen wrote this article in his youth. The great Geniza scholar, S.D. Goitein, he wrote a play on this in 1927, which is really quite amazing. At any rate, the community responded right away with collecting a bribe of 220 pounds to try and release this community of 30-odd people who were arrested, and this amount was rejected. Professor Chazen suggests that perhaps the amount might have been too low because after the incident, they ended up having to find 1,000 pounds to indemnify the entire region against further attacks of this nature. They organized an appeal to the king, Louis VII, who agreed with the Jews, as is something that typically happens in these blood libel cases, where the secular authorities, and quite often the church as well, will say, no, it's not true. The Jews don't do this. Please stop, inflaming the passions of the local population with these crazy stories. But nevertheless, they're typically not able to control them, and quite often they result in something as terrible as what happened in Blois. But what is especially amazing about Blois is that there's no evidence that any crime was committed. Typically, with these blood libel cases, God forbid there is, the body of a child found. It even happens, of course, even in the 21st century, where God forbid horrible people will kidnap children and do terrible things to them. Rahman al-Islam, it should not happen to anyone. But, then when people look for an excuse, they want to find someone to blame. The Jews, who are frequently the other, they often are a very convenient target for the justified anger of a community. But in Blois, there was no body ever found, and there was no child ever reported missing. There was no evidence that anything happened at all. But nevertheless, the charge was recognized by a governmental authority like Thibault, Count Thibault, and as a result, they actually executed the entire population that they had imprisoned. This occurred on the 20th of Sivan in the year 4931 in the Jewish calendar, which corresponded to May 26th of 1171. The martyrs included Poselina and 2 of her daughters. In terms of the scope of this, we should recognize that the entire population of Blois, the entire Jewish population of Blois, was only 40 people, most likely 40 adults, according to one of the contemporary sources. So basically, wiping out almost the entire community. We don't know exactly what happened to some of the others. The children, however, were forcibly converted to Christianity and were lost to the Jewish community. As a result, a fast day was instituted that is observed even up to the present day in many communities because of these many other tragedies that happened later on this date, such as some of the Khmelnytsky massacres in 1648-49. This particular date, the 20th of Sivan, which is coming up as I record this, is recognized as a fast day 1,000 years later. Dr. Chazen makes some very salient historical observations about this entire sad tragedy. This was a formative element in the development of a centralized authority among Jewish communities in Ashkenaz. Let us recall that we're speaking about tiny, essentially pioneering settlements. They're only there for 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. These are relatively new settlements in terms of the scope of Jewish history. We can trace the dates of their arrival with some degree of accuracy, not only by the historical records that we have, but also by some fascinating DNA research that shows the path of Jewish migration through the Italian peninsula up into the region of Ashkenaz in particular. It also, Dr. Jason points out, really emphasizes the role that great rabbinic leaders like Rabbi Tam played in directing the response to a crisis like this. Nevertheless, even with these heroic efforts, the Jewish communities of Ashkenaz could not rise the swelling of anti-Semitic fervor, which would only increase over the next couple of centuries in this region and would drive Jews further and further to the east, not only because of this negative pressure on Jews, but also because of the positive pressure or the vacuum that was represented by the economic opportunities extended to Jews in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Okay, that's a very quick look at this very sad incident of 1171. We're going to be looking at the entirety of Jewish history in France, with specific focus on the Seine River and Normandy right up until the 21st century. A lot of emphasis, for example, on the role of Normandy in World War II, the location of D-Day, and so on. I hope you'll be able to join us, and if not, I certainly look forward to sharing with you some of our experiences via video. Thank you very much for watching.
I'm collecting interest. You know, the Bible is nice for my eternal salvation if I could get the Pope to sanction this. And he worked with the Pope. And
hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you're doing well. Today, I'd like to speak to you about someone who has become kind of a
and the definition
hero, a scholarly mentor to me. I'm speaking about Cecil Roth, the great 20th century historian. And I found that, quite recently, his work has intersected with my own work and my own life, actually, in three distinct ways. So I thought, hey, let's make a video about Cecil Roth. Let me tell you quickly about those three ways, each of which is a small plug. The first is I'm going to be going on 2 history cruises this year, in which I'm going to rely very heavily on Cecil Roth. One of those trips is along the Seine River, and in fact, the video that you see behind me is a really cool panorama of the various rooms placed in the boat that we'll be sailing on. And the second cruise is going to be to Venice, and Cecil Roth, of course, is primarily known in his research specialization as a historian of Italian Jews, so I'll be relying very heavily on him. A second major way in which his work is intersected with my own is that, God willing, I'll be speaking in New Jersey twice this month. And I'll be speaking about the meaning of Jewish history, looking at how historians have made an impact on the way we shape our understanding of the past. We're going to start by looking at Josephus, looking at the Great Roman Jewish War of the 1st century, and then we're going to move in the second talk to the medieval period, looking at people like David Gans and several other historians, and then finally we're going to look at the modern period, and Cecil Roth is one of those figures that is so important for us understanding how we got to be where we are today. So I'm going to put details about where I'm speaking in Teaneck and then in Fairlawn in the information box if you are available, and in New Jersey this month. And third, I'm really excited to be working with Cecil Roth Scholarship on my own attempt to create a survey of Jewish history. This is a forthcoming 3-volume work that's going to be appearing under the imprint of Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. So Cecil Roth has become so important to me in these 3 distinct ways. Let's talk a little bit about him now that we've had this longish introduction. He was born on March 5th of 1899, although some of the official record actually record his date as March 11th. The family history indicates that his father, who was a Polish immigrant, somehow missed a date to register his son's birth. properly, and so it was delayed by several days until March 11th. Some records apparently reflect that later date. Cecil was one of four brothers. One of them, Leon, actually became a professor of philosophy at Hebrew University. He received a traditional secular education, and his father enjoyed a private Hebrew tutor. His mother was English-born, and so Cecil Roth had kind of an upbringing that was open to the Eastern European influence, but also firmly rooted in his English background. He served in World War I as a private, and he saw combat. As a religious Jew, he was sometimes brought in to actually serve as a chaplain and officiate at the funerals of some of his compatriots. After the war, he returned and he entered Oxford University in 1919. Here's a picture of him in that year. He was at Merchant College, and he showed an early great talent for history, ultimately graduating with a doctorate in 1925. His graduation was especially interesting in that because two of the exams were held on Shabbat, he had to miss them, and nevertheless he was able to graduate with distinction. He married Irene Davis 3 years later, and she actually wrote a very important memoir of their life together, which I've relied on very heavily for this particular video. Now, it's so fascinating because he did not have a permanent position as an academic until 1939. I mean, almost all of the 20s and the 30s, he was a freelance historian. There's not a huge amount of demand for freelance historians. He was well published. His dissertation was a huge success, but he had to basically cobble together a living by writing, short pieces for newspapers and going from lecture to lecture and things like that. Part of the reason for his being passed over for positions was certainly the general, challenging situation, especially in the Depression. But there was certainly some anti-Semitic prejudice as well. Despite his really stellar career as a student and then as a young postgraduate, he was never honored by becoming a fellow of the college from which he was graduated. And he overheard people saying that no students of the Jewish persuasion would be welcome in the senior common room. And this came apparently from senior fellows. He engaged, however, in incredible output, despite his precarious finances and his total number of publications, as we shall see, numbered through hundreds. He ultimately was appointed to be a reader in post-biblical studies at Oxford in 1939. The position was created specifically for him, and he remained at Oxford as a beloved instructor until 1964. Later, he went on to have some visiting appointments at Queen's College in New York City, also Stern College at Yeshiva University, and as we shall see, a rather unfortunate appointment at Bar Ilan University at the end of his life. His activity during the late 30s and in World War II shows a tremendous unification of his scholarship and a personal heroism as well. He was interviewed for a position with the British war effort that would have taken advantage of his Italian skills. He was, of course, fluent in the language and one of the world experts on Italian Jewry and Italian history. But was turned down ostensibly because he only held the rank private for the one who was eligible to serve in World War I. It's not impossible. There was some anti-Semitism that held it back as well. His life was personally threatened several times by Nazi sympathizers in England because he was such a vociferous opponent of Nazism. And he did it in two ways. In one way, by collaborating with Arthur Szyk on a really impressive Haggadah that had a very strong anti-Nazi tone to it. And there's some excellent research that's forthcoming on some of the hidden messages in the Szyk Haggadah. We should also mention, by the way, that Cecil Roth had a lifelong interest in Haggadahs in particular. He was very deeply involved with the Sarajevo Haggadah. He published a version of the Chinese Haggadah, the Haggadah of the Chinese Jews and so on, which I understand has an absolutely delicious set of recipes. No, just kidding. His major work on the eve of the Holocaust was a book called The Jewish Contribution to Civilization. He published this in 1938 as a direct response to the rise of Nazism. Whereas Hitler and the Nazis wanted to show how the Jews had somehow ruined Western civilization and were responsible for its downfall, Cecil Roth pushed back with the skills that he had at his disposal, which was to demonstrate over and over again the tremendous contributions, as the title indicates, the Jews made for civilization. There's a fascinating note in an article by Elisa Lawson, who wrote a dissertation on Roth's contribution to English history in particular. And I hadn't seen this myself, but apparently he dedicated a different book directly to Hitler himself, a book on the Sassoon dynasty, again speaking to the idea of the Jews making tremendous contributions to world history. And with his uniquely fluid style, Elisa Lawson quotes an open letter to Adolf Hitler that Cecil Roth published in his book on the Sassoon dynasty, expressing, here I quote, profound execration and abhorrence, not merely as a Jew and as an Englishman, but as a human being, for you, your ideas, your ideals, your methods, and all that you stand for. Very powerful kind of statement. He and his wife Irene also engaged in heavily charitable activities. They opened up a soup kitchen for refugees, serving 1,600 meals a day. He resigned all of his honorific posts with various Italian learned societies because of his opposition to Mussolini, who was, of course, an ally of Hitler. But in the 1960s, the Italian government reached out to him again and reappointed him to many of these honors, including awarding him the Order of Merit from the Italian Republic for his tremendous contributions to their history. Here's a rather remarkable coin, medallion that was minted in his honor. He was, of course, subject to scholarly criticism. It's impossible to avoid this. And one of the reasons why his work was criticized was because he had kind of like a level of scholarly ethnocentrism, which demonstrated deep enthusiasm for the history of the Jewish people. He once said, "A man can call himself a Jewish historian only if he loves his people and if, in the light of that love, he presents the events in their history." It should be noted that a lot of this criticism was really overblown, and in fact, lumping him in, as some historians have done, with the lachrymose school, that is most notably associated with the criticism of Saulo Baron, very important historian also of the 20th century. Lachrymose means full of tears, and there's this kind of idea that historians have hewed this notion that Jewish history is all about books and pogroms, right? Like there's discrimination and all kinds of violence, followed by scholarship and huge achievements. Now, there's some merit to looking at history that way, but Cecil Roth could hardly be called a member of that school, and he often pointed a penetrating searchlight on some of the darker aspects of Jewish history as well. And he has been defended by no less a scholar than David Ruderman, who wrote a tremendous article, championing the kind of work that Cecil Roth did and criticizing the critics who overstate his idealistic view of Italian-Jewish relations in particular. He was really a much more objective historian than some of those critics give him credit for. Nevertheless, he was definitely a strong proponent of the Jewish people in a much more nationalistic sense. She wrote that he would have been overjoyed to hear that one of his most popular works, A Short History of the Jewish People, was translated into Russian and published Samizdat edition, meaning a self-published, pirated edition, which was circulated, hand to hand during the repressive era of the Soviets, when people would get a book, they would translate it, and then they would laboriously type it out with like tiny onion skin thin papers to type up to 8 copies at a time, and then circulating them just through net. And she says he would have been delighted to hear the book was pirated in this way. And she wrote that he used to say, "If any work of mine has been the cause of even one Jew of uncertain allegiance to Judah to return to the heritage to which he was born," he often said, "I would not consider that my work had been in vain." So you get his attachment to Judaism and how he expressed that works. Tens of monographs, histories of the Jews, works on art analysis of Haggadahs, things like the last count of his bibliography extends to publications. I mean, incredible. Many of them translated into other languages. He loves biographies in particular. He wrote, when he was criticized sometimes for looking at strange individuals, he said, "If I have preferred the picturesque to the drab and devoted space to the curious as well as to the important, I do not feel that an apology is needed." You can see it sets in a sense of humor as well. I wish there was some YouTube of him speaking. In fact, I'm going to go search right after I make this video. But his most colossal contribution, which is often overlooked, is the fact that he served as the editor-in-chief of the massive, multi-volume Encyclopedia Judaica, which is without doubt the largest, most far-reaching piece of and comprehensive piece of Jewish scholarship since the Babylonian Talmud. It is a massive work of scholarship. I myself use it quite frequently. I refer to it very often. And every now and then when I'm reading, I'll come across a passage and I'll say, wow, this is like so well written and well expressed. And I'll look down and I'll see the little initials, CR, that in fact that particular article was written by Cecil Roth himself. But just to get a sense of kind of his approach and his skills that he could bring to bear in producing this particular massive work of Jewish scholarship, when he wrote that aforementioned book, The Jewish Contribution to Civilization, 1938, he had one of his senior students prepare an index. When he went and he looked over the index, he was horrified to see that it did not include any names of women. So he went back to the student and said, well, how come there are no women mentioned here? I wrote about so many women. And he said, well, I didn't think they were important enough to make it into the index. So he chucked the index, and he went and he asked his wife Irene to go over and repair that flaw. And of course, that's how it was published. Irene Roth says this was her primary contribution to her husband's scholarship. But it gives you a sense how here in the 1930s, he's thinking very seriously about these things. He was a great popular historian, involved in all kinds of multimedia activities as well. Here you can see an interesting picture of him with Cecil B. DeMille, the great director who produced the Ten Commandments, among many other films of her. And he once wrote a note to him, from one Cecil to another Cecil. Although Cecil Roth's Hebrew name was Bezalel, I don't know if Cecil B. DeMille had a Hebrew name. Towards the end of his career, he made more and more trips to Israel. He had visited when he was a much younger man, but ultimately settled there for the last decades of his life, as he was especially working with the Encyclopedia Judaica, based in Jerusalem and later also with an office in New York. Here you can see a photograph of he and his wife Irene on the tarmac arriving in Israel. Back then, I actually remember getting off planes and walking across the tarmac. I don't think they do that too often, especially at international airports. Unfortunately, at the end of his career, when he had achieved already so much, he was the subject of a terrible defamation that had a tremendous toll on him and unfortunately cost the larger world much of his energies as a scholar. In 1964, he had been appointed to be a professor at Bar Ilan University in Israel, which is a great school that has strong ties to the observant Jewish community. And a scurrilous account was published in an Israeli magazine in Hebrew that misquoted Roth in his writing, The Short History of the Jews. Specifically, there's one passage. I'm going to read it to you in full, and then I'm going to say how it was abused by the author of this article to indicate how far-reaching this crisis was. So here's the quotation in full. It is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so if we are to regard potsherds as more significant and more reliable than the memory of people or written records of immemorial antiquity. So in other words, just reading that in full, he's clearly arguing against those historians who deny the historicity of the figure of Moses. But the quotation, which was published in a religious circulation, stopped after words, that may be so. In other words, the only thing that was quoted was, it is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so. Stop, period. Oh my God. So this portrays Cecil Ross completely contrary to his personal lifestyle, his personal religious views, and so on. Not to mention his scholarly views, that he denied the historicity of Moses, which of course is a terrible thing to say for someone working in a religious institution. There was a huge controversy that ensued, and ultimately Cecil Ross suffered a heart attack. The university strove to defend him, but ultimately decided that he would resign from that position as a professor. It's just horrible to see this example of what we call today cancel culture, attacking a scholar of great merit like Cecil Ross. At any rate, he continued his work lecturing and teaching other schools, and especially his Encyclopedia Judaica, and died in 1907. And here is a tombstone in his room. So, in conclusion, here's a beautiful and hard at work in the library. Cecil was one of those great scholars of the truth that, had such a tremendous arc of a career. Unfortunately, ended in this kind of infamy in Bar Ilan, but at the same time, also achieving this massive, enduring success with the Encyclopedia Judaica. I have to say that I really am missing him as a figure in so many ways. I really appreciate the fact that he hated correcting when they typeset the book and things like that, then they send the author back to read every word that you already wrote, and you can make small changes, like, correcting spellings, things like that, but you really shouldn't add big chunks of guts because it throws off the formatting and so on. I hate looking at that. And I also appreciate his tremendous sense of humor. He was once asked why he studied the history of the Jews, and he wrote, or he spoke, there are Jewish historians whose involvement carries with it a search for theory, even a sense of destiny. I commend to the young in heart among you my ultimate answer. It is because it is fun. He clearly had a great sense of fun when he was studying history. It really just radiates from the page when you read his work. And you know what? I have fun too. So I really feel a tremendous amount of sympathy for Cecil Ross. I hope that some of you will be able to join me in discussing Cecil Ross' work, either this Shabbos or the next, at Congregation Bnei Yeshua in Teaneck and at Congregation Darfei Noam in Fairlawn. I'd really love to see some of you on these cruises. We will definitely return to his work. We hardly touched on his role as an art historian, but he had remarkable sensitivity to finding antique works and analyzing them. And last of all, if you're not able to join me in New Jersey, not able to join me in Europe, I hope you will join me on the page when we publish this book with foreign publishers that is going to rely very heavily on the approach of Cecil Ross. Okay, I thank you very much for watching this longest video, and look forward to speaking to you in the future.
Also, when he was in Lake, he learned about bookkeeping, which at the time, modern day accounting didn't exist north of the Alps. Double entry bookkeeping was in its infancy. Foucault learned that down there, and he brought it back to Germany. Teach our listeners about the importance of cities in Europe. And how
what a great pleasure to see all of you here today. I'm so excited. This is the first time I've been on the Seine cruise. I'm very excited about it.
In northern Italy, and what is about.
But I've been with David and David for
by ship. So if you
about 5 or 6 cruises now, and if this is your first time here, I guarantee you're going to have an absolutely fantastic time. This is like a little floating shtetl, or like a summer camp reunion for older adults, and it's absolutely fantastic. My goal here, the part I play, is to try and give some historical context to the things that we will be seeing. So my goal in this very brief talk, which is only about 10 minutes, not very long at all, is just to give you a sense of what to expect over the course of the next week, divided into our journey in space and our journey in history, and then we'll have a couple of remarks about what this might mean for us today. So I didn't introduce myself properly. Henry Abramson. Here is an old picture of me from before I grew my beard. Great. I am a dean at Touro College. I'm a Canadian by birth. I had the good fortune of studying at some of the world's greatest universities. I was at Harvard for a while, Cornell, Oxford, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. My area of specialization began, as I mentioned, with Soviet Jewish history. Later, I moved into art history, intellectual history, and right now, my major project is a 3-volume survey of the history of the Jewish people, published by the Corin Press. That'll come out, God willing, and starting in 2 years from now. So here's where we are going to travel. You can see this map here. Paris is right in the center of this blue line. If you were to go upriver, you get to Troy, which is one of those places, of course, associated with Rothschild, the flourishing of the great medieval civilization there. But we're going to be going to the left, up to the north here, to Rouen, and then Havre, and we're going to spend some time at the embarkation point, D-Day, and so on. So we'll be traveling downriver for the beginning of our trip, stopping off at some of those major places, and then we'll be coming back, of course, at the end to get to Paris. This is a region called Normandy, and it's actually very deeply associated with a high point in Ashkenazic civilization. So we're going to spend a lot of time talking about basically 200 years of incredible creativity, really, a kind of an explosion of Jewish spiritual activity that continues to nourish Jewish minds to this very day and constitutes a staple in particular of the yeshiva curriculum. We're going to look at Rouen. This is the Palais de Justice, which is a place where they're kind of like their, not city hall, but their court system. And we're going to spend a lot of time in particular discussing the Balei Tosafot, the grandchildren of Rashi and his the surrounding culture, which especially invested a tremendous amount of energy in developing the ancient texts of the Talmud and trying to understand how they could be applied to the High Middle Ages. And of course, the teachings of the Balei Tosafot continue to inspire Jews to this very day and have tremendous relevance. We're also going to be looking, of course, at some military history because we'll be looking at the Battle of the Somme, we'll be looking at the embarkation point for D-Day, and I have my colleague, Captain Erb, who is going to give us some real insight into what it means to participate in the military as a Jewish individual historically and so on. So we have a varied history that's going to look at the medieval period in particular, when you had this great high point of Jewish cultural activity here. And we're also going to be looking at the 20th century with the battles as well. What to expect? I mean, there's so much history. It's absolutely fantastic. I myself have to be absolutely fascinated with the history of Abraham ibn Ezra, a noted biblical commentator and scientist. So you see a medieval representation of him holding his astrolabe. He's one of the very few medieval Jews. There are more than one who actually have a crater on the moon named after them. So we have a lot of fascinating things to say about Ibn Ezra. He spent the last 10 years of his life here in Normandy and went to London for a couple of years before he finally passed away. He has a lot to teach us. Really looking forward to talking about him. We'll be looking at the period of the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasidei, the pious ones, it's been reused. Hasidim today generally referred to movements like Chabad and Breslov and so on, which come out of Eastern Europe in the 18th century. But the term Hasidim goes way, way back. It goes back to King David. The followers of Yehuda Maccabi were also called the Hasidim. So there was an unusual, bizarre period in Jewish history, lasting about 150 years. It is very active here that adopted a tremendous amount of strange Hasidic practices, which they were quite foreign to the way Judaism developed afterwards, but nevertheless quite fascinating. You see here in this image, I'm going to have a printout for us on Shabbos, but this is, for example, a beautiful illuminated manuscript from the holiday of Shavuot. It's actually held now in the British Museum. It's called the Tripartite Machzor. You can see on the left, you have Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, receiving the Ten Commandments here, handing it off to Aaron, who is a high priest and looks like he's wearing a bishop's mitre, you know, like an actual ecclesiastical hat. And then behind them, kind of like a hierarchy, you have a group of men all wearing the Jewish hat the Jews were required to wear from the 13th century onward. And then behind them, you have this really strange grouping of animal-headed women, where because of the strange, way of thinking of the Ashkenaz, they did not want to portray women's faces. Unfortunately, in some parts of the world, we've actually gone backwards. Now we don't portray them at all. They were not so fun back then, but you can see they're all portrayed with kind of calves' heads or dogs' heads and things like that. They're actually, though, rather sympathetic in nature, which is they're not meant to be like ugly. It's fascinating. We'll look at that. We're also going to look at the period of modernity when the Jews of France were the first ones to achieve full legal emancipation. It's a huge shock. Here you have a remarkable depiction of Napoleon, who is shown here in a rather self-serving depiction that was not unlike his character, where he's raising up a fallen woman that represents Judaism, not the Ten Commandments here, and Napoleon is giving Jews a hand, literally, by raising them up in status. Unfortunately, that legal emancipation was not anywhere near a social emancipation, as we will discuss in later lectures of this course. And then we're also going to look, of course, at the Dreyfus trial and its implications, which is global in nature, and speak quite a bit to really what's happening in France today, where we're in an extremely challenging time. Jews in France are quite threatened in many ways, and there's a massive departure of French Jews from this region because of the multifaceted anti-Semitic forces that have come to bear on that population here. So that's basically the scope of my presentation. So I'm going to do a very quick survey of all of French Jewish history. I find it fascinating. I hope you will as well. And with that, I'm going to conclude, and I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Captain Elson.
Against the credit of the sovereign. So in Argentina, right, you might not get paid back. It's a different situation because Argentina is not going to surrender Patagonia to repay a loan.
Totally. How important Frankfurt was.
Why am I here? I'm here to answer this question. Is being in the army or in the military a job for a nice Jewish boy or girl? Before we go into that, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. As I said, my name is Captain Irv Elson. Just a little shy of 6 years ago, I retired after 35 years in the Navy. My wife, Fran, is here with me. We came into the Navy right out of seminary, and 2 weeks after ordination, we were already on a plane to Okinawa, Japan. Now, we came into the military for only 3 years. You know, I was able to serve 3 years and do a little travel and, get a little experience. And 35 years later, they finally kicked me out of the military. The joke is that they still have the claw marks on my desk as they dragged me away. It was really a great experience. Currently, I'm the director of the JWB Jewish Chaplains Council. We're a not-for-profit Jewish organization, God help us all, whose mission is to provide meaningful Jewish living for Jews in the military. Just to tell you a little bit about what we're going to be learning about during this cruise. You're going to be learning a lot about battles of World War I and World War II. We're going to be learning together about the Battle of the Somme and then the invasion of Normandy. But we thought it's important also that we're able to connect the Jews that fought then to the Jews that are serving now. And I really like these two pictures. The picture on the left is a picture of a Jewish service in France in 1944, and the picture on the right is a picture of a service in Iraq in 2013. Moving ahead, there is a picture on the left of 2 service members in Vietnam. Does anybody know who the service member is on the right? No, it's definitely not. The name of this gentleman was Oliver Shalom David Bruckenthal. David Bruckenthal was originally from Long Island. He served in the Coast Guard, and he was the first Coast Guardsman killed in combat since World War II. As a matter of fact, he was awarded the Silver Star. He passed away about 12 years ago, and he is one of the first Jews to have a U.S. Coast Guard cutter named after him. So one of the things that we're going to do in the next couple of days is we're going to hear these stories of valor, not only the Battle of the Somme, but not only in Normandy, but we're going to be hearing stories of valor of men and women who are serving today, serving now. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about Jews in the military. I'm going to give you some numbers you're going to forget, but I want you to remember the date, April 9th, 1917. All right, April 9th, 1917. Because we're going to talk a lot about how at the beginning of World War I, the American Jewish community came together to support the men and women serving, to support the men who were coming into uniform. We learned a lot about some choices that the American Jewish community had to make when it came to coming together. Dare I say it, please don't kick me off the ship. Reformed, conservative, and Orthodox Jewish communities came together to support the men and women in the military. On Shabbos afternoon, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the halachic challenges that Jews in the military are facing today. We're going to talk about what is different in the military today. What is different about wartime today that really challenges us as Jews and challenges our halachic principles. And finally, we're going to hear about stories of heroism. We're going to hear what Jews did then and what Jews did now. All right, so I'm just going to ask you a little question just to whet your appetite here. All right, let's start. Who was the first Jew to die in the Revolutionary War? Anybody know? We're going to play this group against this group. That one's yes, do you know, sir? No? Okay. His name was Francis Salvatore. He's from Savannah, Georgia. He actually started by supporting the rebels, the Revolutionary War, financially, and eventually he fought for the Revolutionary War. Was the first Jew to kill. All right, here's an easy one. Which army had more Jews during the Civil War? The Confederacy or the Union? The Union. Wow. Okay. Let me shake your hand. Well done. Did you read my notes while I was talking? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely correct. We had said originally we thought it was Confederacy, but about 10,000 Jews fought in the Civil War, 3,000 for the Confederacy, and about 7,000 for the Union. Okay, very good. So this group has 1 point. All right, the next one. Another easy one. I'll give you a hint. He was a Navy guy, okay? Who was the biggest Jewish hero of the War of 1812? Oh, you're going to love this. I'm going to tell you later on a fascinating story of Commodore Uriah P. Levy. Commodore Uriah P. Levy. Does anybody know what made Uriah P. Levy so famous, besides being the hero of the War of 1812? Yes, ma'am. Well, that's later on, right? He preserved Monticello. Yes, sir? Yeah, sadly, he abolished corporal punishment in the Navy. He also instituted grog aboard Navy ships. Anybody else? What made him famous? Yes, okay. You don't have to hear my wife. Commodore Uriah P. Levy was the most court-martialed admiral in the Navy. He was court-martialed 6 times. 6 times. All on made-up charges because of anti-Semitism, and he beat the rap each of those times. Okay, Commodore Uriah Levy, very good. All right, how many Jews won the Medal of Honor, World War I? That's a hard one. No, actually 4. 4 Jewish service members, 4 Jewish army guys won the Medal of Honor. Okay, next one. This one's easy, and if you don't know the answer, you'll get the answer tonight in the movie. But who was famous Jewish comedian served as an artilleryman during World War II? Not Danny Kaye. I heard a little bit here. Mel Brooks, yes. You're going to see him in the movie tonight. Mel Brooks, God help us, enlisted in the Army, and he trained to be a radioman, but typical Army, they sent him to be an artilleryman, and he fought in World War II. All right, very good. Let's move ahead to Korea. This is an amazing, amazing story. What's the name of a Jewish hero who won the Medal of Honor during the Korean War? I'm going to spend a couple of minutes, and please tell me when my time is up. The name of the person is Tibor Rubin, was born in Europe. He was sent to the camps during the He survived the camps. He came to the United States, and at 7 years old, at the beginning of the Korean War, he joined the U.S. Army to thank the United States for liberating the camp. Tibor Rubin fought in Korea. He actually was sent by an anti-Semitic sergeant up to the one hill saying, "You get up in that hill and don't give up that hill so the rest of us can retreat." And Chinese masses came. People protected the hills as the unit escaped, and he was captured by. He served as a Chinese prisoner. But what made it really weird was that Tibor Rubin would escape the camp and steal and bring it back for his fellow inmates. For that action, he was first awarded the Silver Star. And many years later, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. Tibor Rubin passed away 2 years ago. Really fascinating. And then finally, I'll give you a little gimme. What's the TV commentator of CNN, who's a first Medal of Honor winner from Vietnam? You'll see him every once in a while. Yes. No, Larry King did not win the Medal of Honor, but he did serve. Anybody else?
He did a couple things. Minimize his risk.
Colonel Jack. You'll see him on an enemy once in a while in the military. Jewish Medal. So excited to be here. I'm so excited to share with you about the men and women in uniform today, some of the really magnificent things they're doing while proudly being Jewish. Thank you very much.
So there was some diversification there. He also, I think I mentioned, he hired the best mining engineers in the world to keep his mines from flooding. And he also created demand by reaching out to buyers all over the world, including as far away as India, where they just didn't have the resource that was available.
And now we're back. So thank you so much for joining us. I want to give a...
Arranged to trade metal or spices.
Who's been with us before? Can I have a show of hands? Okay. Right. Talk to these guys if you haven't. So they came back. So that's a good thing. All right. And on the count of three, everyone, I want you to say where you're from. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. We got the loud Scott here. Oh, there it is. So we're going to keep this short. I know everyone doesn't want to sit there and talk 24/7, and just give you some quick information. Everybody can relax. We have a very, very, very packed schedule, but that gives you free time to get off the boat, wander around. We have some just basic information that we want to give everybody as well. I first want to introduce the crew so you know who is who, and then you can go, and if you have any questions, ask them. Okay? Don't ask me. So first, I want to say David Krause, who's our tour director, our European director. We have Cullen, who is our hotel manager. Not hotel manager. Cruise director, sorry, he's been demoted. We have Henry Abramson, our Dr. Henry Abramson. We have, where is Stuart Weiss? Stuart Weiss, Rabbi, oh my gosh, we're all on first name basis here, it's fine, it's very relaxed, that's how we're going to do this. I am David Lawrence. We also have, I don't wear my name tag, we have Captain Irv Elson, Rabbi Captain Irv Elson. Sorry, I'm missing out everybody's name. So, some basic information as we get started. I know we just, I don't know if you saw it when you just arrived for those early people. We had an 18-wheeler that just showed up from England, from London, and you take everything off the boat.
It's very interesting.
Oh, Naomi, you're right in front of me. Naomi Nachman, our food extraordinaire. I'm so sorry. I haven't slept in 3 days, so I'm not gonna say Naomi every other minute now, so because I forgot about you. So I'm just gonna say the name. So at around 11 o'clock, our semi showed up, packed to the brim. Everything came off the boat, and all our stuff came on it. We turned over a ship, we make it kosher. It is quite the feat. I think something only Malcolm could do. Who's downstairs getting your dinner ready, of course. And so it is, and I want to thank you for everybody's patience. I know going through the airport during Fashion Week is interesting. Going through Paris during Fashion Week is interesting. If you ever get an Uber or a cab, congratulations, you did it. It only took me about 45 minutes this morning. So a couple of things we want to talk about. If anybody, and again, our basic policy is on board, we make sure that people have had, their vaccine or have said they've had their vaccine. Also, if everybody, and everybody does have their vaccine, so we want to make sure that they do. That is the ship policy. If someone for any reason is not feeling well, just let us know and take it easy. If people want to get administered a COVID test, I believe we have some on board. But again, we are not going to test everybody. It's just something that we don't do. And again, we're just asking people if they're not feeling well, just let us know. Also, just a quick thing about drink credit. So every boat that we're on is different. Some include everything, some don't. So this boat doing all meals with a breakfast, open bar during breakfast. Let me know why not. Right? It's fun. You gotta have it. Okay, so for lunches and dinner, all beer and wine and all soft drinks and everything are included. During dinner as well, we have our coffee service. We have our early morning coffee service. We have it at breakfast. We have it at tea time. We have it during the meals as well. So that's how it works. Then any other additional drinks that we have, you can purchase from the bar and give everybody an onboard credit. So everybody has $100 of onboard to go use at the gift shop, the hairdresser, get a massage, whatever you want. So we will be extending that to everybody as well on board. I had literally a couple of minutes. And then we're going to go over the schedule. So every day is going to be like, you're going to get on your pillows, you're going to get a schedule. That's basically your times when we're going to cut the port top. You don't want to spend too much. We're going to be doing the next day. Send to you had also, I'm sure you had asked by Tanya or bugged by Tanya. She's you need this very strong Colombian lady who has to get all her information on the spreadsheet. About the two tours that we have on one of the days, we either have home floor or we have the Somme, which is our World War I day. So we wanted to get a basic idea of who wanted to do what. We have that list. If people want to change, should not be a problem. Just let us know ahead of time so we can make sure we have room on the buses. We have 2 buses going to home floor. We have 1 bus on the all-day tour to the Somme. So we'll go over that as we go over that. All right. Any other brief questions? But I'm sure you'll have a lot. You can pull us out afterwards and talk to us. But again, thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to have beautiful weather all week long because it does not rain on our tours. And this is a fact. Okay, people have been on our last cruises. Did it rain on a tour? I'm not. We've been doing
in German-speaking Europe. The original idea was to unite all of Christian Europe under a secular equivalent of the Pope. So you had the Pope down in Rome, and you had Charlemagne, who was crowned by the Pope in the year 800. As the secular
Good morning. It was an absolutely fantastic Shabbos here in Rouen. We really enjoyed it. It's very late night though because the sun goes down quite late. Shabbos didn't end until after 11:15. Today is a more somber day. We got an early start because we're heading over to the Battle of the Somme, which is a very important site in the history of World War I, and it's going to be more of a tour of the battlefields and a tour of the cemetery. Apparently, they have a fantastic museum there. Looking forward to seeing it. I'm sure it's going to be a very educational experience, although a very somber one indeed. And right now, at the Anzac Memorial for Australian and New Zealand troops that fought so nobly here on this particular ridge, not too far from the location of Amiens, France, and we're able to secure this particular location from the German advance. It's considered a turning point in the war in 1918 and really allowed the Allies to actually win in this region. There are primarily Christians buried here from those forces, but there are also Jews and also Hindus buried here as well. The markers are all uniform, basically name, rank, and date, but families were allowed to add personal epitaphs as well. And some of them are very heartbreaking. These are young boys, 17, 18, 19 years old. Behind me here is one fallen Jewish soldier. You can see that his epitaph reads, his name was M. Marks, an Australian man, age 18. And the quotation, the personal epitaph of the family reads, "A young life nobly given, God rest his soul." I'm always a little torn when I see who's buried in the military cemetery overseas. On the one hand, this young lad, Novitzky, 20 years old, fell and died away from family, away from friends, away from his community. And it's just sad, it breaks your heart. On the other hand, he's buried amongst the shipmates. He's buried along his fellow soldiers. The military is the only profession where you work with people that would literally die for you. And that's who he's surrounded by. I actually feel a little guilty just putting one stone in one grave. You should really put them in every single one of them. Allow me to tell you, El Malay Rachamim. El Malay Rachamim. Shochet Bamromi. Ametze Menucha Nechona Al Kanfei Yashchina. V'malot Kedoshim Utorim Kezohar Araki Amazirim. לנשמת אחינו אנשי חיל אשר הערגו למוות נפשם בעד ארצנו לחירות העולם לכם בעל הרחמים עתידם בסתר כנפך לעולמים ושרור בשרור החיים ונשמותם לא ייסגו ילבוי חרב ולא ילמדו עוד מלחמה ונאמר אמן. Exalted and compassionate God, grant perfect peace in your sheltering presence among the holy and the pure. To all the men and women who gave their lives in defense of our country and the defense of freedom of the world. Master of mercy, may they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings, and may their souls be bound up in the bond of life. And let us learn that nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they study war anymore. And together let us say, behind me is a dramatic memorial to soldiers from Newfoundland who fought here in World War I, and you get a sense of the nature of trench warfare. You can see the landscape behind me is studded with, studded isn't the right word, it's just drilled with all these trenches. You can see that they've actually reinforced some of them with wooden planking together to make it easier for people to walk along them. And there are several rows of trenches for various purposes and communication between them. And if I just turn around here, so you can see what's going on the other side. Behind me, you can see that stone plinth. That's actually where the German front lines were. And you can see that the actual trenches extend for something like 100 meters, and then beyond it is the actual no man's land, which is where that sort of fencing is located. There were about 6,000 people killed here on July 1st, 1916, an incredibly awful battle, a terrible charge as they came out of the trenches, which were by then clogged with war dead, and tried to make their way across no man's land to the so-called danger tree, which you might be able to see in the background there, and the German machine guns, which could fire 500 bullets a minute, just simply mowed them down. It was one of the most horrific massacres of World War I on this location.
I often think what it would have been like for that 18, 19, 20-year-old sitting there in this trench, cold, scared, hungry, and what motivates him when he gets a signal to step up and climb over the trench and walk across the battlefield. What kind of motivation does this person have? Does he do it for king and country? Does he do it for his brother to his left or to his right? Does he do it for greater honor? And you find newfound respect for the people that fought in this war, for the ideals of freedom that they fought so valiantly for. And this trench has really become sacred space.
I think it's extremely poignant, and I want to specifically give appreciation to David Strauss for putting this cemetery specifically on our agenda, because it allows us to go a little higher above our national particularist sensibilities and understand that war is so destructive to both sides, and especially in World War I. I want to just harken back to something that Vic said earlier in our script, and also place it within the significance of the Jewish calendar. So Vic said that World War I was in many ways, part two of a three-part war, with World War II, of course, being the third. The first being the Franco-Prussian War, second being World War I, and the third being World War II. There's no question in my mind, I think it's an interesting thesis, but there's no question in my mind, and I was taught in graduate school, that World War I was definitely World War II Part 1, because of the disastrous arrangements made in the peace treaties afterwards. It virtually guaranteed that the Second World War would be fought. And the Second World War, of course, is something that we as Jews especially associate with horrific consequences. But what I'd like to specifically point out to your attention is that the time of year that we're in right now, we're just about to begin the 3 weeks, the period of national mourning. And when you go back to 1914, of course, World War I, in many ways, if you wanted to pick a specific date, you could look maybe at the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, which happened around Sylvester the Ramos. But I think one of the most widely recognized dates would be August 3rd, 1914, which was the date that both Russia and England declared war and formal hostilities really began. And that, of course, occurred on National Jewish Memorial Day, Tisha B'Av, the same date that represents a series of cataclysms in Jewish history, from the destruction of both temples in Jerusalem on that day, from the expulsion, liquidation of the Warsaw Ghetto. So many terrible things happened on Tisha B'Av. So in many ways, the events that we are commemorating with this specific tour are really looking back to that long arc of Jewish history, which seems to cycle around Tisha B'Av as a day of our national distress.
Wanted either restitution or he wanted to get his stuff back. And he finally did, just at the end of his life.
When prior to that, you also explained his in that copper cartel, he had joined it and then turned around and in kind of a Rockefeller cut-to-kill fashion.
Good morning.
Chopped the legs off.
We're docked in Le Havre, which is near the mouth of the Seine River. It's going to just very close by empty into the English Channel and the Atlantic Ocean, and we're at what is for many of the passengers on this particular cruise a destination that they've been waiting for a long time, because we're going to go visit the beaches where D-Day occurred. Going to Omaha Beach in particular, and promises to be a very meaningful day. Many of the people on this excursion with Kosher Riverboat Cruises are actually descendants of young men who landed on these beaches in the defense of Western civilization against Nazism, and so it's going to be a very moving day for all of us.
We are now in Normandy, on the Normandy beaches, where one of the arguably the most important historical event of the Second World War took place, which was the 1944 6th of June D-Day invasion of Europe, when Allies, Anglo-American forces, joined by many fighting nations, Canadians, Czechs, Poles, about 20 different nations fighting the Nazis. So over there you can see remnants of the Arctic harbor, as known as Mulberry, which was actually the backbone of the first couple hours or days of the invasion, through which millions of tons of equipment was shipped to support the advancing units. And all of these concrete blocks were prefabricated in England by the Allies before the invasion. They were brought here on ships. There's a giant fleet of Allied ships. They were dropped here, and they created this artificial backbone of the advancing Allied units.
So right now I'm on Omaha Beach. This is where the Americans landed. You can see, looking out behind me, the ocean looks like a fairly flat, sandy beach. Everything seems to make sense. But what's absolutely terrifying about the thought of making the landing here is, if you look at the bluffs behind me, and I never really could understand this until I see this for myself. They're so close to the sand, and they're really quite steep, and they were riddled with German bunkers. In fact, they have a replica of a bunker right up there. You can see what it must have been like. That's actually one of the bunkers, but they had the bunkers at the top of the ridge there. And how would it be possible to actually make your way up those really steep cliff-like hills to get onto the rest of the territory here? It's absolutely terrifying. The air support was not able to take out the German guns on the ridges, and it was just simply a brute force attack on this particular beach. But ultimately, this was what saved Europe. This was the attack that really began the end of the Third Reich. And just imagine the amount of blood that was spilled on these fans.
My name is Michael Kurzban. We're here with the Kosher River Cruises at Omaha Beach today. My dad was Marcus Kurzban, who actually landed here several days after D-Day. Born in Berlin, came as a young man, and then at 18, joined the military and fought here. Don't know much about his battles. I do know that he fought in the Battle of the Bulge, and he was very proud of having been an American soldier, and went on to lead a very good Jewish life with wonderful family and friends, and we're very proud. And I'm just so incredibly moved. I just crying all the time knowing he was here. I'm wearing his dog tags today, and it's very meaningful to me.
I didn't expect it to hit me as hard as it did, just standing on this sand. You can feel, even though there's kids playing and people bathing and running, and you can feel that there's something special about this place. As in a lot of these places, I'm torn. My wife and I were talking. If I feel offended by, this is such a holy place, and there's people, sunbathing and so on. So on the one hand, you say, yeah, it's terrible. How can they do that here? On the other hand, I think the boys the men who were here in 44 said, that's exactly what we're fighting for, so that people can lay in a beach in peace and, not be scared to be sent to prison to get shot. This is the freedom that these men fought for us, and it is the debt that can never be repaid.
Fugger sent copper and silver to Portugal. What did they send back? Well, the Portuguese got spices from India, and that's what made that Portugal little country. But they were,
if you were a Christian serviceman, you certainly wanted to return home to your family, like everyone who fought here. But if you were captured, at least if you're an American, you could be assured that you would be treated theoretically under the Geneva Conventions of War. But if you were a Jewish serviceman and you were captured, then chances are you would be treated far more harshly and sent directly to the concentration camps. So many Jewish servicemen were aware of this and either elected not to have their religious designation marked on their dog tag in case they were captured, and for other reasons, people may not have indicated their Jewish background. So in an unknown number of circumstances, we know that about 4.2% of the soldiers who landed here were Jewish. That, by the way, is slightly disproportionate. There were about 3.6% of the American war-ready population was Jewish, so we were participating at a higher number than our proportion. But an unknown number of them were Jewish and were buried under Latin crosses like these. A man named Shalom Lamb and Rabbi J.J. Schachter of Yeshiva University discovered this, and simply by coming across the name of this individual, Benjamin Garadetsky, and they thought, it sounds a lot like a Jewish name. It's rather unusual to see a name Garadetsky on a non-Jew. So they went back and they did quite a bit of genealogical research, and they discovered that, in fact, he was of Jewish origin. So after tremendous work contacting the members of the family in America, they were able to recreate that he was, in fact, a Jewish individual, and with their permission, and with a massive file documenting their research, they made a petition to the American government, which agreed to change the cross to a Star of David. And in fact, they've done several others, and one more at least in this particular cemetery, another one in the Philippines, and their work continues. It's very hard. It's a chesed shel emes. It's just a mark of kindness, and all I can think about is, I wonder what Benjamin Garadetsky did in his lifetime that he should merit to be buried with Kvuras Yisrael in this unusual place.
He was the first commodore who was able to stand up to power and say, we have a contract.
This was a place where the future of the entire world would be decided. Would Hitler and the Nazis have their way? Would the whole world come under their evil dominion? Or would justice and liberty and goodness triumph? Thank God we know the answer to that question. For the Jewish people, it was certainly a question of existential survival. For we know what the plan was of the Nazi regime, to eliminate and murder every Jew in the world. Indeed, even as D-Day was proceeding, thank God successfully, the Nazis were intensifying the extermination and the murder of Jews throughout Europe. I wear this shirt, my father's army uniform, my father's Yukron Libracha. We spent 3.5 years in the Pacific Theater in the Philippines fighting against the Japanese. But as he told me, as soon as the declaration of war was given, after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, he rushed, and he emphasized the word rush, to come to the ad hoc centers that had been set up to enlist every able-bodied American who wished to serve. And there was no question, there was no hesitation, there was no regret, there was some trepidation, but there was a certainty that this was the obligation for everyone in order to come to the aid of not only the United States of America, but to all good people throughout the world. This should not be lost either on we ourselves or on our children or grandchildren, to teach them that there are things worth fighting for and even worth dying for. God willing, we should live for it, but be prepared as well to give everything in order to ensure that this is a safe and good world in which to live.
Father God and God of our ancestors, who give salvation to nations and strength to governments, Bless and safeguard our country, the United States of America, and the people who dwell therein. Supreme Sovereign of all, protect and help our President. Shield them against all sickness and injury, and grant to him and to all constituted officers to our government such wisdom and understanding that they may lead our nation in justice and righteousness. We beseech you, O God, to shield and protect our armed forces in the air, on the sea, and on land. Bless them always with victory, and may it be your will that the dominion of tyranny and tyranny speedily be brought to an end, and the reign of righteousness be established on earth with liberty and freedom for all mankind. And together let us say,
there is the assumption that this money would just flow to Rome, and Rome was not going to keep it in the Fugger. So there was a run on the bank, and in a stunt that we still see today, pretended that there was nothing wrong, pretended that things were never better. He hosted a party, a very lavish party, to show how rich he was by people. He went around from town to town in southern Germany, dressed in his finest clothes, on his best horses, with 13 horses leading his coach, throwing coins to the peasants who were following after his coach. He just wanted to show, even though he was facing the gravest crisis of his career, he wanted to show that he was very rich and powerful and create the impression, at least, that there is nothing to worry about. And by doing this, and then by working out a deal with the Pope so that the Pope would keep the money with the Fuggers, he was able to get out of this.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Recently, I spent a couple of weeks in Budapest, and I came across this really remarkable, unusual memorial statue. It was a creation of Tomasz Sabo in 1991, commissioned and supported by the Budapest City Council. And it's really an unusual kind of image. It's a sculpture, a 3D sculpture, that takes advantage of being low to the ground. A lot of it is like right on the ground, and quite a bit of it is actually attached to a nearby building. So it really uses space in an unusual way. And it features this strange kind of prone figure who is somehow wrapped in a long article of clothing that appears to be binding him uncomfortably. He's prone and he's like trying to get up. He's got some kind of like, it looks like either a turban with a sort of a knot on it, but I think it's some kind of like maybe impression of the tefillin shalrosh that Jews wear during the morning prayers, the kind of black leather box. But anyway, he's reaching up with his right hand, and looming above him is this kind of angelic figure in a very different color, in a very shiny brass or bronze kind of color, who is like lowering down to him some kind of like article of clothing, some kind of textile that appears to be sort of like a lifeline, and it appears like the angelic figure is like trying to raise up this downtrodden figure. I had the great privilege of spending 2 weeks in this beautiful city of Budapest as a guest of the Ashkenazium, which is a remarkable institute there dedicated to the study of Ashkenazi history. And they're doing some really high-level work that I found absolutely fascinating. I gave a course on the birth of Ashkenaz, followed by a symposium on the Piaseczna Rabbi, who was someone who's I've spent a lot of time thinking about and writing about, but that's going to take us a little far afield. My wife and I stayed in a beautiful apartment at the edge of the Budapest ghetto. This is a representation of it, which is actually just outside the currently very active Jewish school in Budapest. And the statue of Lutz is on Dob Utca, which is the largest east-west thoroughfare that you can see sort of going up towards the right on the image of this map. At any rate, there are many, many monuments commemorating those who rescued Jews during the Holocaust. The two most famous are Raoul Wallenberg, for example, who has many monuments in his memory. He was deeply involved in saving Jews in his diplomatic capacity, and just after the war, he disappeared. He was most likely taken away by the Soviets and later killed. A statue was created commemorating his heroism that shows a man with a club upraised, about to strike a horrible snake that he's grasping in his left hand. But that particular statue, probably because the Soviets were responsible for killing Wallenberg, it was taken away just the night before it was supposed to be unveiled in 1949. The statue was placed in front of a factory, and when an Israeli pharmaceutical firm, Teva, bought that factory many, many years later, they asked for permission to move the statue to where it was intended to be displayed in the capital city in Budapest. That was denied, but later they were able to create a duplicate that stands there today. So this is one of the many monuments to Raoul Wallenberg, who did very similar kind of work to Karl Lutz during the Holocaust. Also, a very different kind of memorial to Angel Sanz Briz, who was a Spanish diplomat who did the same kind of work as these heroic individuals, Raoul Wallenberg and Karl Lutz. His memorial is a very large and colorful mural that is quite prominent on one of the streets of the Jewish center. At any rate, let's try to understand something about Karl Lutz. When you look at the plaque below, it's not going to help too much unless you read Hungarian, but basically it starts with a quote from the Talmud that says, "Whoever saves a single life, it is as if they have saved an entire world." And it is a memorial to a man named Karl Lutz. Now, who is Karl Lutz? I was so taken by this unusual statue, I had to find out more about this particular individual, especially because just nearby, on the other side of the statue, there's this monolith that is taken from Karl Lutz's own personal writings, in which he speaks about how he felt so privileged to be able to help save people. And then he asked the question, where was God? Which is, problematic, troublesome, like, where was God in saving these people? Why am I left to do it, is what I think of when I read this passage. But let us return to Karl Lutz. What is the story behind his rescue of the Jews? He was born in 1895 in Switzerland, and at a very young age, he immigrated to the United States, where he lived for 20 years. He ended up working in the Swiss consulate in Washington, and then he was stationed in Jaffa, which was in pre-state Israel, in the Yishuv, mandatory Palestine. And he served there from 1935 to 1942. So he really got to know a lot of the contemporary 20th century politics of the Jewish people as a whole, as viewed from that crucial posting. At one point in 1936, when there was a riot against the Jews, this is during the darkest period of the white paper era, he watched a Jew being lynched and was very much affected by the violence of that particular riot. Later, he was posted in Budapest. And when the Nazis took over Hungary in 1944, I should mention one thing here. For those of you who are less familiar with the history of the war, one of the unusual aspects of the Holocaust in Hungary is that Hungarian Jews specifically were largely protected from the worst aspects of the Holocaust until very late in the war. The Hungarians were actually allies of the Nazis, and that meant that they had a considerably high degree of autonomy with how they were to implement a lot of the anti-Semitic regulations. And to be sure, there's definitely a lot of anti-Semitism, and it was a fascist party, but they kind of slow-walked the worst aspects of Nazi anti-Semitism, specifically the deportation to the death camps, especially for Jews who had Hungarian citizenship. They were much less tolerant of Jews who were refugees in Hungary at that time, but that takes us beyond the scope of our discussion. At any rate, when it was very clear that the Nazis were going to lose the war, Hungary, pushed hard against them, And that's when the Nazis said, okay, that's it. They took over Hungary. So rather than it being an allied state, they simply took it over. And that's when a rapid drive to deport the Jews of Budapest and the rest of Hungary was undertaken by the Nazis and their Hungarian collaborators. So in that rush to murder as many Jews as possible in 1944, that's when Karl Lutz and others got extremely active. Lutz did have the right to issue 8,000 protective letters. Here you can see an example of one of those letters. And he pushed the envelope of the law as much as he could to extend those letters not to individuals but to entire families. And he wrote all of them as rapidly as he could to try and extend protection under the Swiss flag to these Jews. He was personally quite heroic. At one point, he even saw fascists abusing a Jewish woman and throw her into the Danube, which was one of the most sadistic methods of choice of the fascists at that time. And he dove into the Danube after her and rescued her and then scolded the fascists themselves. A great amount of personal courage that he took on behalf of people that he didn't even know. So as a result, tens of thousands of people were rescued by his diplomatic heroism, and he was later recognized by Yad Vashem, the Israel Holocaust Memorial Authority, as one of the righteous of the nations. So that helps me put a lot of that particularly evocative statue in Budapest into perspective, and I see much more about how this represents Karl Lutz extending a hand of rescue, literally extending a textile that's meant to be a rope to rescue the downtrodden Jews and to bring them out of their dire situation. It's very, very moving. I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. The late Chief Rabbi Jonathan Sachs used to quote the classic Jewish telegram, "Start worrying, details to follow." I thought that given our specific moment today, we should have a look at what does the greatest Jewish pessimist of all Jewish history have to say about the possibility of shaping our destiny. If I had to pick one person who is a candidate for that competition, I would say it has to be Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra, an incredibly brilliant biblical commentator and scientist of the 12th century. He was reduced to such terrible situations that he would write out his manuscripts and sell them. Sometimes the only copy of a manuscript, a book that he had written, and then he had to write it all over again from memory. Let's have a look at some of his poetry to get a sense of his personality, and then I'd like to talk to you about how did he suggest that we orient ourselves towards the future. Please forgive my Ashkenazic attempt to reproduce the Sephardic pronunciation. Ashkim lebeit asar omrim kvar rachav. Agoleit erev omrim kvar shachav. O yale merkav or yale mishkav. O yale ish ani nolad b'lit kochav. So in this great translation by T. Conley, when I come to the patron's house early in the morning, they say, he's already ridden away. When I come in the evening, they say, he's already gone to sleep. He either climbs into his carriage or he climbs into bed. Woe to the poor man born to misfortune. And that phrase, born to misfortune, nolad b'lit kochav, has a lot of weight in the Jewish tradition. It's literally, it translates literally, born without a scar. Or if you want to more colloquially, he's born without mazel. Without mazel, we say mazal tov, right? Which sometimes that's understood to mean something like congratulations, well done, things like that. But what it really means is good constellation, an auspicious horoscope. This is a reflection of the long tradition of astrology in Judaism, which goes well back into the Talmud period and before. This was something deeply important to Ibn Ezra because not only was he a tremendous expert of the biblical text and the Talmudic text, he was also a scientist. And he is often depicted, for example, holding an astrolabe, which is this very important medieval device that allowed people to navigate using the stars. So he believed that he was born with an exceptionally poor mazal. But the fact is, he also had an optimistic streak. So you see in a fascinating book he wrote called the Sefer HaMoladot, Jews, like everyone, are affected by the constellations. However, there is some wiggle room. Like, let's say, for example, if your mazal is to be the chief, the boss, then, if you're born in a lowly socioeconomic state, then you might only become the boss of, I don't know, the foreman of a construction crew. But if you're born in a higher socioeconomic state, you could become the king of an empire, right? You're going to be the boss, but it's going to be within the parameters of your socioeconomic status. You can, however, change these things by, for example, moving to a different time zone, quite literally, because your relationship to the stars, as they, circle in the night sky, will change based on where you live on the globe. He also, of course, is heavily reliant on the discussions in Talmud about how a person could change their mazal through acts of kindness, through acts of chesed. But even though the Ibn Ezra was known for his lament of his lefta mazel, of his unfortunate constellation, his biblical commentary is brilliant, his poetry is absolutely sublime, and his contribution to astronomy is recognized in the broader world because there is actually a crater on the moon named after Ibn Ezra. I hope you found it interesting, and God willing, we'll speak in the future. Thanks very much for this.
But it also spoke to how important Maximilian knew that the price of the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, was.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian, and I spend most of my professional energy thinking about the long history of the Jewish people. It says at the beginning of Tractate Megillah in the Talmud that Rothschild says, "En HaKadosh Baruch Hu makeh Yisrael Elohim ken borohem b'tzur tzibur." This is the source of the proverbial statement that Hashem never sends any kind of affliction to the Jewish people without first creating a remedy for that affliction, without first creating a cure for the illness, without first creating the solution to the problem. And I think in terms of what's going on right now, what could possibly be that cure for the horrible makkah of October 7th? And we continue to agonize over the men, women, and children who still remain in unspeakable fear condition. And I wonder, we see the makkah, but where is the way? So, one of the occupational hazards of being a historian is that dates tend to reverberate throughout history. And, I use dates from my PIN numbers and all kinds of things like that because you just have to remember things by numbers. And there are certain events in history which are so big that you can't even think of a word for them. You actually end up using the date. Like, for example, 9/11, 2001. We don't know how to term that horrific attack on the United States of America, so we just simply call it by the date. The British have the same thing with the attack on the transit system on July of 2005. They call it simply 7/7. And so we too have simply October 7th. Until we think of a name to describe this, that's where we are. But that makes me think of another October 7th that is seared in my historical memory. And that is an unusual moment of Jewish heroism that initially went almost unrecognized. This, of course, was the revolt of the Sonderkommando against the Nazis in 1944 in the very ninth circle of Auschwitz. The Sonderkommando were the most degraded, most abused prisoners of the Nazis who were used the horrific task of having to process the bodies of other Jews through the gas chambers and the crematorium. And we know about this particular doomed but highly symbolic revolt, which actually shut down the crematoria, allowing time for the Allies to get in there. But the records of the perspective of the Jews who participated in that revolt are recording the amazing and horrific writings of a man named Zalman Gradowski. He was one of these Sonderkommando, and he wrote about his Holocaust memoirs in little fragments, little bits of paper when he could get something. And he literally buried those bits of paper all over Auschwitz in the actual ashes of Jews burned during crematoria. He figured that at some point in history, people would come back and dig up those ashes, and they would find these notes when he described what he went through. He described how there was a turning point for him that occurred in March of 1944, when there was a large group of women from Czechoslovakia, Jewish women, who were to be gassed all at once. And it was such a large affair that the Nazis had actually invited senior officers to participate in watching the murder of these women. They humiliated them and stripped them and forced them to march naked into a central room. And the Sonderkommando were there, standing with their backs to the Nazi officers, watching this large group of Jewish men. All of a sudden, to Gradowski's amazement and to the Nazis' horror, something very unusual. I'm going to read directly from his memoirs that were discovered after this. In the large bunker stand thousands of victims waiting for death. All at once, spontaneously, a song breaks out. The clique of superior officers stand transfixed. They cannot understand, they cannot grasp. How is it possible that there, in that bunker, in the heart of the grave, on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives about to be snuffed out, can raise their voices in song. The melody of the song does not let them rest. It troubles them, shatters the certainty they felt up to now. A new song of faith and courage comes pouring out of their hearts. The mass now, they sing the Hatufa. It's an amazing description of something that turned Gradowski around. He says, if these women who knew they were going to their deaths could stand up to the Nazis, if they could be stiff-necked at this moment, then certainly he and the others under the mind could as well. And that was the genesis of the revolt. That's heroic.
Smead Capital Management is going to be one of the biggest fucking companies of all time because they are smart as fuck.
But the heroism of those women and the heroism of the Sonderkommando, including Zalman Gradowski, that represents
I mean, it won't be Wu-Tang Financial, but
they refuse to give up. They refuse to abandon the captives. They refuse to abandon their own security and their own right to exist in their ancestral land. That's really the refuah that was created for them. We all have the merit to see this crisis and speedily, with the safe return of all our young men and women, with the safe return of all the hostages to their families.
Our aim for this podcast is to help listeners test wonders their business, markets, and people. Hosting this episode with me is our Chief Investment Officer, our Chairman, my dad, Bill Smead. Dad, thanks for joining me. Thanks for having me. Let's see, I'll kind of...
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Allow me to say thank you to all of you for bringing us to this remarkable moment, reaching 100,000 subscribers. This is a tremendous honor for me personally. Thank you so much. But really, it is a testament to your support and the fact that you're willing to sign on and say, yes, I'd like to learn more about this unusual people and their long history. So thank you so much for participating as subscribers and as members. Okay, let's go very quickly through the history of this channel. I think it has some utility for us to understand where we've been. The first upload was on November 12th, 2009. And back then, I had a small adult education group, about 10 students. This was when we lived in Miami, Florida. It's really nice to see you on this experiment. I'm going to try and do a little YouTube thing. Let's see if it works. You're in my office here. And I just wanted to say a great thank you to Penny Pash for offering her home to the Shir, and also to Eileen for putting the whole thing together. It was really a tremendous boost for me. It's so nice to be together with you. Then in 2012, again at the suggestion of my wife, I was teaching these adult education lectures at the Young Israel of Bal Harbor, Florida. Very wonderful place to teach, a wonderful community. And we had about 50 participants every week in these, lectures. And I was initially giving them without recording them until suddenly I thought, wait, why not just put the actual lecture online? I know we're trying to get people to come together in person, and that's great, but you know what? Let's open up the audience to the entire global classroom. So the first upload there was January 26, 2012.
First of all, I want to say thank you so much to the Kahila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. Academics, we just need someone to talk to. If no one will listen to us, we feel useless. So it's so wonderful that all of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy when we talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home. So at least I can come here and do these things. When we edit this, we'll just remove that little thing about porn, I think.
I then experimented a little bit with direct-to-YouTube videos, thinking about, what are the essential things that people should know about Jewish history? And so I created this essential lecture series in October 2014. And that allowed me to experiment a lot more with the terminology end of it, which is not something I learned in graduate school, but I'm thinking it's really important that we teach our graduate students specifically this. And those came out starting in October 2014, but the experiments would be especially important when we got to the COVID pandemic of 2020, where it was no longer possible for us to gather in large numbers, and all of a sudden YouTube became especially important for teaching Jewish history. Then the personal change in my life, in fall of 2015, I was promoted to the campus in Brooklyn, New York of Touro College, now Touro University, and I started doing the same kind of thing there in the college campus with the Jewish History at Avenue J series. This was also great. Larger audiences enjoyed it quite a bit, and we raised about $20,000 for student scholarships with voluntary donations and sponsorships of the lectures. And that was also, really nice too. I have to add to that in the spring of 2017, after some political events that were happening at the UN, I realized that there's a lot of power in these videos and this growing audience for social advocacy. And so I began the series, which I called Israel, the Land and Its People. And it went beyond the academic blah, blah, blah to providing information that can be consumed on a much more popular mass level and hopefully educating people about the situation in the Middle East and helping them to understand the kind of difficulty that Israel finds itself in. I want to say 3 institutional thank yous. First of all, when we moved to New York, we were in the Young Israel Lawrence Cedarhurst community, which was a really warm and welcoming community. I especially appreciated my relationship with Rabbi Yaakov Trump, who was open to the spirit of experimentation and also was gracious enough to let me use the synagogue together with Rabbi Moshe Teitelbaum, his predecessor, and offer the adult education lectures there. And sometimes we did them in tandem. We also had some opportunities to do some really exciting things, like, for example, when I discovered a modern Persian equivalent of a food that's described in the Talmud. We had a wonderful tasting ceremony on December of 2022. Luckily, I found one that was actually under kosher supervision. That was really exciting. The second major institutional thank you, and this is all due to YouTube. I'm really grateful for all of you for making this possible. A great organization called Kosher River Cruises, led by David Lawrence and Malcolm Green, friends of mine now. They invited me and my wife to join them on their cruises of discovery along the great rivers of Europe, in particular, looking at Jewish history. And so when I got involved with Kosher River Cruises, all of a sudden, most of my learning, which was basically book learning, archives and occasional trips to specific locations, all of a sudden I was able to go travel in tremendous luxury together with large groups of people who are similarly motivated to study the history of the Jewish people and actually go to the sites where these things happen. It was absolutely mind-blowing, and I'm really grateful to be continuing this partnership with Kosher River Cruises.
Stop and read it like this.
Okay, I'm going to focus in on the actual.
And finally, I have to specifically thank the Orthodox Union and Rabbi Moshe Shwed, who approached me way back in, I guess it would be 2019, saying, hey, we're enjoying your Jewish history videos. We're about to start the next 7-year cycle of Talmudic study called Daf Yomi. They're creating a new app called alldaf.org, and they want me to record Jewish history videos on every page of the Talmud. 2,711 videos. This is a way to just introduce people to the amazing, fascinating diversity of topics and subjects that are in Daf Yomi. Look at the historical, social, economic context that produced the Gemara and the Rishon Macaron that we have in Daf Yomi. Today, I'd like to look at a character who's quite fascinating to me, Ben Bagbag. It's such a strange name, first of all. They get money to make the wool. How do they do that anyways? I mean, you can't just go to the corner store and get some Clorox or something like that. So I did a little quick research on that. It's intended to enhance and to illuminate the daf for people who are currently learning. And secondly, perhaps even more importantly, it's intended as an easy slope up for people who want to get into the Daf Yomi but are not quite ready to jump off that precipice. So this is a way to just introduce people to the amazing, fascinating diversity of topics and subjects that are in Daf Yomi. I think it's really important for us to recognize what a strange historical moment we are in, that there are 100,000 plus people who are sufficiently interested in Jewish history as to commit to subscribing to regular videos to learn more about it. That in itself is mind-boggling. It's also strange from an academic perspective because, I grew up before cell phones, before the internet, before the web, and most of my academic career was structured around the usual things that historians do. I wrote some books, I taught a lot of courses, I gave a lot of adult ed lectures and so on, and I met those traditional milestones, like, thank God I received the PhD, I got tenure, I became a dean, and did all those things. But YouTube, in many ways, is a totally different category of milestone. I was talking to one of my kids just this morning, and he's been through all of the academic trajectory, and I think he's proud of me, and I think he says, yeah, my daddy does that academic stuff. But when he heard about this award, he was unusually proud, and he said he told some of his friends, and I don't think he told a lot of his friends when I wrote my first book or anything, but meeting 100,000 subscribers, we're in a different world. So I'm really grateful to have that opportunity. And I have to say, I was really warmed by the fact that your 100,000 subscriptions have made my son more proud of me. That's the best. Finally, let me return to expressing my thanks to all of you. I am deeply gratified by this recognition that, again, it's not me, it's all of us together, coming together as a community to create this. And more importantly, I am encouraged and inspired to do more. I want to, just increase the awareness of Jewish history. I'm very grateful to be a small vehicle of doing that. And there are many other great YouTubers online who are doing that as well. And call out Sam Aronow, for example, who does these great videos with animation and stuff. Wow, really fantastic. I love working with the team at Unpack to produce explainer videos. There are so many great people doing work in this field, and I want to do more. So I'm going to continue experimenting. I have a few ideas in mind about what we'll do for the next 100,000 members of this community. So please stay with the channel and send me your comments. I'm very, very grateful for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to learning with you for many, many more years to come. Thank you again.
Es gibt gewinnt Schuhe in Nachrichten der Kinder.
loaded by a non-union, company, and then be unloaded by a union. It would have to go back to its original port. It seems like
hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let me tell you right up front, this is going to be a somewhat different video than most of the ones that I put on this channel. And the reason is because it's actually a product placement. Now, just bear with me. We will have some Jewish history, and I think some interesting Jewish history, and I've actually had a lot of fun making this video. I got this really nice email from Jimmy at FlexiSpot, and they make standing desks. And he said to me, hey, would you like to include one of our desks in your video? And I said, great. And I was really happy for two reasons. First of all, because my daughter and son-in-law, who do a lot of work at home, they both have standing desks, and I have long coveted them. And I'll tell you a little bit more about why I coveted them later on in this video. And secondly, because now I can officially say I am an influencer. I actually signed an influencer contract that I would talk about this desk in this video. Now, I do get lots of offers to, sell this or sell that, and typically they're either spam, crazy things, or they're products that I have no interest in whatsoever. But a standing desk is something that I'm really keen on. So now I thought to myself, though, how am I going to talk about standing desks in a channel devoted to Jewish history until my son-in-law, the owner of a FlexiSpot desk, says, why don't you talk about the history of Jewish furniture? And it's perfect because there's one humble piece of Jewish furniture that I happen to have a deep amount of attachment to, and I believe it's pretty uniquely Jewish. What I'm talking about right now is, ironically, the Stender. Now, those of you who have spent time in yeshivas, I'm sure you have seen these things. The Yiddish word Stender means literally stander, and it is a fixture in yeshivot, anywhere where you have traditional Jewish study. Here's a look at my Stender from the base medrash downstairs where I do a lot of my studying. And you can see it's a really basic thing. It's kind of like a sort of a podium or a lectern, and it allows you to set a book on it. There's a little lip there, and it's a very efficient way of actually working with text. Now, this is especially important because in Jewish history, of course, the Jews are known as, in Arabic, Am al-Kitab, the people of the book, that we have long been associated with long hours of textual study. And how exactly was that done? I mean, how actually did people, learn these texts? There is a lot of suggestions and passages in early rabbinic texts that suggest that students would typically sit on the ground while a lecturer would provide information, a rabbi, and that makes a lot of sense, especially for oral instruction. But what about when you're actually working with a physical document, either an old manuscript scroll or even a manuscript turned into a codex, which is like an early book, but with handwritten pages? I mean, it's hard to hold these things while you're sitting down, and especially if you want to jot these things down on the side or something. How do you do that? So it's quite likely that sometime in the early Middle Ages, Jewish study of text moved to kind of like desks, or as we can see from this 14th century example of a medieval copyist, some kind of like angled thing that was set on a table. You can see that there's a second one that's kind of like sticking out front, kind of like a second computer screen that allows the original to be placed, and then the copyist, the scribe, can actually write the letters out like that. And this is great for writing and larger text and so on, and we'll come back to it when we talk about the standing desk. But what about for individual study where you're just not trying to learn the text? That's where the Stender comes in. Let me demonstrate here what it looks like. I want to give thanks to Professor Kent, who took these pictures of me in the base medrash this morning. Here's me standing at my Stender, and you can see obviously it's great for standing and learning a text, or for prayer as well. And in fact, it's not impossible that this kind of lectern may have been either adapted by the Jews from a church lectern that looks something like this, or this one here, but both of them, I got to tell you, they would not do the job the way the Jews need it, because it's obviously intended for only standing, whereas a Stender has much more flexibility than a standard podium, and I'll show you why. Here you can lean over with the lectern, and this is really good for like changing your posture and changing your blood flow and stuff like that. And most importantly, you can also sit with the stender. I know it's called a stender for standing, but it's often used sitting. And in many yeshivas, you will see hundreds of these things, with each individual student having their own stender and being able to move between standing, leaning forward, sitting, as they wildly gesticulate and argue about the meaning of their text with their study partners. So the stender is like a really humble, basic piece of study furniture that proved to be extremely functional and durable. We have photographs that clearly show it being in use, but it's quite likely that it goes back centuries upon centuries. But we don't have much literature on it because, you know, it's a piece of furniture after all. Here's my own stender from my home. It's a little bit different. It's also a stripped down version, but it has a couple other nice things on it. You see these wheels here on the side. Those are kind of like screws. You can loosen them, and then not only can you change the height of the stender, kind of like a flexor spot, but without electricity. And you can also, with that sort of curve thing, you can see you can loosen it up, and then you can change the angle, which I like to use it sometimes flat on top for holding big, heavy books when I'm not learning, but then I angle it when I'm actually sitting down or standing and learning with it. Really, really helpful and useful. Now let's do the actual product placement. Why would you want a standing desk? Why would I want a standing desk? Well, specifically because I read this book with my wife. We listened to it actually on an audio book on a few long road trips. There's so much fascinating information about why a standing desk is good for your health, and specifically for weight loss, because when you stand, you actually burn a lot more calories than when you're sitting. I mean, it stands to reason, right? You're sitting sedentary for sometimes 8 hours in front of a computer. Wow, not healthy, right? So let's have a look at the standing desk itself. It's basically like, you know, you can see it's a flat piece of desk, and you can put all kinds of stuff on it. It has phenomenal weight-bearing capacity, and I think it would be beneath my dignity to actually sit on the desk and test it, but I will tell you that I have done that, and it can easily hold my weight, and possibly two of me, or at least two of me it can hold. It goes up and down with a touch of a button. I really love it here. I'm going to do it while I'm talking to you right now. Here we go. Here's down. Wow, look at that. That's great, right? Nice and smooth and easy. And here is up, right? And I can't tell you how convenient it is to be able to do this while I'm making videos. It is quiet. It is really super stable. And here's one other thing that's kind of cool. Once I got this standing desk, I found that a lot of impromptu meetings are a lot shorter. Because when people come into my office to talk to me about one thing or another, and I'm already standing, then they feel they should be standing too, and they don't get too comfortable, and we talk about what we need to talk about, and then I can get right back to my studying, which is, you know, what I really love doing. This all makes me think. I love my stender, which is pretty basic, and I love my new FlexiSpot standing desk. What would happen if FlexiSpot made a stender? But chances are it'd be a really niche market. So those of you who want to get a traditional stender, you can go to your local Judaica store. There's some online. Here's kind of a funky one with curved metal pipes used for the legs. Here's a much more traditional set. This is I love this. This is like giving it as a chassan gift. Every man's best friend. You thought it was a dog, but no, it's a stender. But if you want this beautiful standing desk, then you got to go to FlexiSpot, because the E7 is just fantastic. I'm just so delighted to have this FlexiSpot standing desk. Thank you, Jimmy, for reaching out to me and asking me to include this in a video. I think it's going to make my work life a lot more healthy and pleasurable, and I look forward to using this desk to make lots more Jewish history videos for all. Please be sure to check links in the description box and use code YTE730 to get an extra $30 off the E7 desk. Thank you very much for watching.
And the way that they got Sigmund to agree was that Fugger said, "Well, I'm gonna finance Maximilian instead," and without
Hello, most valuable.
capital.
Members of the Lander College for Men Base Measures of Talmud community. I am so delighted to invite you to our first annual breakfast, which is scheduled for Sunday, December 15th at 9:30 a.m. here on our beautiful campus in Queens, New York. We're going to have a chinuch roundtable that is specifically directed at the question of Jewish education, and it will be moderated by Rabbi Shmuel Marcus, our Maggid Shir, and the participants will be none other than our Rosh Hashiva, Rabbi Yonason Sachs, and our Menahel, Rabbi Yosef Sonnenschein, who promises to be an extremely enlightening and inspirational event. I have the privilege of offering some opening remarks at this event, and I really look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you so much for supporting our fantastic institution, and thank you very much for watching. Please see below for more information and to RSVP.
And I guess he realized Sigmund was harmless. But, another interesting sidebar in Sigmund. He had so much silver that he was minting these silver coins.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited that this Shabbos I'll be spending it in the community of Roslyn, New York, at the famous Roslyn Synagogue. I'm really delighted to be invited by Rabbi Zansker and the community to serve as a scholar in residence there on the topic of resurgence in Jewish history. And here's a quick sense of what we're going to talk about. On Friday night, we'll begin with a discussion that's appropriate for this time of year. We're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah. Hanukkah is typically told in a very childish fashion with very clear-cut good guys and very clear-cut bad guys. But when you actually get to the nuts and bolts of the story, it's quite a bit messier and quite a bit darker, in fact. That's why we're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah, because there's a lot of material from that unique period of history that we can derive for our own times as some kind of guidepost and some kind of warning. Secondly, on Shabbos, we're going to have a talk specifically on the ways in which Ashkenazic Jews and Sephardic Jews have dealt with the communal traumas that they were exposed to over the long course of their histories. I understand that the Roslyn community is very diverse, and so we're going to look at a comparative approach to Ashkenazim and Sephardim and see if we can derive some lessons from them as to how we can handle the challenges of our day. Then after Mincha, I'm looking forward to examining one particular population that is so fascinating and very rarely spoken about. This is the saga of Bukharan Jewry coming from Central Asia. What a phenomenal, amazing story that they have to tell about Jewish survival under incredibly difficult circumstances. It's a story that's not often told, and I'm looking forward to discussing it with all of you. And then finally, after Shabbos is over, we'll break out the laptop and the projector, and we're going to go look at a much more political topic. Specifically, I want to focus on the topic of the Yishuv becomes the Medina. I want to focus on the very crucial period of state building that occurred between World War I and 1948 as a trilateral complex conflict between the Jewish population of the land of Israel, the Arab population there, and the British Mandate authorities. So I'm going to go through maps and talk about the back and forth of it. I know it's a story that has been told frequently, but now that Israel is under so much international pressure, it's especially important for us to review how did we get to statehood in the 20th century at all. I think that's going to be a very relevant talk. We will go beyond it up to the Oslo Accords in our own times, but that will be kind of like a fast addendum at the end, just so we get a sense of how Israel came to be a state in the 20th century in the first place. Okay, I'm really looking forward to this Shabbos. I'm really looking forward to meeting all of the members of the community of Roslyn, and I hope that we'll have a chance to talk more then. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to meeting you on Shabbos.
And the Muslims, they all come together right in the Balkans, so every 50 years or so it goes up in flames.
Fugger saw large opportunities in mining, obviously from Schwaz. But
hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I consider myself incredibly privileged because I have a job where not only can I spend a lot of my time thinking about Jewish history and talking about Jewish history to people who enjoy listening to stuff about Jewish history, but that I work in such a phenomenal environment here at Lander College for Men at Torah University. And right now, we are about to begin our annual charity campaign where we raise funds for scholarships for our totally amazing students. It's going to be March 25th and 26th, and we have a big goal. We're really hoping to get widespread participation in this annual campaign. And right now, to kickstart it, we have an incredibly generous 4 times match in place. That means that whatever dollar you give, we have donors who believe in our institution and especially believe in our students so much that they will match it 4 times over, which really gives your dollar an incredible impact here on our campus. Now, let me just tell you something about our campus. If you're not familiar with this amazing institution, you should understand that our students are really top-notch, really amazing young men. Almost all of them have spent at least 1 year in post-high school Talmudic institutions, usually in Israel, and many of them have spent 2 or more years full-time study of Judaic texts before they come to our campus. And then here on our campus, oh my God, they're just mind-blowing. Not only do they come here quite often with like massively high SAT scores and tremendous records of student achievement and volunteerism and all kinds of things, they get up early in the morning. You walk into our base medrash, our study hall, which is just rocking with noise through much of the day, but in the early morning hours, very quiet, just little groups of students. And then by 7:45 a.m., I'm there with them. My day goes from 7 a.m. till 7:30 p.m. I love it here. But at 7:40 a.m., then they start with their morning prayers. After they wrap those up, then they have a quick class in Jewish law, breakfast, and they get right into deep Talmudic study. And their study of Judaic texts with a brief break for lunch and for afternoon prayers goes until 3 p.m. I mean, these are really intense, motivated students. And only after 3 p.m. do they really get down to their secular studies. And oh my gosh, do they ever dive into those secular studies. Organic chemistry and biochemistry and advanced marketing and management and artificial intelligence. These students are really at the cutting edge, and they are going to be the leaders of the Jewish people of the next generation. They have already demonstrated tremendous success. Our alumni network is fantastic. I can't believe I am so fortunate to be coming to work every day, to be dealing with these kinds of students and these kinds of faculty and these kinds of student service personnel. Everyone here is totally committed to the same thing. We have extracurricular activities that literally go till midnight. But I just want to emphasize how I love this campus. I love these students. I love my colleagues. And I really want to ask you to help support them. Some of our students come with very, very high financial need, but we try very hard not to turn away anyone for financial need. We really bet on our students to succeed and lead the Jewish people into the next generation. So we're counting on your support. Please consider giving to this charity cause, 25th and 26th. And right now we've got a 4 times match in place. I really hope you will take advantage of this. Thank you for the privilege of speaking to you, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
So a merchant up in on the North Sea, Rothschild or Lubeck or Hamburg or something might want to buy something from Fugger instead of having to send sacks of gold across Germany.
Hello, colleagues. I hope you're well. I'm just taking this minute to let you know that we're in the middle of our annual scholarship campaign for students. And we have an amazing 4 times match and sponsors, thanks to our tremendous staff, Rabbi Ari Young, Rabbi Eliezer Feder, who worked very hard to put this together. I want to let you know that these funds go to our students who are most needy. We have some students here, brilliant students, we all love them, who come from families that do not necessarily have the wherewithal to afford tertiary education, but we really go the extra mile to try and make it possible for every qualified student to participate in your classes. Now, it might be a little bit weird for me to suggest that you should consider including Atlanta College for Men in your charitable giving. Everyone gives charity, but you receive compensation from us for your time and energy, and we're very grateful for those things and your expertise and your scholarship and so on. But I'd like you to think of this as a gift to those students that you really love the most. Think in your mind about those students who just really contribute to the class, really make you feel good about engaging in the teaching profession, and say, you know what, I want to support those students. And if you contribute, your dollar will be matched 4 times over because of the tremendous legwork that our development team has put in advance. So I would like to humbly suggest that you consider contributing to the charity campaign this year. It makes a big difference to our students, it makes a big difference to me, and it makes a big difference to our institution. Thank you very much for listening.
If not the most powerful part of France, certainly as powerful as anything else.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to take a minute to quickly broadcast this live stream because we are in the final day of our annual scholarship campaign for students at Atlantic College for Men of Touro University. And, you know, I only have a minute to take your time, and I'm very grateful that you're going to listen to this. I just want to tell you that I've been reflecting on, you know, why do I exist? There are a lot of reasons, I think, why I exist. I think I exist for my parents. I think I exist for my wife and for my kids and grandkids and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I exist, and I'm happy they're there. But as a Jewish historian, it's clear to me the reason I exist is for my students. And I have some absolutely amazing students here at Atlantic College for Men. They're incredibly dedicated, they're incredibly motivated, they work hard, they study hard, and they really want to put their heart and soul into what they're doing here on our campus. And I believe that, at least in a professional sense, that's why I exist. Now, if you have been enjoying the videos that I put online, I'm really grateful because it's nice to have an audience and people who want to, you know, spend time thinking about Jewish history. But if you've been appreciating them, then please consider appreciating my students because some of them really need the support. We do everything we can here at Atlantic College for Men to not turn away any qualified student. So, you know, we need these scholarship funds to really close the gap on tuition because some of them come from families that are quite challenged financially. So we have right now in place an amazing 4 times grant. For every dollar you donate, it will be multiplied by 4. We are in the last 9 or so hours of the campaign, and right now we have raised about $250,000 of our $300,000 goal. I would really love to see us close that gap to really ensure that we have the funds we need to support these students going into the next academic year. And that's, I guess, it. I think I exist for my students, at least professionally. I consider you my students, and I consider these young men my students as well. So please help each other. And I think you really want to be part of this. Thank you very much for watching.
Was my election among 7 electors, 4 of whom were bishops, 3 of whom were secular rulers. They were all from different parts of Germany. So they had elected Worms, they had one in Dresden, they had one.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to send you a quick video to say thank you so much for supporting our charity campaign for student scholarships. This has been an absolutely phenomenal year for us. We set a goal of $300,000, which was larger than any goal we've ever had in the past. And not only do we meet it, we also set an additional bonus goal of $10,000, and we blew right past that to raise $316,000 for scholarship funds to help our students who experience the most financial need. And we could not have done it, obviously, without your help. So I really want to say thank you so much for helping our students. I also want to wish you and your loved ones, as we enter this Passover season redemption, a great personal blessings in your lives, and may we all experience the redemption that we all need in all aspects of our lives, both materially and spiritually and psychologically, you name it. I hope you have only tremendous blessings for the coming year. Thank you very much for supporting our students, and thank you very much for watching this video.
And he seized the day and won the election.
He
understood the power of precious resources. Did it become a winner-take-all business?
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes about the Douro River in Jewish history. The Douro is one of the most gorgeous rivers I've ever seen in my life. It's absolutely fantastic. It travels between Spain and Portugal, and I'm really hoping that I'll be able to get there again this year as the pandemic, thank God, subsides in many parts of the world. Portugal is doing really well right now.
This shit is so cool.
And the vaccinations are proceeding.
I love
I'm really
aliens.
hopeful that thank God we get back to our touring schedule with Costa Rica cruises. So let's talk just for a few minutes about the Douro River and specifically its connection with Jewish history.
The music.
So first of all, let's have a look at the geography. Here's a beautiful shot. You can see the deep valley that the river creates and goes through these amazing meandering paths through mountains. But it's not always like that. It actually has some beautiful terraced farmland and agriculture. It's actually very famous for its wine region. And of course, the name port, like the drink port, comes from Oporto, which is at the very end of the Douro River. But here's where it is located in the Iberian Peninsula. You can see it travels from north-central Spain out to the Atlantic Ocean through Portugal. We're going to focus on the part of the Douro that is in Portugal primarily because that's the most navigable by smaller river boats as we'll be taking on Costa Rica cruises. And most of it is filled with these gorgeous kind of like terraced landscapes where you get to see the vineyards on either side. And there's actually very little urban development along the river, so it's really quite scenic and really fantastic. The earliest presence of Jews in Portugal is recorded in 4th century church documents. And by the time you get to the 12th century, there are communities located along the Douro, Oporto in particular, and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlement. Jews are especially involved in the extensive maritime economy of Portugal. Of course, it was one of the great seafaring nations of the medieval period, and Jews are involved in everything from the mercantile activities to navigation, in particular, very strong in navigation, to calculating, the scientific basis for the star charts and all kinds of fascinating things like that. They're especially active in Lisbon, which is a little south of the Douro River. Now, Jews basically did very well in Portugal. There was some tension in the 14th century after the Black Death, when Portugal was hit very hard, not surprisingly, perhaps because it was a maritime nation. But even with the tensions that tended to subside towards the end of that period, there's still a strong sense in Iberian Jewish culture that Portugal is a great place of refuge. And in fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, none other than the ancestor of Don Isaac Abravanel fled to Portugal, where he found some refuge. And there's a long connection there with, obviously, the neighbors in the peninsula to the east. After the Spanish Inquisition, the Douro River in particular is flooded with Jewish migrants who are struggling to get out of Spain, and with the expulsion in 1492, it was one of the most popular land routes for Jews to follow. They would end up finding very brief respite in Portugal, however, because of the massive forced conversion of 1497, and then just a few decades later, followed by the incredibly difficult Portuguese Inquisition. This effectively ended the Jewish presence as Jews per se in Portugal. But these Jews who are now called New Christians, because they were forcibly converted to Christianity, suddenly had newfound freedoms as a result of their liberation from Jewish disabilities. And although many of them struggled to hold on to their Jewish identity, they're actually able to travel throughout the Mediterranean basin, up into the North Atlantic, to England, to Amsterdam in particular, and to begin to make their presence felt on a much larger scale. Of course, there were Portuguese Jews at this point, or crypto Jews, who fled to the New World, where they established communities in Brazil in particular, of Portuguese holding, and ultimately made their way up to New Amsterdam, which is, of course, Manhattan. The Douro River and its environs was, as we mentioned, a major conduit for Jewish migration. It also ended up harboring a lot of crypto-Jewish communities, Portuguese Jews who decided to stay in Portugal and maintain a Christian exterior while still practicing Jewish habits secretly on their own. And so you have these amazing communities which have like these possibilities of mezuzah scars in the doorways. Like this is my colleague from Costa Rica, this is David Strauss, pointing out possible mezuzah scar. You have the remarkable community of Belmonte, which was only discovered in the 20th century as a crypto-Jewish town. Here, by the way, is a picture of their magnificent reconstructed ark and their mikveh there, which is significantly more modern than the medieval mikveh discovered in Coimbra, also to the south, a really important university.
Really like that kind of anime?
Educated a lot.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called.
This is the town square, which looks very cheerful now, but it's actually the site of public burnings of Jews in Portuguese. Here's some of the streets from Coimbra, so dressed in a long Harry Potter type robe, things like that, which is really fascinating. It's such a gorgeous river and an amazing trip. The boat is so fantastic. I hope that many of you can join me on this trip. We have such an amazing time. This Jewish optimized, right? You can have 3 minyan a day in the lounge area of the boat, and it's just fantastic to enjoy this return to Portugal for Jews, 500 years later after the Inquisition. Absolutely fantastic. Anyway, I hope you'll be able to join me. Check out the website and have an excellent day.
To fight back pretty hard and spent the latter years of his life negotiating to get back his territory and his mines in Hungary.
One of the most fascinating figures to emerge from medieval Portugal is undoubtedly Don Isaac Abravanel. Fascinating individual, sometimes known as the Abarbanel, because his name actually admits of several different transliterations from the Hebrew, and he himself actually used different versions in his own lifetime. He was a very important Portuguese thinker and diplomat and politician and financier who reached tremendous heights in the late 15th century in Portugal, and then amazingly continued his career already when he was quite elderly in terms of his literary output, in terms of what he did in terms of biblical commentary and thought. Fascinating. Let's take a few minutes to look at his remarkable life. So, you should bear in mind that the overall context of the Abarbanel's life is inextricably linked with the history of the Reconquista. This refers to the several centuries when Christian forces began to reconquer the peninsula from the north moving down to the south. Hence the term Reconquista, right? The reconquest of the area. And slowly, over the course of several hundred years, the entire peninsula was Christianized. Both in terms of removing its Muslim inhabitants and, as we shall see, also its Jewish inhabitants. In the late 14th century, there was a surge of forced or coerced baptisms of Jews associated with, among other things, some pogroms in 1391. And in the larger time period, Don Isaac Abravanel's family fled from Spain into Portugal. His grandfather was caught up in a lot of these tumultuous events of the 1380s and 1390s, and he made his home in Portugal. There, the grandfather of our protagonist was very much involved in building his career as a courtier, meaning serving the Portuguese royalty, and especially in the area of finance. By the time Don Isaac was born in 1437, he was already very well established, and Don Isaac was given a very expansive education, not only in Hebrew subjects, but also in Latin and Greek. He spoke several languages of the peninsula and so on. And he was trained or groomed really to serve the great houses of Portugal, primarily in the area of finance. He was especially close with the house of Braganza. In the 1480s, however, there was a major upheaval in the ruling classes in Portugal, and Don Isaac suddenly found himself on the wrong side of the ruling powers, and he was forced to flee across the border, in fact, right by the Douro River, where we will be touring, and leave his family behind as he sought safety in Spain. This was a very tricky venture because Don Isaac was, of course, a descendant of someone who had fled Spain as a result of the forced baptisms of the 1380s and especially 1391. And it was actually tricky for him to be actually in Spanish territory. However, he laid low and he kind of lived under the radar, managed eventually to bring his family over, although the bulk of his wealth was abandoned in Portugal. And it actually was especially interesting because it was at this time that he actually composed some of his most fascinating works. He wrote in the space of about a year and a half some 300,000 words, which is the equivalent of, let's say about 5 or 6 novels of commentary, writing particularly on Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And the works he wrote there are especially fascinating, together with his later commentary on Kings, because he could write with a first-person account of what it's like to actually be in a royal court and deal with the many financial and the political and the diplomatic challenges that faced him. Among the challenges that he encountered, for example, while he was in Portugal, was the wide-scale kidnapping of Jews and selling them into slavery. And he was very active on behalf of the Jewish community, hunting down the slavers and redeeming Jews from captivity. But to return to where he ended up, just on the Spanish side of the Portuguese border by the Douro River, after he remained low for a little while, he eventually reached out to the Spanish crown, and he regained his authority under the Spanish crown once again as a prominent courtier and as a financier. Over the course of his lifetime, Don Isaac Abarbanel actually served 6 different kings, and he had moved, as we saw, from his Portuguese exile to actually the heights of authority under Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, serving as the number 2 person in terms of the entire economic infrastructure of Spain. He was second only to Abraham Senior, who was the first tax collector of the entire peninsula, and it was in this capacity that he served Spain well. He was, however, to be short-lived, because Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand had already instituted the Inquisition as of 1878, and they toyed with the idea of expelling all the Jews of the peninsula, and that is in fact what happened. There's a remarkable painting made in 1889 by Emilio Sala that depicts that key moment when Don Isaac, who is shown in the red robes with his back to us, who is speaking before the king and queen, as the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada gesticulates wildly, demanding that the Jews be expelled so that the entire peninsula should be Judaized. And although the king and queen implored Abarbanel to stay because they really valued his financial acumen, he ultimately decided he would certainly leave with his co-religionists, and this was the Great Expulsion of 1492, which of course sent Jews all around the Mediterranean basin into Europe, of course overland into Portugal and France, and many of them ended up in the Americas, particularly in the Portuguese holdings, but that's another story for beyond. And once again, Abarbanel was sent into exile. This time he ended up in Italy, where he was quite active, continuing his commentaries on the rest of the Bible, on Hakadah, on Pirkei, developing some fascinating messianic theories. He really believes that the arrival of Messiah was around the corner, that would in fact, the Messianic age would begin in 1503. Unfortunately, he was sadly mistaken. And he ended up actually, through a course of wandering, at the end of his life, he found himself in Venice, where a twist of fate would bring him once again to the attention of kings, and he became involved in the possibility of engaging in negotiations with Portugal that had originally caused his first exile. It turns out that the negotiations did not proceed apace, but nevertheless, even at the end of his lifetime, he was incredibly influential advisor to kings, but what he's remembered for most dramatically in terms of Jewish history is his remarkable body of commentary on virtually the entire Torah and the prophets in particular, and a fascinating series of writings on many other elements of Jewish literature, such as the Haggadah, the Piavo, and the Messianic writings. Fascinating individual, tremendous contribution. I hope you found this useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future.
Completely manifests in a different era.
Yeah, rich people have choices. They can go wherever they want, and if someone promises them a more favorable tax regime
continue our discussion of the Jews of Portugal with a look at the remarkable Amatus Lusitanos, who was a very important doctor of the 16th century with roots in Portugal, made a dramatic mark not only on medical science but also on medical ethics. So his years are 1511 to 1568. He was born in Castelo Branco, which is just south of the Douro River, where we'll be traveling cruising in just a few months. His parents were conversos, and the situation of the Jews in Portugal at this time was rather complex, because if you recall, there was a massive exodus of Jews from neighboring Spain in 1492 with the expulsion of the Jews from that part of the peninsula. Many of them made their way over the border along the Douro River and elsewhere into Portugal. In many ways, it was a really horrible situation in Portugal at the end of the 15th century. Children were separated from their parents and shipped off to a remote island off the coast of West Africa. And after tremendous privations and difficulties, the massive number of Jews who remained in Portugal were forcibly converted to Catholicism. But there was kind of like a sort of wink-wink attitude where there was a general agreement that the Inquisition, which had wreaked such havoc in Spain, would not be imported to Portugal, at least not right away. And in fact, that was true for the first couple of decades of the 16th century in Portugal. So Amatus Lusitanos' parents were among this population. He was born in 1511, just less than 2 decades after Portugal's conversion of 1497. And his parents christened him João Rodrigues. In Latin, his name was Joannes Rodrigues, and in fact, he published his very first book under that title. But in reality, because of that sort of period of leniency, even though they were outwardly Christians and were baptized, they made no secret to their son of his Jewish identity. His parents taught him Hebrew and many Jewish rituals. He went on to study in Spain at the University of Salamanca, which I had the privilege of visiting with Portugal cruises a little while ago, and I had an amazing time visiting the campus. There you see some of the gorgeous sandstone facades. In fact, on this one, which has so many fascinating carved reliefs, there's an interesting kind of stooped floor that if you can find the frog that sits on top of the skull of one of the gargoyles that is high up on the facade, then you can actually, you'll do much better on your final exams. I think we should probably install something like that into a college. There were actually several famous professors who were active in Salamanca at the time, people of Jewish background who were now conversos. You can see that Hebrew was a valued part of the curriculum there. Here's a look at one of the classrooms where you can see the professor would actually stand on the lectern out there. I definitely got to get one of those at my college. And here are the student benches, which I think are designed to keep them as alert as possible during the lecture. At any rate, he graduated in 1530 from the University of Salamanca and with a degree in botany that would serve him very well with some of his early research. But the situation in Portugal was deteriorating rapidly. The Inquisition was formally established in 1536, and they had the first public burning of conversos in 1540. So our hero, Amatus Lusitanos, made his way to Antwerp in 1533, and this was a period of long wandering. It was at this time that he adopted a Latin name, which is rather remarkable given his history. Amatus means loved or beloved, and it is probably a translation of his original family name, which might have been Rabbi, the Hebrew word meaning beloved. And Lusitanos means Portugal. So even though he had to endure a long exile that would last right up to the end of his life, he nevertheless proclaimed himself a royal son of Portugal with his very name, Amatus Lusitanos. He ended up in Ferrara, where he became a professor at the university there, and he worked quite significantly in a lot of anatomical studies. These were published in a series of books called Centurii, from the word hundred, because each of them described 100 cases of people that he had treated with very detailed medical information. And it was quite fascinating for their time in the 16th century. They describe, besides the medical information, they describe a lot of social history and the conditions of people in general in the region that he treated. He made some major breakthroughs. For example, he discovered the process by which veins are able to direct the flow of blood in one direction. This was actually wrongly attributed to other scientists, but in fact it was Amatus' discovery. The King of Poland, Sigismund III, invited him to serve as a royal physician. He declined that offer, but he did agree with the request of Pope Julius III, who asked him to come and cure his sister. Later, he ended up becoming a permanent physician to several monasteries and treated Pope Julius III several times. In 1549, however, he was involved in a very nasty controversy in which he described in one of his earlier publications some mistakes in the work of a colleague, Pietro Andrea Gregorio Mattioli, who lived at 1501 to 1577, and Mattiolus did not take the criticism well. He lashed out at Amatus brutally, hurled some vulgar and insulting invective at him, and he especially pointed to Amatus' Jewish background. Again, recall, he's actually officially a Christian because his parents were forcibly converted, and he therefore has the right to study medicine and to practice and so on, but he never made any secret of his Jewish background at this point. When a new pope was installed shortly thereafter, Pope Paul IV in 1555, there was an upswing of very strong anti-Semitic and especially inquisitorial activity in Italy. There was a huge controversy in Ancona where several Jews were attacked by the Inquisition, in fact, burned to death. And in this context, Amatus' own home was ransacked, and many of his precious books and unique manuscripts were stolen. He ended up escaping to Pesaro, later to Ragusa and Salonika. And in 1558, he formally abandoned Christianity and he practiced Judaism until the end of his life, and unfortunately died of AIDS. This is an interesting image of Lusitanism, kind of an interesting title page that has, among other things, an image of the Tetragrammaton at the top with sort of like a Latin invocation of God as a protector of science. And on the right and left side, you see these medallions that show various figures who are especially strong in their contribution to sciences, like Galen and others. And on the bottom left, you see three figures. The figure on the extreme right is Amatus. The figure on the left is Mattiolus. And as you can see, the caption underneath says Dissentimus, means we heartily disagree. Besides his amazing and important contributions to medicine, he also made a signal contribution to the development of medical evidence. He wrote a physician's oath, which is really quite exceptional for its time, in that he specifically indicated that it was inappropriate for physicians to make any distinction with regards to the religious origin of their patients. He argued that physicians should treat people regardless of their faith or creed. His approach to non-sectarian medical ethics was not only unusually modern, it was also especially poignant given the fact that the Inquisition had declared him their enemy because of his open adoption of Judaism towards his right. There's a fascinating research published by Isildo Rodriguez and Carlos Heist at the University of Coimbra, where a lot of the publications of Amatus are held. And you can see here the Inquisitorial Censor has gone through much of this medical research and has redacted significant portions that especially deal with things like sexuality or any kind of more modern, straightforward approach to the medical profession. The Inquisition also took issue with his medical oath, as you can see, even that was also heavily censored. The life of Amatus gives us such a beautiful insight into the struggles of Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century, but also the tremendous resilience of spirit that many of them demonstrated, contributing to world culture and science, even while many of the forces of the global array. I hope you will be able to join us as we cruise the Douro River a little later this fall with, God willing, improvements in the conditions of the coronavirus globally. I hope you all remain well and healthy, and thank you very much for listening.
For several months.
Discuss the idea of
One of the
usury.
most fascinating aspects of Portuguese Jewish history is the story of the Jews of Belmonte, which is absolutely fascinating, and really it's especially interesting because it is a continuous history that is still developing and quite exciting. The history that we have today is centered in really important cities like Lisbon and especially a beautiful Porto, but Belmonte has a very special story that we really got to look at. So here's a map showing you roughly where Belmonte is. It's a small village, just a little bit south of the river, not too far from the University of Coimbra. And here's a beautiful picture, by the way, from last time I was there. You can see it's very rustic, and you've got the mountains fading away into the distance, lots of cobblestone streets, really a fascinating kind of hilltop village. But the story that connects to the Jews is absolutely fascinating because you see what happened is after the forced conversion of Jews in 1497, that effectively ended the presence of practicing Jews in Portugal. There were a number of Jews who went underground. As we've discussed in previous videos, these crypto Jews, also known as new Christians, that's what they were called by the Christian community, or the conversos, were also known as Marranos. The term Marranos has fallen into disfavor because it is a derogatory term, it means swine. And obviously it was connected with the idea that these new Christians who were forcibly converted and their descendants were somehow still returning to Judaism. In reality, we see that in certain communities, like in Belmonte, that is precisely what was happening. One of the more preferred terms today is Bnei Amusim, or simply Amusim, which means the children of those who were forced, or simply the forced, because they were forced to accept Christianity at the end of the 15th century, although they obviously rejected it. At any rate, what happened in Belmonte was that there were Jews there who simply went underground. To the outside world, they portrayed themselves as Christians, which is essentially the crypto-Jewish story, but they maintained their continuity for 5 centuries. Now, they have some lingering issues that are associated with that, such as, for example, some genetic ailments because of consistent intermarriage. And in terms of traditional Judaism, we have to understand that they've been separated from the larger population of Jews for half a millennium, so quite a bit of their Jewish observance has kind of been shaped by that. Some holidays actually got a lot more attention, like, for example, the fast of Esther, which is kind of a minor fast in the rest of the Jewish world. For crypto Jews, it's especially important because Esther herself, in the book of Esther, is described as perhaps the first crypto Jew, because she had to present herself as a non-Jew in order to survive personally, and later she revealed herself as at any rate, so they have an attenuated type of Judaism in many ways because of this 500-year separation from the Jewish world. But in the 20th century, they have engaged much more deeply in footsteps and fascination. First of all, let's talk about the story of their discovery, which was just amazing as well. A man named Samuel Schwartz, who was a Jew from Eastern Europe, who was an engineer working in the region, and he, spoke multiple languages, was an autodidact, very interested in history and things like that. And it happened that in 1917, he was working in the region in some mines, and he was doing various things. And someone said to him, whatever you do, don't do business with Baltazar Carrera de Sousa. Why? Because they said he's actually a Jew. Schwartz thought, why would you think there's a Jew here in the middle of rural Portugal? But he decided to check it out a little bit, and it turns out he uncovered this crypto Jew community. They're quite suspicious of him at first. I bet they said to him, "Funny, you don't look Jewish." But at any rate, when he insisted on speaking to them more about this, and then he started reciting to them certain things like the Shema Yisrael prayer, they actually believed him. They said, "Okay, I guess we can open up." This is, after all, the beginning of the 20th century, and the Inquisition, although it lasted for 400 years, is officially over at this point. So he gradually opened up to Schwartz, and he discovers the existence of phenomenal crypto Jewish community still active in Portugal. He wrote up his findings in several publications, which attracted worldwide attention. A lot of historians and scholars descended on the community to try to understand them better, and it's absolutely fascinating. Here's a look at the community again today. Here's the beautiful synagogue that we built there for the crypto Jews of Belmonte, and here's the interior with the art. It's absolutely gorgeous, really powerful statement. Imagine staying in this beautiful space after being hidden for 500 years. Is the mikvah very beautiful, and they have an excellent museum there, which unfortunately doesn't have a lot of stuff online. We really got to see more of this, but it is gorgeous. They have all kinds of artifacts related to the crypto Jewish practice, like this interesting funnel-like device, which is apparently designed to allow women to light candles on Friday nights and to hide the glow from neighbors who might be looking at it. Women were especially prominent in preserving the traditions under these really horrific conditions. We see this not only from Esther mentioned earlier, but really in the crypto Jewish communities throughout Latin America and the Iberian Peninsula. I can't wait to get back to Belmonte this October, God willing, when the COVID restrictions subside and we'll be able to travel again. I'm looking forward to seeing it and spending a lot of time in that amazing museum. Thank you very much for watching.
Investments. Well, yeah, but one was peasants getting salvation then. Today, it's wealthy people looking down on the rest of society for salvation today. Some could argue.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of signifying going on, right? So, yeah, sure.
So, welcome everybody to
things that really came home to me in this book, that technology changes,
yet another of our PRs.
Things change, stay the same.
Yeah, they were pragmatists though.
Lectures. I'm very happy that I can introduce my dear colleagues, especially the main star of today, Dr. Henry Abramson, the Dean of Plural College and our Scholar in Residence, and David Lawrence, who is the director of River Cruises, and my name is David Krause, and I'm the European director. And again, I'm very happy that we are meeting here on this lovely, for you morning, for me since I'm in Prague, it's late afternoon. And the talk of today is going to be the Jews of Portugal. The Sephardic diaspora and the heritage is undoubtedly one of the most fascinating, the most complex, highly original and unparalleled phenomena of the Jewish world. And not only, as I mentioned, it is a diaspora within a diaspora, but also it entails a complex phenomenon out of cultural, ethnic, religious, and even linguistic and dietetic heritage, which some of these things will touch today. The history of the Jewish community in Portugal specifically plays an indispensable part of the Sephardic heritage. And perhaps without us even realizing it from day-to-day basis, some aspects of it influence us even today. And speaking of today,
of course, there is a story, but there is also a bustling and ever-growing Jewish community in Portugal of today, including one of the most, specific, within a specific segment of the Jewish people, one of the most unique Jewish communities that could be found anywhere in the world, which is the Jewish community of Belmonte, which probably are the last Marranos, the secret Jews in the world. So, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Abramson, who is going to talk about some of these aspects, and especially some of the phenomena that are related to the actual cruising routes that our Ezra can soon happen on the Dura River.
Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate the introduction. And I have to say, I'm like so thrilled to be speaking with you about this upcoming trip. My wife and I were very excited to travel to Douro with Kosher River Cruises with David Lawrence and David Krause a couple of years ago, and it's such a fascinating place to visit, and especially after being cooped up so long with COVID-19 situation going on, we're really excited to get back to more of the life as we knew it beforehand. And let's hope that, God willing, all of the news about the pandemic continues to go in a positive direction so that we'll be able to safely make this through. The plan for today is I'm going to make a presentation of probably about 20 minutes or so. That's going to be an overview of the history of the Jews of Portugal, just to give you some kind of historical context for the places that we will, God willing, be visiting in just a few months. And then David Lawrence is going to speak a little bit about, what are the arrangements for the cruise, and maybe give us some more sense of what's going on in Portugal, what's going on with the preparations. And Malcolm is heavily involved in creating those delicacies for us. And then after that, David Krause will take over and will manage questions to either myself or to either of the Davids. Because this is a webinar, you can communicate with us and with each other through the chat function, and we encourage you to put your questions in the chat. David Krause will be managing those questions. Okay, so let me take about 20 minutes or so to give you a very quick overview of the history of Portugal. I'll just share my screen here. I don't think that works. Let me try again. There. Does that look right? David, do you see my screen with the boats of Portugal and things like that?
I do, Henry.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is actually... Excellent. This is a photograph that I actually took on the trip when I was with my wife and Portugal Cruise a while ago. This is the opening of the Douro River just behind my shoulder would be the Atlantic Ocean, and here we're looking inland from the city of Porto, also pronounced Porto, but you'll see here it's just the letter O at the beginning or just the word Porto. It's very important to your city. So let's have a look at the overall geography. Here, Portugal, of course, is on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula. There you can see it has a beautiful view of the Douro River in Porto as well, that gorgeous bridge from the 1920s spanning it. And Jews have a long history there. If we zoom in a little bit, you can see that this maps all of the places where Jews lived before the 15th century. A number of very significant locations that we'll be talking about, God willing, on the cruise. But just to point out a few in particular, Lisbon is, of course, the capital of Portugal and has a very strong Jewish history. We will also hopefully be visiting Coimbra. We were able to visit the last time. That's actually a very important university town in Portugal. They have one of the oldest schools in Europe there and has a strong Jewish history. There is Belmonte that David Krause referred to. I'll show you a picture of it later.
that is one of the most unusual places because
Smeecap.com/invest.
actual
Put your shit in
community
them. We'll make sure that they go to look out.
crypto Jews, also called Moranos, although they prefer not to use that term, managed to hide out for 500 years. And they were so used to hiding that when they were discovered in the 20th century, they actually thought they were the last Jews left in the world, which is kind of amazing. But here is Porto, right at the mouth of the Douro River. Douro River basically takes the top tip of Portugal, and it flows from the west from the east to the west into the Atlantic Ocean, and we'll be following it upriver, and then we're going to get on a bus, God willing, and head into Spain to go to Salamanca, also very, very important city in Jewish history, and then we'll take the boat back again. It's also a fascinating river on a geographic level because it has the world's highest lock, which is quite an experience. It's especially nice when we plan to do it in the daytime. These locks are these mechanical devices that essentially allow river boats to negotiate the differing levels of the river so that you don't hit any rapids and things like that. And you actually, it's basically a water elevator. You get into the lock and the water will raise the boat up something like 200 feet in the air, which is really quite fantastic. But that's more for the trip. Let's go straight to the history of the Jews in Portugal so we can understand a little bit about what happened to them. We have early evidence of the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula in general, not specific to any particular location in Portugal, but it tends to be second-hand evidence. Like, for example, in the 4th century, there's a church council in a place called Elvira, which lists all kinds of prohibited activities for Christians and Jews, including, the church prohibits Christians from meals with Jews and rising with Jews, and some really interesting things like forbidding Christians from asking rabbis to bless their crops and things like that. And that's one of those things where you get the sense that if the state is really intent on banning something, chances are it's happening anyway. So that's an interesting kind of thing. So imagine that Portuguese and Spanish peasants would have been going to the rabbis and saying, listen, could you please give a bracha for the field because we really depend on your spiritual and supernatural intervention. But we don't have too much internal evidence of what's going on in the Jewish community until quite a bit later. In Portugal specifically, more in southern Spain, in places like Granada, and places like Al-Andalus, you see a lot more of what's going on. But in Portugal, we first begin to see something significant about the Jews in the 12th century, when the very first king of Portugal appoints a Jewish treasurer named Yahya ibn Zayd. And this is actually something that happens throughout Europe very commonly. Jews are, I don't know why, associated with facilities with finance, and so they're often appointed to these kind of high economic posts. The king, by the way, faced quite a bit of opposition over that decision, but nevertheless he insisted on it, and in fact prospered as a result. Later king, Alfonso III, formally recognized the Jewish community. Again, more strong evidence. We don't have internal evidence from Jews and what they did in Portugal that's very detailed, but we know that the king formally recognized 7 distinct communities with their Jewish population, and once again issued royal protection for those communities in exchange for their services, of course, and in particular in the era of tax farming and financial activities. We'll have a lot more to say about the economy when we're actually on the tour, and we'll talk about what we did at that time for the economy, but for the most part, they were well received by the royals. And over the next few hundred years, Portuguese really actually developed a reputation for being a community that lived in significant affluence and with the protection of the crown, so much so that when there was anti-Jewish discrimination in Spain, particularly in 1391, when a wave of loans, hard to describe in any other way, spread across northern Spain, a lot of Spanish Jews fled to Portugal, including Shmuel Abarbanel, the father of John Isaac Abarbanel, also pronounced probably more correctly Abravanel. And he was actually, it's shocking this, but he was forcibly converted to Christianity, as many other Jews were in 1391. He fled to Portugal to be able to resume his Jewish identity. So Don Isaac's own grandfather was actually technically a Christian and would have been recognized by a Christian by the Spanish church and by extension also the Roman Catholic Church. But during this time, like from the 13th century to the 15th century, there were just a couple of punctuated moments of taxation and some unfortunate uprisings of violence, particularly in Lisbon. But the general picture is that Jews were increasing in affluence and authority in Portugal, and it was considered kind of a safe haven in many ways for Jews in Europe. The end of that period,
Christian metal,
15th century, is kind of like the swan song of that period of great affinity between, especially the Portuguese royalty and the Jewish community. Afonso V, I don't think they were terribly original in choosing names for kings. There's another name, Joao, which is one of my favorite names actually. Joao is spelled J-A-O-A with an accent over, I think, the O. And I'm never sure if I pronounced that correctly, but I always think of like, it must be that when he was born, everybody said, oh wow, it's a boy. I can't hear any of you are laughing, but I'm enjoying it. So at any rate, the King Afonso V actually faced much more stiff popular resentment of the Jews. Violence against Jews, again, sporadic and localized, but sometimes quite intense. Lisbon stands out in special contrast to many of the other sites of Jewish population. But Afonso V continues to protect the Jews and retains that idea of being a rechtsstaat, a lot of
no, dude, I'm a ride or die baby.
More to understand the Inquisition, which comes to Portugal in the early.
Baby, you're giant.
We have to go back and understand a little bit about what happened in
I'm a big boy.
Spain. Highly influential related culture and politically and geographically dominating the peninsula. Spain and the Iberian Peninsula in general, we recall, is very unusual in Jewish history because Jews throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin in general always lived in a binary culture. There was always Jews as a tiny minority within a very large majority culture. For the most part, that was Jews living within Catholic Europe or Jews living within Muslim North Africa and the Middle East. And very rarely you have a much more diverse culture as you have in the Iberian Peninsula because of the influence of Islam. Islam conquers the peninsula from the Visigothic who converted to Catholicism in the 6th century. The Muslims conquered in the 8th century, and they instituted a period which is known to many as La Convivencia, the period of great coexistence, which is somewhat exaggerated, but for the most part, it's true that Jews, Muslims, and Christians actually lived in a fairly healthy triangular culture that allowed Jews to flourish, not only economically, as we shall see they did through much of the period, but primarily culturally. They were able to experiment with new forms of poetic expression and musical expression, and this is a period where you have great feats of Jewish culture, like Ibn Gabiro and Yehuda Halevi and many other figures who have gone on to tremendous prominence. You have in Spain this remarkable phenomenon where you have a Jewish general of a Muslim army who also writes a commentary on Talmud that's studied to this day. We're talking about Shmuel Hanagid, or Samuel Ibn Nagarella, who was a remarkable Jewish poet of Granada during this period of La Convivencia, the coexistence. It has a couple of definitely hiccups, like for example, when the Almohads invade from North Africa, they pushed great figures like Maimonides, who was still a young boy at the time, out of Spain, forcing them to flee across North Africa and eventually settle in Cairo or just outside Cairo and Fustat. But they're all products of this unusual period of coexistence that lasts for about 200 years. It sinks into decline as the Catholic rulers begin to push their political and military might to the south, eventually driving out the Muslims in 1482. And the relationship that these Christian kings have with Jews is heavily complicated by these pogroms that occurred at the end of the 14th century. I mentioned them a few moments ago. These pogroms had an especially marked phenomenon of forced baptism, where Jews were had holy water sprinkled upon them, and certain phrases were recited, and they were pronounced Christian. And this represented a very stark shift in the demographics of Christian Europe, because although these Jews were baptized against their will, they were, according to Catholic theology, nevertheless considered Christian. The church was at great pains to say it is forbidden to engage in forced baptism. So once a Jew has been baptized, even against his will, we see some very tragic examples throughout the centuries, such as Edgardo Mochara, who was literally kidnapped by the Vatican police in 1858. The Jews were nevertheless essentially given Christian identities and Christian driver's licenses. And all of the discriminatory measures that have held them in check economically and culturally and socially, those disappeared. And so you had these Jews who still consider themselves Jewish, still consider themselves part of the community, still observe the commandments and so on, but nevertheless were free to enter universities, to pursue professions they had never pursued before, including rising high up in the church, ironically. And they were also a powerful economic force because they were literate, and they were numerous, and they were urbanized. And all of a sudden, you know, this huge population of Christians who regarded themselves as Jews, who had phenomenal privileges and in many ways advantages over their competition. And so there's a tremendous amount of resentment that built up against this, both from a religious perspective, because they were not really following Christianity, they were really following Jewish laws, and also from an economic perspective. In fact, one of the big debates among historians is which of these two issues was primary. Not for us right now, but we can see that both of them were very, very important. So what happened was that the church in Spain embarked on an notorious Inquisition, which was not directed at Jews per se, or even Muslims per se, who had remained Jewish and were not forced to be baptized. It was directed at those erstwhile Jews who were now technically Christians, who refused to give up their Jewish practices and beliefs. And it created this horrific Soviet-like herd mentality in society, where people would betray their neighbors to the church, indicating that they were actually secretly Jewish, practicing Jews, and the suspected Judaizers would be arrested, would be tortured, would often have forced confessions derived from them, or they would name a whole bunch of other people that under duress of torture, they gave all their friends' names and relatives' names and so on. And the purge just expanded wider and wider in Spanish society until it got way out of control. The ritual humiliations that were imposed on people suspected Judaizing, including, as you see in this famous portrait of an Inquisition trial by Francisco Goya, they were forced to wear these humiliating tunics called sanbenitos, these long conical caps, which were meant to be humiliating, and they're the predecessors of the witch's cap and even the dunce cap. Some of you may remember those. It was a little bit before my time, but my father told me he often had to wear a dunce cap at school. And they were subject to a whole variety of penalties, including confiscation of property, part of which would go to the church and part of which would go to the people who betrayed them, which of course not only acted as an incentive to betray people, but also as an incentive to betray people falsely. And of course the notorious and awful auto de fe, the burning at the stake for those Judaizers
but obviously he was doing that at a price that was in his best interest to sell the silver after it was produced. So he was collecting the commodity at a discount, if you will, but ultimately all this financing, and I think it's very apropos to think about this today, this all was sovereign debt he was taking on ultimately for war financing. And I think in Sigmund's case, he was going to go after the Doge of Venice.
Maintain
He
these
wanted
massive
to go across the
pageants
mountains and
where
go down
people
into
would come
Italy.
from miles
And
around
as I think about it today, I mean, think of all the death that's been taken on. We didn't fight an explicit war. We
This
fought
occurred
a
first
disease,
in
if you will.
Spain,
But do you
not
see
in
any
Portugal.
difference between
But what
large
ended up
buildup of
happening when we
sovereign
get
debt
to
like was in his day
the end
with
of
what
the
we see
15th
today
century is
as
that
any different
the
for the effects
chief
it has on
inquisitor,
society?
shown here in black and wildly gesticulating before the king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, the inquisitor said, after this went on for quite a while, and it just got worse and worse and worse, with more and more people accused, including prominent churchmen and people with means from all kinds of backgrounds. The inquisitor said that, the reason why it's not working is because the crypto Jews, or the forcibly converse, the term in Hebrew is the preferred term, anusim, which means those who are forced to adopt a Christian identity. The term marano was actually a derogatory term. It means swine that was hurled at the so-called conversos or crypto Jews. So Torquemada in the black said to the king and queen, the reason it's not working is because they have lots of contact with their old communities. The crypto Jews, continue to send their children to Jewish schools, they continue to go to Jewish classes, they continue to buy kosher meat, they continue to marry either regular Jews or marry amongst themselves. And so the only way to really fix this and to make, to borrow a Nazi term, Spain Judenrein, free of Jews, is if we expel all of the non-baptized Jews of Spain. In this famous portrait, you have the great scholar Don Isaac Abarbanel, who was also a very important person. He was the second highest minister in the financial apparatus of Spain, like as in Portugal, the finance minister himself was a man named Rabbi Senor, Abraham Senor, who was also Jewish. And Abarbanel courageously attacks Torquemada's policy, as is shown in this portrait here, and demands that Ferdinand and Isabella refuse his request to have the Jews expelled. He is unfortunately unsuccessful, and although Ferdinand and Isabella offered to allow him to stay if only he would convert, like his boss Abraham Senor, who chose to adopt Christianity. He was an older man in his 80s, and he simply could not bear the idea of being kicked out of Spain and losing all his wealth and so on. But Abarbanel chose to get on the boats with so many other Jews, and estimated somewhere between 150 and 300,000 Jews, and flee the Iberian presidency. And that marks the formal end of the Jewish presence per se in Spain until 500 years later when they were finally formally welcomed back. Now, this is not to say that Jewish life ended in Spain. There are still the crypto Jews, especially crypto Jewish communities, as we shall see particularly in Portugal, but formally this is when it ended in 1492.
No, that's true.
The Spanish diaspora is horrific. As you can see here, the Jews spread out all over the Mediterranean basin, particularly seeking refuge in Italy, where there were many places that opened their ports to Jews. Also going to Muslim countries, Istanbul in particular was a popular destination, and more liberal places like Amsterdam, which, unlike today, is a very liberal place with all kinds of flexible laws. I'm trying to be joking about this, but it's hard to tell if you're laughing because I can't hear you laugh. And some of them, of course, made their way to the New World. You can left of this map to Las Americas, right? So the first Jews even in New York, for example, they didn't come directly from Portugal, but these were Jews who were forcibly converted, who made their way to Brazil, particularly an island called Recife, and then briefly it came under Dutch control, so they revealed that they were in fact Jewish. This is 100 years later, and then the Portuguese conquered it again, so they said, oh, now we're in trouble because the Inquisition is back. They made their way in 1654 up to America, to New York City, where they presented themselves as immigrants. So this is essentially the Spanish expulsion, but as this map indicates, of course, the easiest place to go, the shortest route overland does not involve even the mountain crossing. You would have to north to France, was of course to go to Portugal. And so you have a massive influx of Jews at the Portuguese border. There was a little bit of a crisis at the time, but Portugal does not turn away from its traditional position as being a protector of Jews, and so many Jews actually make their way into Portugal. Spanish and Portuguese Jews are often referred to in the same sentence because many of the Portuguese Jews that we're speaking about are actually of Spanish origin. Daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, in an attempt to unite the entire peninsula, is forced to agree, not entirely against his will, that in order to marry the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, he has to make Portugal free of Jews, just as Spain is now free of Jews. Unlike Spain, Manuel does not want to give up the tremendous financial know-how and technical ability the Jews have in Portugal, and so rather than expelling them, he seeks increasingly coercive measures to try to get them to convert to Christianity, to Catholicism, including, among other really disastrous and horrific crimes, he separates children from their parents and ships nearly 1,000 of them, the children alone, off to an island that they were colonizing off the coast of West Africa, Sao Tome, where, according to eyewitness reports, many of the children were literally devoured by the giant lizards that apparently inhabit the island. It's very difficult to actually document that adequately, but we know that hundreds, more than 1,000 Jewish children were sent off and never again. Finally, in an act of desperation in 1497, he gathers all the Portuguese Jews within his kingdom and forcibly restrains them in a particular location near Lisbon. And it's actually all the ones that were in the area of Lisbon, but the policy applied throughout. And starves them for about 3 days, and then forcibly just converts them, and they are now, against their will, just as we saw in 1391, Portuguese Catholics. And there's kind of like a concession where he says to them that for the next 10 years, we're going to turn a blind eye to whatever you do on your own. But within a few decades, the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, and it was in many ways even far harsher than we saw in Spain. The Portuguese diaspora is distraught, and many of them express themselves in remarkable works, such as this fantastic book that I'm looking forward to talking about, which maybe we'll assign some of it as required reading before the trip. Usque's Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a unique work in Portuguese. It was actually one of the very first works of Portuguese literature in general that describes in poetic dialogue the long history of what Jews have gone through with an extremely detailed treatment of Portuguese. So Portugal, by the time you get to the middle of the 16th century, is equally bad to what's going on in Spain and the Inquisition. You have 40,000 Jews in Inquisition.
Fritter away the hours and I'll find ways.
750 autos da fe public buildings are held not only in Portugal, but in Portuguese order in the world, and about 1,200 Jews are burned to death. The remainder are burned in effigy, which was a popular thing to do. Jews' property could actually be seized after death in order to feed the hunger associated with the Inquisition, and so burning effigy was a popular option. And the last auto da fe, the last public burning, was not that long ago, after the foundation of America as the United States of America, after the founding of France as a modern state in 1700. And it was only in the 19th century that the Inquisition was formally established. So just think about the long history of persecution, which is not only in Portugal, it extends to all Portuguese territories and actually to all Catholic territories in varying levels. We're going to have to speak about that. And when we come to the modern era, we begin to see Jewish resettlement beginning around the year 1800. In some places, it's always been there, as David mentioned earlier. The village of Belmonte in the north-central part of Portugal is fascinating. This is a view, a photograph that we took in the last trip. You had Jews who were continuing to exist as crypto Jews right up until the 20th century. They were discovered in 1917 by a Polish engineer who was working on a mining project nearby. And someone warned him not to do business with so-and-so from Belmonte because, he's actually a Jew. And this guy, Simon Schwartz from Poland, that said, "What, a Jew in Portugal? Seriously?" And he went to Belmonte, and, there's lots of jokes you can say at this point. They said, "In funny, you don't look Jewish." But they didn't believe him. They didn't believe that he, the Polish Jew, was Jewish until, they started exchanging a little bit of Jewish geography, and he said the Shema prayer for them. He said, "Oh my gosh, you really are Jewish." And that's how the Portuguese community was restarted. When we go there, you'll see some amazing remnants of a remarkable village of Ubidos, which is really feels like a 15th century medieval place, narrow streets and very and here's David Krauss, especially good at identifying these architectural remnants of the Jewish community, like this so-called mezuzah star that shows where Buddhism might have been embedded in the original.
It showed you also he was a pragmatist, that he wanted to make money.
It's the word for stucco work of this pillar and so on. Fascinating things to see, really. We also see in Lisbon, this is actually was unearthed in the renovation of a home for senior citizens, and behind the drywall, they found actually an Alon Kodesh, a holy ark that used to contain the Torah surahs that were hidden behind some kind of partition, so that Jews could continue to pray through the 16th century in this particular location. It was uncovered. Of course, it's not easy to get to, but last year we were able to get into this particular place, which still functions as a senior citizens' home, but has this remarkable remnant of the life of crypto Jews in Portugal. In the 20th century, Arturo Barros Bastos, shown here, came out as a Jew, and there's a lot of interesting parallels, I think, with that phrase coming out, and had himself circumcised, and marked the beginning of the resurgence of the Jewish community, particularly in Porto, where ultimately, a couple of decades later, they built the famous Kaduri synagogue here, the Mikor Chaim, the source of life, which is a remarkable building. We had the opportunity to visit it last time. I'm looking forward to seeing it again, God willing. Around the, it's very common in synagogues to list Hebrew verses on the wall, so you read inspirational things like know before whom you stand, and things like that. And you look at the verses that surround the walls in this particular synagogue. There's so many of them echo the unique experience of the homecoming of these Portuguese Jews. Fascinating. Looking forward to God willing, exploring this with you. That brings me to
everybody's got to do
presentation.
tonight.
I'm going to turn it over now to David Krause and also David Lawrence, who will speak to you a little bit more about the technicalities of the trip. And then I'll be happy to
where
share
it comes and where
Thank you
it
very much
goes.
for
I know, and everybody's sin. You guys
Wow,
can
Henry,
do
thank you so much.
Not a will.
As always, full of information and fun facts, and makes me want to go to the cruise even more. It's such a the way you present things is so unique, and I have to say we're so lucky to have you on board. Thank you. So probably before we dip into the questions, I would hand it over to
sing women, sing for the years, sing for the laughter, sing for the tears. Sing it with me in the dark today. Mary tomorrow, the good Lord.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Henry. As always, Henry adds, he's an integral part of the team, and adds something just truly unique. Even when we're walking with our guys, and Henry runs up, grabs the mic for an interesting story, really makes it something special that we're able to do on these tours. Why I like Portugal and the Douro cruise, obviously I like them all, but Portugal is one of my favorites just because I like those types of trips that you basically can't do on your own. What makes it so unique is we have our floating hotels, coming back from the old port with Chef Malcolm and his crew, and seeing places you really can't see on your own, meeting the Jewish communities, places like Belmonte and Porto, connections that we've made over the years. David Krause alone, before we started our first tour, our first tour in 2018, made those connections, spent a year just touring the Douro Valley and everything around, from Lisbon to Porto, making those connections, and we have those special connections with all the individuals in all of these communities. Always learning, always finding new interesting places every time we go there. So we are truly excited to start cruising again, as I'm sure we're all excited to get out and start. I just wanted to go over some of the, why this is, like I told you, so unique. Research we've done, the training of the guides, David, constantly in communication with our guides who are with us during the tour and on the boat, giving their unique part of Portugal, both the secular side, and one of our guides even came to us and said, now I understand why my grandmother lights candles on Friday. She didn't understand it, but she just said that that's what her mom did, so that's what she does. So all these people figuring out that they're actually have Jewish history and heritage within their own families, and these are things that we bring out with not just our guests, but our guides. A big question that everybody has, of course, is with COVID and with the protocols that are in place in Portugal, because tourism is such an important part of their economy. Incredibly strict protocols are in place, especially with the government. The government works with a cruise company. It's pretty incredible. They actually have a container, it's a UV container, which all the luggage goes in and out before it gets onto the boat for decontamination. The protocols are extremely strict. If you look on our website under our health and safety, under facts, you'll see the protocols that are always up to date, always changing. Of course, we will only cruise if we feel safe, and it is safe. Cruising has started last June 15th with the first cruises that began on the Douro with all the cruise companies that are there. And there's probably about 7 or 8 ships that are going right now, and Baruch Hashem, everything is going according to plan. All the protocols are in place. What's unique about, I think, compared to a large cruise ship, is that with riverboating, we are always in kind of our own bubble, which is really nice. So everyone feels safe and secure. Everyone on the ship, obviously, our protocol is, and so is the cruise companies, that everyone has to be vaccinated. That will still be the case when we travel. As of now, PCR tests are needed 72 hours prior to cruising. That's as of now. If that changes, we'll let everybody know. A big question about protocols is coming back to the United States, because you again have to have a PCR test. So the cruise line has a program on board where they'll be able to test people 72 hours before travel returning back home. So that also exists. So we have everything kind of in place. But again, you can call us and we can go over all those protocols that you see. Right now, over the last year and a half, we have over 150 registered participants for 100 spaces. We've contacted pretty much everybody. Not everyone can make a decision now. Of course, when everyone feels comfortable, they can do it. We have about 80 confirmed. Next week, we will be contacting everybody in the order in which they registered to confirm their cabin space, and then they can, if they haven't originally registered with deposit, they will then have a new link to go register for the cabin of their choice based on what is available. So super excited to go. I mean, we're in this business because we get to travel. We're jonesing to get out and to really, start. Next year is exciting as well. We have our Vietnam cruise scheduled for January. That is yet to be confirmed, as we're waiting for the Vietnamese government to open their borders. But our Seine River cruise in France, which is our tribute to Jewish heroism, World War I, World War II, in July is guaranteed a departure, and then our Northern Italy, which is Venice in Northern Italy, on the beautiful La Venezia, it's a brand new ship. We're super excited for that. That's next October. And then the following year. But everything's on our website. You can see that. And again, if you have any questions, please contact us. I'm going to send it back to David. Also, Malcolm says hello to all our past guests. He's unfortunately can't be here. He's just here to look pretty anyway. And again, Henry, thank you so much. Just a little bit more of what to expect when we're on tour. And again, an integral part of, I'd like to say that the Kosher River Cruise team is now complete with Henry, who will pretty much be on every cruise. So we're super excited. Back to you, David.
and I will say the
Thanks, David. Valuable information for sure. Really makes me all this, this experience today. I'm really thrilled, even more so to be finally no time on the boat with all you guys and experience everything again, especially based on what you said. We were all locked up for more than a year now, and this is going to be great. One of these things that I have observed in those many years that we are running these cruises is one of the nicest things about it is that day one, not everybody knows everybody, and it's kind of like ice breaking and everything. And as you settle in and you cab and you get to know the boat a bit, and you start enjoying the program and the company of the fellow cruisers. You're gradually creating a floating community. And this is, for me especially, this is personally one of the nicest things. I'm so much looking forward to be again part of this floating community.
Everyone's taking control of me.
So we have questions here.
I'm so confused when you show to me. You'll be there for me and caring enough to bear me.
Yes, do crew members have to be vaccinated? This is one of the first questions. I think that's a question for you, David.
Yes, all crew members will be vaccinated. Everyone on the ship will be vaccinated. The tour guides will be vaccinated. The bus drivers will be vaccinated. And again, traveling in our own bubble, which is kind of nice. And since this, like I said, I think this is the perfect way to start with Portugal. You're not crossing any borders, except going into Spain for the day into Salamanca. We're taking buses, but again, we're staying. The ship is always staying in Portugal, so all those protocols are kept in place. And since this is off the beaten path, we're really staying out of city centers. The only city center we're going to will be Porto, but Porto is kind of that small city where we're not really interacting with many crowds anyway. But yes, everybody on the ship will be vaccinated.
And then can you explain the
And also, I shall add, Porto is like on a hill, so there's always fresh air there. It's close to the ocean. There's a second question. By Morris. So we will know next week about whether we are going.
Because you wanted it to happen,
No problem, guys. I mean, we're gonna don't worry about it. I'm working on trying to make decisions on what they want to do. So take your time. We kind of threw it at everybody about 2 weeks ago that it is on, and everyone's kind of feel comfortable going, and if they have the time. I'm sure there's a ton of simcos going on because everybody can finally get together. So everyone's waiting to see who's having a baby, who's getting married, So there's still space. Don't feel pressured that you have to make a decision right now. It's just those people can now confirm their cabins at this time. But like I said, of the people who have registered, about of the 104 spaces we have, I would say about close to 80 have confirmed. So that gives people time to make those final decisions.
So Fugger had
Thank you,
to
David.
defend.
And here is another, this is not a question, but Leslie just raised her hand, so I don't know how to do this.
No, you just got to ask questions, so don't worry about the hand raising. If you can, and if you have something later on, you can email us too. If you have any questions. Great. So I think that's it, right, David? I think that's everybody's
so.
question.
Yeah, I don't think there are any more questions at this point. Do you guys from the audience, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any more questions?
regarding.
And you can save them for the boat too, because we'll be doing this every afternoon as well. So a lot more information. Yeah, and what's so unique about Riverboat Cruises is that we're around each other all the time. So whether you're, having dinner with Dr. Abramson or just having some free time walking around, everyone gets to know each other, gets asked questions. So it's really an in-depth experience. I'm sure what I can tell you right now is probably about 70% of the individuals who are coming as of this time are return cruisers. So probably many of you all know each other. So I'm going to leave it with you, Henry, your last words, and we'll go from there.
Well, all I can say is that this is like, both David and I are saying all these superlatives, and I wanted to tell you all that are on this call that it's really true. We have so much fun. We enjoy this. This is, I feel I'm so fortunate to be able to be on this mission. And everything David Krause says about the floating tequila, it's cool at first. We start to make it really careful, but everyone's talking very dominant by the time we're done. So it's like, and we made a lot of good friendships, my wife and I, over the course of these tours. And it is a wonderful experience on every level. On a physical level, the gastronomic expertise of Malcolm is unparalleled. On a spiritual level, Jewish history is so much more powerful than where Jews walk. And on just a communal level, it feels great to connect with each other as explorers of this long history. And they're really so wonderful people that go on these cruises. I think that, I don't know if David actually does this on purpose, but everybody has to file the actually I am vaccinated in person type of thing, right? Just like they file the COVID-19 vaccination form. Okay, at any rate,
our code of conduct. Everybody loves it. It's our favorite. Just everyone knows who's been on our boats that it's just laid back, relaxed, and I think that's the whole point. Is you feel like a vacation. Leave your suits at home. You don't need them. And it's just a way to get to know each other, relax, and especially over this last year and a half, I think we can all use it.
Okay, so that's it. I'm done. Thank you all very much for attending.
Thank you, everybody, so much. This was such a wonderful start of the new week. And I hope I'll see everybody on the boat.
Thanks, everybody. Take care. Thank you, Henry.
Bye-bye.
Then Joel somehow ended up belonging to Queen Elizabeth I in London. One of the most famous paintings of her shows her wearing this particular piece of jewelry, and just got passed on through generation.
One of the most beautiful sites that we look forward to visiting on the Douro cruise is the city of Salamanca in Spain. It's a gorgeous medieval city and has a very rich Jewish history, particularly for the first half of the millennium of the Common Era. Here's a map that shows you where Salamanca is. It's actually not on the Douro itself, so we have to take a bus to get there, but a very short bus ride. It will be a very significant city for Douro, because Jews being expelled from Salamanca, many of them would make their way directly to Portugal along the Douro River Valley. The earliest documentation of Jews in Salamanca dates to the 12th century, and it's interesting to note that from its inception years, that the Jews actually had fairly strong civil rights in the town. These would be degraded over the next few hundred years. But, for example, under Fernando II, who reigned in the middle of the 12th century, Jews were given equal judicial rights as Christians in the town. And this is something which was repeated later in the 13th century when a charter
fuero was granted to the Jewish community there. They were given full legal rights and also a lot of privileges to judge themselves by Talmudic law. There were some exceptions if Jews and Christians were involved in a lawsuit, then that might have to go to Christian judges. But otherwise, the Jews had a very strong level of self-government. There were still some discriminatory taxes in place that were specifically connected to the Jewish community, but on the whole, for the early period in particular, the Jews actually did very well. We know that by the 13th century, the Jews in Salamanca actually had 3 synagogues, the so-called Vieja, or the Old Synagogue, the Nueva, the New Synagogue, and the Menor, which means the Small Synagogue. This was actually much of an improvement over many other Jewish communities in Europe, because the custom was, of course, to only have 2 synagogues. One that you would pray in, and one that you wouldn't be caught dead in. So in the 14th century, you begin to see a decline in the quality of life for the Jews in Salamanca. There's growing intolerance. In the year 1335, new laws are passed to say that Christians could not seek medical services from Jews, which must have been a hardship on the population because their traditionally associated with medicine, particularly in Spain. This is a place where, after all, Maimonides comes from, it's south of Salamanca, but nevertheless. Also, there are the beginnings of residency restrictions where Jews are not allowed to live in certain areas and encouraged to in others areas, but this is really not so much of a hardship because Jews generally are quite gregarious. They like to stick one another. They have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, ritual baths, Asian restaurants, and stuff like that. Unfortunately, towards the end of the 14th century, we see some more significant impacts. Salamanca is largely spared the wave of pogroms that launched across Spain in the year 1391. These are pogroms that are accompanied by some forced baptisms that would have a long-lasting impact on the Jews of Spain because it ironically created a new class of citizen in Spain, the so-called New Christians, that is, Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, who retained all of their personal identification with Judaism and the Jewish community, but at the same time had the freedom movement and privilege of Christians. And this created a rather untenable situation, especially for the church in the 14th century, which will ultimately result in the Inquisition and later the expulsion of Jews. One of the most beautiful areas of Salamanca, in my humble opinion, is the gorgeous medieval university that exists there. And Jews have had a long association with this particular school, especially from the 14th century on. Not only in terms of contributing to its intellectual heft, as many Jews, especially after the forced conversions, would participate in teaching at the University of Salamanca, but also in a very material way. The Beit Midrash, for example, the study hall, ended up being confiscated by the university when Juan II donated it in
just as long as you stand by me. So darling, stand by me.
But even afterwards, Jews now conversos and Christians are still participating very actively in the university life. They would come under significant pressure during the period of the Inquisition, beginning from the 1470s on, but they were deeply embedded in the intellectual life of the university. As you can see, here's a couple of pictures from the last time I was there. Hebrew was an extremely important element of the curriculum, especially the theological part of the school. Here's actually a picture of me in one of the lecture halls there. It was really quite fascinating. I really enjoyed the classroom furniture. Check out these benches here. No one is following my class. Unfortunately, the story of the Jews of Salamanca in the 15th century comes to a dramatic and sad ending with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1592. The synagogue is confiscated by the church and given over to become a private residence. And the Jews who were conversos are now subject to significant persecution by the Inquisition.
those Jews who were never forcibly baptized to Christianity or who had never elected to become Christians decided that Portugal was one of the best places for them to go, and they made their way across the border. Here, by the way, is a dramatic representation of the presentation of the idea of expulsion to Isabella and Ferdinand, and which was wildly gesticulating, wearing the black pierced and then the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada himself, and standing with his back to the viewers is Isaac Abravanel, very important rabbi and social activist politician of that era. The art is by Emilio Sala, painted in 1889. Okay, I hope that you will be able to join us on this amazing cruise along the Douro River, and I'm especially looking forward to seeing Salamanca again with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Did not have shortage of people who wanted to come give them their money. Save us today, right? If you have money, what are you going to do with it? You got to give it to someone, and Fugger had the trust of his depositors, and he made a good return for them.
There we go. Hello, everyone. I am here with my good friend and colleague David Kraus. He is our European director. And so excited to see him again in person. By the way, this ship, we're all totally vaccinated. Portugal is one of the safest countries in Europe right now, and I'm really delighted to be back on this trip. David, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about what we expect to see?
Well, thank you, Henry. We are right now getting the whole boat into a kosher mode. So as you can imagine, that's quite challenging. But Baruch Hashem, we're slowly getting there. And yeah, we are about to cruise the entire Douro, all the way upstream, all the way to Spain, Salamanca, visiting some of the beautiful sites there in that ancient Spanish city. And then we start cruising back down. And obviously, one of the highlights of the whole cruise is visiting one of the last Marrano Jewish communities in the world, in a small village called Belmonte, where we actually get to meet the crypto-Jewish community that survived until today, which for me personally is absolutely fascinating. And it's always quite difficult to convince a group of Marranos to talk to a group of strangers about how Jewish they are. So I'm especially looking forward to that. But we already established friendship with some of the leading figures of the community, and this definitely will be one of the highlights. I'm so much looking forward to that, to see my friends again in Belmonte. And then we're also being welcomed by the Jewish community of Porto when we come back. There's another shop next to Porto one behind us over here. I'm holding a selfie here. I wasn't sure how to use that selfie thing. Not sure how to use it, but my wife said ask any 12-year-old. There you go. You can see it's a beautiful old Jewish community in Porto. Are we going to the shul here too? Yes. Oh wow, it's amazing. You can see in the background also, this is a bridge that was designed by the school of Gustav Eiffel, the famous designer of the Eiffel Tower. You see it's basically the same thing, just sideways. Right. And one thing they added from last time is, you can see right now, they introduced trams, and one specialty about Porto is that normally in most other cities you have one set of train, you have two, and they're connected together. So that's one of the signature things. Okay, you're going to speak with more on this camera as we go on this tour, right? Right. It's going to be great. Okay, next video, hopefully we'll show you some more cool things. Thank you very much for watching. Hey everyone, I'm here with David Lawrence, my friend and colleague from Coastal River Boat Tours, and we're on the beautiful Douro River on day 2 of our amazing cruise into Iberian history. David,
so everyone boarded yesterday. We're now heading upriver all the way to the Spanish border. We'll be doing Salamanca tomorrow in Spain, full day touring in Spain. Today's a leisurely journey upriver. Everybody's resting, relaxing. We have our cooking classes, our lectures, our history classes. Everyone's starting to get to know each other and filling ourselves with as much food as we possibly can to survive tomorrow's full-day tour.
And it's also cool. We are right now, by the way, in the middle of a lock. There are, what is a lock? I'm going to turn the selfie stick around for a second. This is a lock, and it is like a way of making the Douro River navigable because it has, like, used to have rapids, right? So these things were constructed in the 20th century to allow the riverboat to rise to another level. And on the other side of that big kind of bridge behind us, they join the river at that level. And by the way, David, I think you know the reason why Jews love to tour on the Douro River is because it has so many locks on it. Yeah, okay. So anyways, tomorrow Salamanca, which is going to be just amazing because they have this amazing university, one of the oldest in Europe, that was extremely important for graduating a lot of really famous Jews and crypto Jews after the Inquisition had forced them to convert to Christianity. Really fascinating things to see.
And all the red stone, which makes it a really beautiful, unique city. Somewhere like Jerusalem, you'll hear everything is kind of, all the buildings the same color as well. It makes it something, almost a very unique place in Spain. I haven't seen anything like it in all of Spain. I've been all over Spain, and it makes it really unique. One of my favorite cities, actually.
It is gorgeous. Not quite as beautiful as Jerusalem, of course, but it does have that kind of, reddish look to it. Okay, great. Yeah. I remember. Okay, David, let's get you in this one here. Hi, wait a second. It looks like you're pushing. Okay, go. Put some effort into it. Come on. Effort, that's the shape. Okay. That is great.
To enable this guy to pay back was to raise money for this indulgence program.
Right now,
in return for running his own indulgence program for St.
Actually, a fairly isolated part of the world. I'll show you some videos of being on the mountain top here, where you have gorgeous views of the society all around, but it is really quite isolated. In fact, the isolation of this geographic locality contributed to the survival of the Jewish population because there was really no major civilization around. And unlike the cities like Porto, where it was much more tenuous for Jews to maintain their identity, here in Del Monte, they could preserve it for 500 years.
This community activities were able to survive throughout the centuries. Right in front of the museum, they were able to create where you can see something beautiful faces and that you can actually see families throughout generations and generations and people that actually come to this community to come out in the open after so many centuries.
Well, I think our journey started probably about 5 years ago when we decided to actually do the Douro River. We had to do a lot of research, years of research to basically find out how the boat was going to move, how we were going to move, and what we could see within the proximity of the river. It started with just a bunch of people getting in the car and exploring. And it took quite a while. And then Dave Krause, a lot of contacts in the area. People started to open up and people started to tell us where everything was.
You mentioned that we are one of the first groups that are rediscovering, reconnecting this incredible global state after about 500 years and reconnecting with the people here in Belmonte, in Porto. Many of them are rethinking and rediscovering their Jewish reconnecting.
5 years ago, we decided we wanted to do the Douro River, and then we had to basically research every stop along the way and try to search out the Jewish history and heritage because there was no road map. I mean, it basically took a bunch of us in a car and a bunch of scholars looking for all those points. Remember when we got to this town 5 years ago, the mayor met us and bought us lunch and was excited to have us come and bring our groups. I mean, never had a mayor buy us lunch.
I mean, here in
Behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue of Belmonte, which was inaugurated in 1993.
And this is really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the crypto Jewish community at Belmonte. The president of the Jewish community at Belmonte. Pretty much, as you can see, this is a very remote area. And, this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity.
I write checks. Get it right, dog. We ain't never left.
Get to the life, and I think this personally
to the day. It's official. I survived what I've been through.
experience because they really passed down the tradition, although in a very corrupt, changed way. But the bulk of it is there, was there, all the way until the 20th century. Therefore, the idea that they are part of the survival. Therefore, they rejoined the Israel
All of a sudden,
still process that's going on and trying to grow up there slowly community very proudly having such a back careers. Oh my God.
He was a mini-G. He was corrupt, and yet he was very practical in his approach to the issue of history.
On the call of divides, XOXL, the source is big.
You know, I got the Jewish question.
We can't be stopped now, because it's bad boys, but like we
So behind me is the wall of the cistern that used to collect the water, rainwater, and then they would send it down to lower city all the way up until the 20th century, which was the actual active water source for much of the city of Tobago. And these blocks here, it was the custom for individual stonemasons to leave their mark. And some of them are really pleasant things. You can't really tell for sure, but there's this one here.
Positive sit up and say cognac with Jewish drink.
This one here,
drop the bead. Can't believe that IMC bad boy to the casket drop. Dead love it, plays nothing above it. It's on like
not
that.
necessarily
Don't
super
believe
cool
he ain't
things
going
for
like that.
a
Glory's
Jewish
gonna
stonemason
be
living
here,
as a
be
Christian
there.
to
Every
use it as his mark
motherfucking
because it
year,
was pretty obvious. But it could be that this here might actually be a cruciform shape, like a cross, to kind of maybe subtly indicate the overlaying of the Christian identity on top of the Jewish identity. Not at all impossible. We'll know it's the put that these have the European rounded tops, whereas most of the traditional commentaries actually have the two times rod being square. So we really don't know, but in fact, when you see this mark on the stonemason mark here on
the new neighborhood and then the old neighborhood. The first documentation we have of its presence dates back to the 13th century.
We are here in Tobago. We are right now at the Jewish quarter. There were frequently 2 Jewish quarters which are documented here in Tobago as early as 1100s, if I'm not mistaken. And now we're kind of like trying to orient ourselves around the Jewish quarter, around the people. So this is very suspicious to a European Jewish eye. Where for many countries we're talking the this seems to me like this might be
but you won't drop out of bed to look at the front. Now, tell me that ain't insecure.
quite out of place on the corner, that everything else is cramped in. On the other side, you have this very high wall, which might have been actually the division between the Christian part and the Jewish part. And then this building here on the corner, this is the wall. This is nothing really out of the ordinary. That's not Jewish, but that's actually the point. Very often when a synagogue or Jewish by the Christians, they would override the former function of the building by inserting some Christian symbols. Moreover, here dealing with a building that filled with the access west wall,
just to be like Rabbi, you ain't on this.
In the 14th century, we know from sources that the Jewish part was here, and understanding the architecture a bit, in the Gothic period, only really the most important edifices were built. Elaborate arch entrance, because the people were not really capable of building anything more complicated back then, except for the cathedrals, churches, and some church buildings. And for that case also, obviously, the synagogues. Very often also the synagogues were built by Jewish Christian guilds and stonemasonry workshops. And this might have been the case. Again, we don't know. Moreover, if you, like in the bigger picture, look at the area, this here is the main street or sort of so down there, again, is in the axis west-east. Again, denoting the importance of it, perhaps. And my theory is that actually
So where we're standing right here is one of the structures that we believe may have been the synagogue on this street. It's really hard to tell. There's no obvious symbol. There's a possibility that this may be a little mezuzah star over here. Let me get in the camera. That may be a mezuzah star, but it's not quite the right size or placement. But one of the stronger items to suggest that it might be a synagogue is that, ironically, it seems to have been rededicated. It looks like house.
Yes.
And people, like maybe Timoteo, maybe it was rededicated as a church.
Oh, no, that we know. That we know. That we know.
So I think that
A little chapel, yes.
I mean, this is quite fascinating because obviously this is a cross that you can see that, but why is it again put exactly on the right part of the doorstep? This is what neo-Christians with the converts would do in order to show that they're good Christians, but in fact this was a secret message for the fellow converts that this actually is a Jewish one. Wow. I mean, this is literally what you get here in Portugal. Nobody has really dealt with Jewish heritage or the crypto-Jewish heritage pretty much ever. So you're literally unearthing the evidence right on the streets of Portugal.
This is the house of the bishop, and this is an 18th century building. And we believe that we have information that people talked about new Christian women bearing people here in virgin soil, I believe it's like as it said, and they would bury those people in a weird way, which was wrapping them with white textiles. So this was also one of the accusations happening during that period of the Inquisition being here, 6 years, 41 to 47 of the 16th century.
Thank you, Felipa. So this building here is really kind of fascinating and holds a lot of promise for our interpretation and understanding of the region. We are on, as Felipa mentioned, Synagogue Street, right? Synagogue Street, which is ironically the name of the street that I grew up on in New Falls. But as you can see, the building that is behind me is actually a church, and there's a plaque here that identifies it somewhat mysteriously as the first cathedral dated 435, but it points out that's kind of a suspicious date, right? Really doesn't make quite sense. But notice a couple of interesting things about this building. First of all, it has kind of like the dramatic stamp of a Christian facility. You can see there, which is like one of these sort of overcompensations that we often see in converted synagogues. Also, it has two entrances, just like in Brooklyn or Muncie, you would have two entrances like that. It doesn't have a steeple or any other kind of traditional architecture that you would identify with a church. So there's still a lot of questions as to what exactly this building is. It is in the right place to be one of the newer synagogues on the street. Again, if you could go inside and see if there are any names like Schwartz or Goldberg, we would know for sure. But for the time being, this is one of those mysteries. And actually, got to give credit to David Krause, who really spent some time thinking about the architecture bit.
David Krause would say that that's what the home is.
Yeah, he would say the home. A Prague kind of reference.
Of your camera.
Oh, perfect. That's the way I'll always
Thank you so much for joining us again. For our listeners, if you want to think about the path to success as well as the visions,
I'm standing right now with the major square across the street from me. You can see it's planted with a whole bunch of sycamore trees in the 19th century. You have a look at the trees over my right shoulder. You can see that the trunks are rather distended and kind of have these bulbous, large growths. Apparently, shortly after they were planted in the 19th century, they developed some kind of infection with some kind of invasive species, and the trunks were grossly distended and deformed. And it's interesting because right behind me is where the two recorded autos de fe happened in Porto. That is, people who were accused by the Inquisition of practicing, secret Judaism, that was also associated with witchcraft and many other things. They were executed here on this square, which it was very rare. Porto had only these specific executions, and all of the rest were sent to cities like Lisbon and Coimbra. But it is fascinating, I think, kind of ironic that when they tried to replant over the area, it's as if the soil was tainted in such a way that, at least metaphorically, the trees were diseased. It's also interesting to note that John III, who introduced the Inquisition to this region, amazingly, he had 11 children, and all of them predeceased him.
This is the last neighborhood. As listed, if you want precision, between 1390 and 1496. So until the explosion. And as I told you, yellow buildings all over the place. They have a wall and the fence.
It can be said that leaders and careers have been really close to access a great source of information from the ground is and is an important process of investing is the last great thing more. The best way to start life is working. This podcast is for readers.
We have been important monastery roughly 20 kilometers along the river. They will move from there, and they will establish here where we know houses of French family from
Hosting this episode with me is our Chief Press Officer, Jeremy, my dad, Michael Speed, and thanks for having us. Let's see, I think I'm going to description. What I'm excited about is that just love this book. It's synthesized a bunch of things that I knew from studying history and
here as a control point in the form.
So this building here, just to reiterate what Felipe just said, very remarkable. This is actually someplace that was used as a house of worship by crypto Jews shortly after the Inquisition. It is now a retirement home for senior citizens. When we were here last time, it is a private facility. It's not a museum or anything like that. We David Krause and his kind of like his let us
go in. Obviously, that's not possible with elderly people in COVID-19. And on my website, I have photographs of the Iron Kodesh, but to describe it to you, basically what it was dug into the wall about a depth of about 10, 12 centimeters or about a foot, I'd say a foot, and it clearly had the shape of an Iron Kodesh. It had the arch at the top and so on, and it was probably covered over originally with some kind of movable false wall. And so people could come in here, and as Felipe mentioned, there's a separate entrance that's not even on the street. You come up from below, and they would have their services in there, and they would just reveal the secret Iron Kodesh by probably a sliding wall.
We are right now at the so-called synagogue stairs, which will connect the Jewish neighborhood that's up high down to the lower part of the steps. You sign here says the stairs of the synagogue.
I'm standing in front of one of the most amazing sites in Portugal. This is the Makor Chaim Synagogue, the Source of Life Synagogue, also known as the Kaduri Shul, named after a major benefactor. This is a 20th century synagogue that was created largely for the emerging crypto-Jewish community in Portugal who are rediscovering their Jewish roots. It's really one of the most fantastic things. After spending an entire week on the Douro River, looking at the tiniest little scraps showing evidence of Jewish life here in the Iberian Peninsula after the Inquisition, to see that in fact it is coming surging back to life at places like this synagogue behind me.
We just did it a little differently. He had the extra weapon of being able to promise people eternal salvation.
Good morning, everyone. It's a nice crisp morning. It's in the middle of October, so the weather's just a little bit fresh. You might even see a little bit of steam coming out of my breath. We're docked here at the Portuguese-Spanish border. We're going to switch to overland transport to get to Salamanca. You can see the boat behind me. This is the Douro Serenity, and it's really wonderful boat. We got great rooms that the windows actually open right out onto the river, so you can open up the window and just sit and enjoy the water passing by. Salamanca is absolutely fascinating. As an academic, I especially find it intriguing because it's one of those schools that has been around since the 13th century. Incredibly prolific production of its scholarship, and many Jews and crypto Jews attended this university for hundreds of years. Some of them really incredible, like Abraham Zacuto, with his astronomical work, really made the navigation of the Portuguese industry of navigating the seas possible. So we're going to see a lot of fascinating things as the university campus, and also some of the old Jewish quarter before the expulsion from 1492. Okay, let's go see it.
We're in Salamanca's Plaza Mayor, which is a rather amazing public square. I'll feel like you can look at it walking around. This is the kind of place which was typically associated with autos de fe, the burnings at the stake of people accused by the Inquisition of covering Judaic activities. It happens that this particular one it does not have that distinction, primarily because it was built in the 18th century.
This is sandstone. Then the stone we use during using monuments is sandstone, and this is rich in iron. Iron becomes rusty with the time. That's why Salamanca looks golden city. Okay, and then there are pros and cons with this stone. As the pros is that you can do lovely carvings, lovely details in the fronts.
The building right behind me was actually the base medrash of Salamanca. You see, it's quite an imposing building. It has been reconstructed a few times since then and been remodeled, but essentially this is gives you a sense of the size and grandeur of the Jewish community up until the 14th and 15th century. Now, it happened that Salamanca was largely spared the depredations of the 1391 pogroms and mass conversions that we spoke about last night. But it took a little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer, one of the most important instigators of this violence, actually came to Salamanca and spent several months here. I have some ideas, some theories as to perhaps why Salamanca eventually converted en masse, but essentially at the beginning of the 15th century, you have a lot of Jews converting to Christianity at that time, and there was pressure to turn over the 3 synagogues in the town, and especially this base medrash, to the university. It was eventually handed over, as our wonderful guide Jose mentioned. It became a hostel, like in the sense of student hospitals, visiting student housing, and then later became a faculty of mathematics, linguistics, and now it's the office of the rector, which is most amazing. And it is quite ironic that in the background here you see Friar Leon, one of the most famous figures from this ministry. He was, as we shall discuss tonight when we talk about crypto Jews, he was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian whose ancestors were all Jews. His great-grandmother was actually burned at the stake for refusing to give up Judaism. And he got into huge trouble with the Inquisition, primarily because he challenged the translations of the Latin Vulgate, which is the Bible that the Catholic Church was especially associated with. One of the verses that got him into trouble was actually read it last week. He translated the verse that speaks about the thing that the dove had in his mouth when he returned from the ark. And he referred to it with the Hebrew word leaf. And in fact, that is the Hebrew word. It says an olive leaf. But the Vulgate insists it was a branch, right? Like meaning a piece of wood. So for a couple of inches, literally, he was thrown in jail for how long? 4 years?
4 years. 4 years and 9 months.
Almost 5 years in jail for suggesting that the Hebrew might be more accurate than the later Latin translation. And when he came back, famously, he entered the classroom and hopefully people see inside, and he said, as we were saying, as if to say in a Jewish sense, like when you stop the shear, and then when you pick it up and you just say, Amar Rava. Okay, let's have a look inside. One of the great scholars that taught at this university.
Biggest weirdo you've ever seen, dog.
The science outside spoke to the many languages that they taught in this university. And as you can see, they have a look at this beautiful classroom furniture. I want to get this on all my campuses because I guarantee that students will not fall asleep. Thank you. I guarantee that students will not fall asleep with this kind of furniture. And it has USB connections, charging ports, everything you need. Okay, we didn't get a chance to do stuff together. Dave, why don't you get on, jump on home for me right now? Okay.
Okay, spot it.
Start in India, or around the Cape, come up through the Straits of Gibraltar, through the Mediterranean.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the really amazing aspects of Jewish history in the Iberian Peninsula is the remarkable survival of crypto-Judaism in Portugal in particular. What I'd like to look at today is one specific aspect of why Judaism was able to survive about 500 years of persecution by going underground during the period of Inquisition, and it's specifically along the Douro River. So let's just have a quick recap on what was the Portuguese Inquisition. To understand it properly, you have to go back to Spain in the late 14th century when there was a series of pogroms and forced conversions in 1391. This created a really large population of people who were technically Christian. They had been baptized against their will, and according to church law, they were in fact now Catholics, but they deeply resented this fact. There was an upside though, because now as Christians, they had, carte blanche to, live wherever they wanted, go to higher institutions of learning, to pursue any kind of occupation they want. And so over the course of the 15th century, these crypto Jews, because they were quite often secretly practicing Judaism, still marrying with Jews, still studying Jewish texts, still keeping kosher, things like that, they began to penetrate many different aspects of Spanish society. This caused a lot of tension. By the time you get to the 15th century, the Spanish kings Ferdinand and his queen Isabella instituted the Inquisition, which was essentially a way to root out those Jewish practicing Jews who were portraying themselves as Catholics. At this point, we're talking about 3-4 generations of Catholics now. They were called New Christians or Conversos, or the derogatory term Marrano, which means pig. and there's a lot of interesting debate among historians, was the primary purpose of the Inquisition to kind of generate religious uniformity in Spain, which we definitely see a huge push for that, or was it sort of a socioeconomic backlash against the Jews taking positions in parts of society where before the forced conversions they had not gone? So this Inquisition was technically directed only at those Jews who had been forcibly converted and their descendants, again, now 3-4 generations in. In 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella took a much more drastic step following the suggestion of the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada to expel all the Jews of Spain. And this, now we're talking about the Jews who had not been baptized, not the crypto-Jews, with the reasoning that it was the presence of traditional Jews, practicing Jews, openly practicing Jews, that were keeping the new Christians from abandoning their Jewish faith. And so the idea was to get rid of all the Jews. And that's how we get to Portugal, because in 1492, there's a massive wave of Jews who leave Spain, and many of them cross the land border to the west into Portugal, especially along the Douro River Valley. I'm going to show you a map of that shortly. Portugal handled these migrants, some of whom were legal and many of whom were illegal, with difficulty. And in 1497, ultimately, Portugal took a rather drastic step. Rather than expelling those Jews, because they did represent a significant economic advantage for the country, they decided to simply forcibly convert them all en masse. And so that's in fact what happened in 1497. However, Portugal did not institute the Inquisition. We can have discussions about it. Apparently, they hoped that the problem would go away on its own, and they actually put a stay on the Inquisition for a number of decades. It was only in 1536 that Pope Paul III finally brought the Inquisition formally to Portugal with this papal bull, Cum ad nihil magis. And in fact, the Portuguese Inquisition was in many ways even more savage than the Spanish Inquisition. So that's basically what happened. By the time you get to the 4th decade of the 16th century, the entire peninsula is under the supervision of the Inquisition, and the hunt for crypto-Jews is relentless and often ends in these horrific auto da fe, these public burnings, sometimes burnings in effigy, sometimes burnings in churches. There's a lot more to say about this, but that's basically the situation. Now let's look specifically at Portugal and the Douro River in particular. Here's a map of the Douro River. You can see that it starts in Spain and it moves towards the west and empties into the Atlantic Ocean. It's actually a very beautiful river, and it's just gorgeous with rolling hills and little vineyards, and I think it's one of the most beautiful rivers in Europe, actually. It also has a remarkable height differentiation. In order to traverse the Douro River, you have to go through these massive constructions called locks, which move the boats literally up or down to be able to travel all of it. But at any rate, why is this so significant for crypto-Judaism? Primarily because if you look at this map here, you can see that the Douro River is primarily in the top, but the main centers of the Inquisition are quite a bit to the south. There's Coimbra, which is a very important university town that was a notable center of the Inquisition. But the other two were quite a bit further south, in Lisbon and in Évora. And the region of the Douro River, which is dotted with these little hilltop settlements, it was basically the hinterland. It was far away from the big urban centers. The closest one was Porto, which also had a very large Jewish community, then and now, actually. But these tiny little communities where you might have 5 families, 10 Jewish families, or crypto-Jewish families, they were able to basically be out of the way of most of the attention of the Inquisition. Communities like Salmonte, Blancoso, these were basically where crypto-Jews could more or less stay under the radar, and they did so for a remarkable 500 years, preserving all kinds of internal Jewish traditions, sometimes highly modified Jewish traditions to understand and to adapt to the environment in which they live. And this basically was the situation until the early 20th century, when Samuel Schwartz, shown here, who was a Polish Jewish engineer, was in the region, And, he was kind of like an amateur ethnographer, and he was just asking around for different things. And people said, whatever you do, don't do business with those people up in Belmonte because, they're actually Jews. And he was fascinated with Jews. In this part of Portugal, the Inquisition has been here since 1536. It's almost 500 years later. He goes up there, and he encounters them, and it's a kind of a funny story. They don't believe he's Jewish at first. Only after meeting specifically with the village elder, who quizzes him, gives him a fair exam on the spot, and he was able to, for example, recite the Shema prayer. Then she finally said, "Oh, he's Jewish," and in fact, they accepted him. So these little communities far to the north and quite remote were able to shelter these Jewish populations for such a long time, and it was one of the most fascinating aspects of European Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to going there with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. It is one of my favorite spaces to visit in Europe, and I hope some of you will join me. Thank you very much for watching.
You mentioned how important Frankfurt was from a commercial perspective, and you talked about the Frankfurt Festival. Could you teach our listeners somewhat about that?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In my research preparing for the cruise along the Douro River in Portugal, I came across an absolutely amazing character that I really have to look more deeply into, but his life is somewhat mysterious, and let me just tell you what I know. His name is Duarte de Paz. He was a Portuguese diplomat who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the forced conversion of 1496-97 in Portugal, and he was born around 1500. He died sometime after 1552. It's not exactly clear what happened at the end of his life, as you will see in a minute, but he had this remarkable career lobbying popes to hold off persecuting other Portuguese crypto-Jews. And it's just mind-boggling what he got away with. I came across this in the Encyclopedia Judaica, which was updated in 2007, but there was some other research that was obviously not included as they updated their article, and I found a great article by Carlos Manuel Valentim at the University of Lisbon, and a really interesting article by James Nelson Novoa based on Vatican secret archives that were recently updated. He's with the Cátedra de Estudos Salvavidas Alberto Benedicta. Fascinating material. So here's the story with De Paz. He was the oldest of 6 children, and he was born around 1500, right? So his parents had just been forcibly converted to Christianity, and for the first few decades of the 16th century, the Portuguese Jews were feeling very resentful of this moment, of course, but nevertheless, they had the rights as Christians to do whatever they wanted, and they could practice Judaism in secret, primarily because King Manuel I, who had like a larger geopolitical agenda, he wanted to unite with Spain, and he didn't want to expel the Jews of Portugal, many of whom, by the way, were originally refugees from Spain. He wanted to keep them in Portugal for their economic talents and value and investments and so on. So he simply mass converted them against their will. So in exchange for that act, he promised them that he would hold off on allowing the Inquisition coming into Portugal. And in fact, he did so for quite a while. So our hero, De Paz, was the oldest of 6 children, and the family was very involved in the Douro region. Actually, they're based in Porto, which is where the Douro River empties out into the Atlantic, and they had a lot of business up and down the river. De Paz ended up going into the military, and he actually lost an eye fighting for Portugal in a war in North Africa. But he still maintained very heavy connections with very important crypto-Jewish families like the Nassi family of Doña Gracia Mendes Nassi and Joseph Nassi and others. Now you have to imagine this individual, a decorated soldier with one eye, kind of like a Moshe Dayan kind of look. We don't have pictures of him, but he probably wore an eye patch, and he rose up in the ranks until finally King John III, who actually, I'm going to pronounce his name for him, João III. I have to give thanks to Helena of Brazil, who now lives in Melbourne, for sending me notes on how to pronounce João.
wow properly. I used to think it was wow, like when the baby was born, the mother would say, wow, it's a boy, but it's actually wow. Anyway, sorry for the distraction. King Joao III named him to the Military Order of Christ. This is a former Templar organization, right? Knights of Templar. And this was in 1530 when he was about 30 years old. And he apparently wore the habit of the Order of Christ, the Military Order of Christ, in his travels. We don't have a picture of him, but here's a picture of the very famous Marquis de Pombal, who is also a member of the Military Order of Christ, and he is wearing the official cross that is so associated with Portugal and specifically this 16th century. So that's what he must have dressed like. So he went off on a secret mission for King Joao III, but then apparently he abandoned whatever that mission was, and he decided he was going to spend time in Rome lobbying on behalf of his brethren, the Portuguese crypto-Jews. We have to imagine that he carried with him a massive amount of money, which was provided for him by the crypto-Jewish community of Portugal. And he went to Pope Clement VII and actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal. It's amazing. The year before, the Pope had issued this papal bull, Cum ad nihil magis, which was formally allowing the Inquisition to come to Portugal. And with this bag of money, De Paz was able to set it off single-handedly, rather amazing. And it wasn't only Pope Clement VII. The next Pope, Paul III, was also very involved with De Paz, and apparently, this is amazing, De Paz was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto-Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible. After Pope Paul III, who was in office until 1549, we find out that De Paz's career goes definitely downhill. King Joao is very upset because he learned that De Paz is not doing whatever secret mission he sent him on, and instead is out there lobbying for crypto-Jews in Rome. So he strips him of his office, demands that he stop wearing the insignia and so on, and possibly was behind an assassination attempt. That apparently De Paz was attacked on the road while traveling. He was stabbed 14 times and left for dead on the road, but luckily, or with foresight, I really should say, he was wearing some kind of secret armor underneath his clothing, and he was able to survive that attack. He was rescued. He was actually brought to the doctors of the Pope who treated him, and he was able to eventually heal and then move on. During this time, however, and it gets really murky, he apparently had significant disputes with his financial backers who were questioning exactly how he was spending his money, and he was replaced by another representative, Diogo Antonio, and De Paz was furious. He ends up in Ferrara, Italy in 1538, and he is jailed at that point. This is when the Inquisition is really rocking through Italy and Spain and Portugal at this time. After spending an unknown amount of time in jail, he was released, and he immediately fled to Istanbul, which was a destination for many of these crypto-Jews because there they could openly practice Judaism. I know it might sound ironic in our 21st century, but in the 16th century, crypto-Jews found a much more hospitable environment for their return to Judaism in Islamic lands than they did in Catholic lands. So De Paz actually openly came out as a Jew. He changed his name to David Bueno, and then we're not exactly sure what happened to him afterwards. Documents released from the Vatican include some reports of De Paz. It's difficult to determine exactly how authoritative they are, but one of the Catholic reporters who describes the story of De Paz says that after De Paz abnegated his Christian faith, not only did he return to his Hebrew perfidy, right? He actually converted to the Turkish sect, meaning to Islam. So it's hard to determine whether or not that is true. It seems like the author of that letter is probably saying that not only did he become a Jew, even worse, he became a Muslim. So it may be just some kind of empty calendar. But what we can say about the past is that he lived an extremely colorful life, very heroic individual who actually did tremendous things for the Portuguese crypto-Jewish community. Wow. I hope you found this interesting, and I'm looking forward to talking with you more about the amazing history of the Jews of the Douro River. And I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in 2024. Thank you very much for watching.
Which was the biggest silver mine in the world. He was involved with other mines. Hungary was very rich in copper. There were other silver belts in Europe where he was.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to take a quick minute to talk about a historian that I'm really excited about, Meir Kaiserling, also known as Moritz Kaiserling. He was born in 1829, he passed away in 1905, and he was especially known for his studies of Sephardic Jewry. Let me tell you a little bit about his background and why I am so excited to be reading his work. So he was trained as a rabbi, although much of his published work was in the field of history, kind of like the opposite of me, where most of my training is as a historian, but lots of people seem to think I'm a rabbi. I don't know why. He studied under the great historian Leopold von Ranke, and one of his greatest rabbinical teachers was none other than Samson Raphael Hirsch, one of the most influential thinkers of 19th century Germany. He held rabbinical posts in Switzerland and especially in Budapest, Hungary. He was very active in all kinds of areas, especially in the fight for Jewish civil rights, which was a major enterprise in the middle of the 19th century particularly. But to look at him as a historian, he made his fame with a 2-volume study, Geschichte der Juden in Spanien and Portugal, the history of the Jews in Spain and Portugal, 1861 through 1867. Those are the dates when these books were published. He would later follow up with a single standalone volume on Portugal that we'll talk about in a second. Most of his books were in German, but one of them was translated into English, and in fact is still in print, Christopher Columbus and the Participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese Discoveries. And another really interesting thing about that particular book is that the Spanish government actually reached out to Dr. Kaiserling and asked him to write this book to celebrate the 400th anniversary of the discovery of the Americas. Of course, we just finished the 500th anniversary a little while ago, so this puts us back in time. Now, why do I think he is so fantastic, especially important for us, especially as we get ready to explore the Douro River with kosher riverboat cruises? I believe that Kaiserling was pretty much the first historian, certainly of the modern era, but he was the first historian to really take crypto-Jews seriously. Meaning, a lot of historians wrote, before the 19th century about the Gerush Sfar, the Spanish expulsion of 1492, and the tribulations of the Jews as they tried to make their way around the Mediterranean and so on. But the Portuguese Jews, who had a rather different experience, received less attention, even though they were really quite important in shaping modern Jewish identity. The reason is because the Spanish Jews essentially had the choice in 1492 either accept baptism or leave. Right? That was why there was such a large exile. There had been a large number, maybe as many as 100,000 Jews who were already converted or were the descendants of converts from the forced conversion of 1391. And they had to decide whether they wanted to continue living kind of like a double existence with the Jews at home and Christians in the street. But that was less of a phenomenon. In Portugal, there was a very different story because so many of those Spanish Jews fled to the most convenient land-based location, which was over in the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula in Portugal. There was similarities of culture and the languages were related and so on, and that was where at least 60,000 Jews fled in 1492. And that only lasted for about 5 years. In 1497, there was a mass conversion engineered by the Portuguese government. And all of a sudden, all of these Spanish Jews, these refugees, along with the Portuguese Jews who had lived there before 1492, were suddenly Christians. And then it took them many generations after the Inquisition was imposed there to flee Portugal and to readopt their identity. And scholars didn't really look at them very seriously until Kaiserling. But he began to really think carefully about the identity of these Jews. Back then they were called marranos, which is a derogatory term, meaning swine. Now we use the term conversos or crypto Jews, sometimes new Christians. Kaiserling was the first to really explore what it meant to live that kind of identity. And he recorded that in this great book, which I actually own. Thank you, David, for purchasing this for my research for our upcoming trip. And I can't wait to find out more about what he says about these Portuguese crypto Jews. Thank you very much for watching, and stay tuned for more research on Kaiserling's discoveries of the Portuguese crypto Jews.
Certainly as powerful as anything else. Under Mary's father, Charles the Bold.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just recently, I learned about fascinating individual Daniel Israel Lopez Laguna. His years are roughly 1653 to 1730. He was born to a crypto-Jewish family, meaning Jews who were inwardly practicing Judaism but outwardly feigning a Christian identity to avoid depredations of the Inquisition, which was actually horrific in Portugal for several hundred years. And like many Jews of his generation, his family brought him at a young age to a place called Horad, which was in France, just south of the region in Bordeaux, where I'm hoping to find more evidence of crypto-Jewish activity. He was raised there, and then as a young man, he went back to Spain, again with this kind of dual identity, where he was studying, and he was arrested by the Inquisition, put on trial, and sentenced to a dungeon for several years, until finally he served his sentence. He was somehow reconciled to the church. There was a whole series of ways that this could be done. The most significant of which, of course, was the auto da fe, the burning of the stake. But there were many other ways that a person could reconcile himself to the church, and then the church would relax, that was the term used, relax the individual back to the secular authorities. And as soon as he got the opportunity, Daniel Laguna traveled to Jamaica and then readopted his Jewish identity there. Now, while he was in Jamaica, he continued work on something that he began while he was sitting in the prisons of the Inquisition, a remarkable book called Espeofiel de Vidas, que contiene los Salmos de David en verso, which was published in 1720. And that's really his amazing claim to fame. Let's have a quick look at it. So the translation of the title is something like the true mirror of lives contained in the Psalms of David in verse. And it's a very, very unusual and highly regarded literary work, which is not exactly a translation of Psalms, but a loose paraphrase. Like many Jews of his generation, he had very, very little Hebrew training. This was, of course, something that was completely forbidden in Portugal at the time, and so he certainly had no access to it. In France, it was so much more relaxed, but he did not have the capacity to translate from the Hebrew. He relied very heavily on other Spanish translations of Psalms to provide his paraphrase. What it basically is kind of like a sort of translation, sort of meditation on the Psalms, very much in keeping with the way that Psalms are actually used by Jews over the centuries. If you had the opportunity to read the Psalms, there's 150 of them. They are mainly attributed to David, but other writers as well. And they are like the most powerful psychological, cathartic expressions of dismay and distress and exaltation and anger and frustration, and they're all kind of like small prayers to God for, redemption and for salvation, stated in a very, very immediate and emotionally powerful manner. And so people read the Psalms and derive tremendous consolation and strength from them. I myself read Psalms every day, and I also feel the power of this incredible book of the Bible. So what Laguna did was he took those songs and he reframed them through his own life, and with frequent references to the Inquisition and how he was so cruelly treated and so on. It's really a quite fascinating work. A couple of observations about it. My colleague Ronnie Pereles, who was a great scholar of Sephardic Jewry, he notes that it stands out as one of the rare exceptions to the rule that most of the crypto Jews never left behind autobiographies, even though this was, 17th, 18th century, 19th century was really the great heyday of the explosion of spiritual autobiographies. We have a lot of them coming from increasingly important people across Europe. But crypto Jews held back from it. And a few obvious Dr. Pereles, in a book chapter on this topic, discusses how crypto Jews would have felt shame discussing their feigned conversion because they had to live a double life for so many years. And I think I'd like to add to that it would have impact on their family members. They still presumably have lots of other families who are still living this kind of submerged existence and would not want to necessarily out them. So there's a hesitancy to write autobiographies in general. But something like this, which is kind of like one step removed from an autobiography, it is a sort of translation commentary on the Book of Psalms. That's kind of past muster. Now, as I was doing research for this, I happened to come across a great article by none other than Meir Kaiserling. You recall we spoke about this pioneering scholar in the last video. And he published an English language article in the Jewish Quarterly Review in 1900. And the reason why he was publishing there is only partially because of Daniel Azur Lopez Laguna's work, but also because of the connections with Jamaica. Because I mentioned a minute ago, he fled the Iberian Peninsula, went to Jamaica where he could re-adopt his Jewish identity. He was naturalized there in the year 1693. So Kaiserling wrote quite a bit about the author and the nature of the book and so on. I think one of the most fascinating aspects is he connected the use of language to developments in Spanish. I was amazed to hear that the Hebrew word malshin, which means like an informer, and is very heavily used in this book as a referring to the people who betrayed into the Inquisition and so on. In the Spanish language, that term malshin has actually been adopted. The term malsinar means to accuse. Malsindad means a slanderous accusation. And of course, that's one of the contributions of the Jews to the Spanish language because of their experience with the Inquisition. Okay. It's just so amazing. I really am so interested in learning about the lives of these crypto Jews, and I'm looking forward to seeing the central area where they were active in the Belmonte region, the Douro River, and then later in Bordeaux as well. If you're able to join us, I would love to meet you and get to know you on this cruise. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing with you what I learned in preparation for the cruise and the cruise itself on these videos. Thank you once again for watching.
That there was a God, and you see that most in the way he prepared for the afterlife. He knew that he was violating commandments.
Erev Tov, it is so nice to see once again such a robust, nice crowd here with us on Zoom. We are so privileged once again to be hosting Dr. Henry Abramson. I will share that this is, again, our second in this series, but in the intervening week, between last week and this week, we have already gotten wonderful feedback, and even people who are now looking into their own histories and trying to figure out some of their own background due to the wonderful insights you heard last week. So there's been a tremendous amount of anticipation to this second installment, although rest assured that even if you missed last week, you will still be able to be enthralled and by what we're going to learn this week. And once again, the opportunity to be enriched in our present, understanding our past, and seeing how that impacts our future is one of the things that are really enriching about this.
Yo, what up, Odachi?
So with that,
how you living, Piv? Did you find out about me from Twitch?
Yeah.
No shit.
Dude, why are you streaming on Pokemon Go?
Oh, dude. It's been like that for a long time. Oh, my word. Odachi, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. According to The Economist magazine, data is Earth's #1 resource. Odachi, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Well, that's what I do. And because data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more of it archived on the internet than any person ever, that may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Odachi, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have enough money to be able to start generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I want you to be able to start philanthropic organizations and charities of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, and when I go viral, I'd like to make them mainstream. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology, like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst through the use of technology. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. That's what all my merchandise is. And one thing that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I'm also an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How did those things sound to you, Odachi?
Sounds pretty dope.
Excellent. If I may ask, Odachi, did you see one of my clips or did you just randomly come across me in Twitch?
I didn't know if you were a real person, so I went through the links, but a lot of your accounts are like banned.
Oh, for sure.
On Twitch.
Absolutely.
Your YouTube lane, I saw like your TikTok, and I saw your interview with Ray Diamond.
Yeah, Diamond. Absolutely. Wow, you go deep into my lore. Excellent. How did you find out about me in the beginning? Did you see a clip or something?
No, not on Twitch. I was watching the video and was like, this is everything.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I talk about other things that are really interesting to people. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like perhaps even quantum computing, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is really exciting. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I just think these are really exciting prospects. I talk about other things to help you and your friends and family. This is all with your consent. But Odachi, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology like peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, oxygen therapy, red light therapy, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, things like cryogenics, nootropics. But eventually you may get to be 100 years old, 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful. What's the next plan? Well, if you want, this is with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain, Odachi, into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to live a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I don't know if I'm going to live for that long.
You don't have to. That's why I say it's with your consent. But essentially, I want to make your dreams come true. How does that sound?
Well, like, would you say, like, young in your mind, or is it just like, you get at a certain point, it's just like geriatric, but the real living longer?
No, you essentially, today's 80-year-old is tomorrow's 800-year-old. Like, basically, we're going to be able to slow down aging, and also, if needed, we'll be able to just upload your mind into another being if we need, so that you'll be able to live indefinitely, basically tens of thousands, millions of years if you want.
Hey man, this is really interesting. Did you actually play
Yeah, dude, I have the world's largest time capsule or timeline of human existence archived to the internet. That's pretty good. Well, what do you contribute? Okay, that's fine. I have a career as well. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had multi-million-dollar contracts under my responsibilities. I have enough money that I'm able to just stream my life 24/7, and that's what I do. Unknown Monster, how'd you find out about me? Unknown Monster, how did you find out about me? Oh, Dachi, can you... Yo, unknown Monster. All right, well, if you're gonna come at the throne, you better bring heat. So, Odachi, that's what I do. Essentially, you can go back to any minute of any day of my life for the last basically 4 years and see what was going on, not just in my life, but in global events. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king. Yeah, we said a lot to you. So, Unknown Monster, how did you find out about me? Unknown Monster, can you speak? Do you know how Discord works? All right, perhaps you don't. I have more social media than any person ever. Odachi, you've seen some of it. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts.
That's really cool. And all these accounts. How many followers have you accumulated?
I have 40,000 on Twitch. I mean, what does that matter? Unknown Monster, we keep asking you questions and you keep going away. Dog, go to Viral Rabbi. It's live streaming right now. That's 40,000 people.
Is it really different
It's on Twitch. Just go to Viral Rabbi. VIRALRABBI on Twitch. I have 40,000 followers. Unknown Monster.
Sorry, my mic was cutting out earlier. What were you trying to say?
How did you find out about me? Unknown Monster, you just muted yourself again.
Oh, I did find you out.
Yeah, so Odachi, you were asking like, well, why are you in Pokemon Go? Because I'm in a bunch of different categories. Not that any of them really allow me to get found all that easily.
Sorry, I think I pushed the talk is messing up.
Unknown Monster, how did you find out about me? This is like the 6th time I've asked you this question. Okay, that's fine. I have over 10,000 followers on Instagram. I've got thousands of followers on TikTok. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual ever.
But aren't you worried about how little attention you're getting even if you're having a lot of these followers? Because I saw in this moment with like 49K followers to 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really pay attention to Twitch. I multi-stream. So I stream on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter.
Where do you have the most engaging activity?
Right here. I've got you in here. Unknown Monster. Unknown Monster. For how did you find out about me? It's a simple question. You're wanting to ask me a lot of questions. I'm just asking you one question.
I don't really know.
Okay, well, how did you find out about me? I mean, it's pretty simple. Did a friend tell you? Did you see something that I did online? Did you see one of my streams?
I saw this like Twitch live stream compilation.
Did you see a clip on Twitch?
Oh no, I did see this clip on YouTube. It was just you staring at the screen for weeks.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I've got tons of those. But yeah, I stream my life. You can go back to any moment of any day for the last 4 years and see not only what I was doing, but what was going on in the world. I keep a radio going on in the background to archive all of the news that's going on. So
who wants to watch?
Well, you see, in the future, AI will be building models off of people using real-time video, and I have the most amount of data archived for AI to use. People will,
144p.
you have to understand that in the future, people will be able to increase the quality of all of my videos to 8K. So better than the human eye can be able to discern. I'm not worried about the quality so much. The quantity is what is important to me.
That's very
Good. I'm glad. So essentially, what people would do in the past is they would write journals or diaries of what they were doing, and I just do the same with videos.
I feel like you could write on a sticky note and leave that like in the middle of a street somewhere and get more engagement.
I don't worry about engagement. I have over 1,900 people in here in this Discord alone. How many people do you have in your Discord? Okay, well that sucks.
And they still engage more than your 1,900.
Nope, no, they don't. How many people do you have following you on Twitch? Not 49,000. I don't even care. How many people do you have following you on
More
Instagram?
than 140.
Dude, I have my one account has 49,000. Go to Viral Rabbi, VIRALRABBI. You don't have more than 49,000. Dude, I don't know. I'm live in a bunch of different platforms. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live. I know. I don't pay attention to them all. I'm live on 20 different devices right now. You have to understand, most streamers, they use one device and they have all of their chat filtered to one in a unified form. I don't. I live my life and I have 33 different devices going at any given time.
So that's the only way to talk to you is to go here. Chats that you read.
I read them when they're done, basically. I check them every once in a while, but I'd rather be able to have real-time talks with people.
I mean, yeah, probably don't have that anywhere else.
I'm just trying to look for any engagement from anybody in this survey. Automated or you. It's not even
Yeah, I don't let people chat in this Discord. They can chat.
Oh, you can't even chat at all?
Yeah, exactly. If you want to, you can click on the support or ask Rabbi anything if you need anything immediate. The reason why I don't let people chat in here is because I get spammed. I get an incredible amount of spam. So I don't like to.
So mean, why would people?
Well, because I spam them, so I get it.
Oh.
No, I won't spam you. I want the best for you. Correct. Odachi, what'd you say? What did you say? That is what?
I was just reading the jokes, so that's crazy.
Yeah.
Every 15 minutes, that's crazy.
Absolutely. So if you go to that Reddit section, it's basically archived everything on Reddit in the major subreddits for the last few years, and it updates regularly. So everything in the world of science, to art, to music, to movies, to dad jokes, to anime, all that
I
stuff.
spilled coffee at my laptop, and I thought I ruined it. But surprisingly, it actually ran faster than usual.
There you go. Nice.
Until a couple of hours later when it crashed.
There you go. So
yeah, because it's like coffee.
Right, exactly. So
It's like running a Java.
there you go. So that's what I do. If you ever want to get a hold of me, I'm in here 24 hours. Though I do some IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in
What if you're
Chile.
Yo, I had the exact same idea.
What did you say?
Do you want me to just wake you up? It's like really important.
Absolutely. Yeah, go for it.
You just sleep there too.
Yeah,
I like scream into the night.
I mean, do whatever you want to do. I may not always have the volume in here open, but if I do, you'll awake me.
But it's like really important.
That's fine. Then go to the Ask Rabbi Anything section and
So they
immediately.
set you as like my emergency contact.
You absolutely
Like car
can.
accident,
You have heard that nothing bad happens to you on my watch.
Thank you.
Absolutely, my friend.
Would you ever invest in like better quality cameras for your live streams?
Most
Or
certainly.
too much because you're streaming too many content?
I mean, he says he has all his money. I feel like he could do that now.
I mean, I have that right now. I've got a ceiling cam that is like basically in 1080p. Yeah, I mean, if you go, I advise
Which
you.
service?
Okay, yeah, exactly. Great question. Go in the upper left corner of this Discord, and you'll see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. Put that link into YouTube, and you can see all of my different YouTube streams, and whatever one you think is best, you can watch me on.
Holy shit, there's like 40 different angles here.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Nobody else does what I do.
They're all kind of blurry.
Doug, again,
Look at the ceiling cam.
It's because you're using Restream.
yeah, that's a reason too. I'm using
Is the lighting
Restream.
also not helpful with the pink?
Oh, I mean, I
Like
like
pink. Do you like pink?
fuck yeah, I like pink.
Yes.
But
I just don't know if it's like bright enough to go.
all right, I mean, in the future, people will be able to turn up the brightness as much as they want. I need to keep it a little dark because I have a projector behind me that plays the video that I'm watching, and it needs to be somewhat dark so I can see it.
What are you watching?
Jewish history lectures.
It's I wonder, what is a lot? What is a lot?
What's my last name?
That's just the last name.
Yeah, it means red shield in German.
Is Rabbi also just the name?
I'm a rabbi, means teacher in Hebrew.
Oh, okay.
You love as a child.
Very much so. Perhaps more than anyone on earth.
Are you like a direct descendant of the Rothschild family?
It's a very large family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, about 10,000 of us globally. Do we share DNA? Absolutely.
You have like a lot of siblings too.
I generally don't like to talk too much about my family, so I keep their lives private.
Do they support this? Like support you with this?
Generally, yeah, big time. So Odachi, you were just cruising through Twitch for Pokemon Go. Do you like Pokemon Go?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pokemon Go is amazing, dog. Excellent. All right, and Unknown Monster, what do you like to watch? That could be. And you guys don't know each other, right, Odachi? Oh, very well. Okay, so Odachi, aside from Pokemon Go, what
I
do you?
just thought he sounded really cool, and I wanted to be part of it.
Absolutely, everybody does. So Odachi, what else do you like to do aside from watch Pokemon Go? What are your hobbies?
I really like Sea of Thieves.
Sea,
No, Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves, is that a game?
It's a pirate game.
Oh, amazing. You like pirates?
I like pirates.
I do too. Who's your favorite pirate? Like IRL pirate?
I don't know their name.
That's okay.
I think their name's like, it's kind of informal, but I think their name is like Matthew, but I don't know their actual pirate name.
That's okay. Hey, so you like the Age of Pirates, basically, correct?
Yeah, I like stealing.
Don't we all? Absolutely. Okay. Are you familiar with Francis Drake?
I have no idea.
That's okay. He's a major pirate of the British Empire. Of course, there's Blackbeard. I love pirates. The
You know
pirates.
Jack Sparrow?
Well, yeah, that's from
I like that guy.
Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean, but that's cool. Okay, so you like pirates. What else do you like? What are your favorite things? Unknown Monster. What are your favorite things? That's okay. How about you, Odachi? What do you like? Do you play? Do you play sports? Do you play sports? Did you follow sports? No? Okay. Well, that's all right. I'm really into sports. We watch 3 different Olympic games on this stream. We watch college football. We watch pro football as it starts. Yeah, I like them all. Whoever's on my fantasy team. But generally, I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan. As a child, that's who I would root for. And I like USC. USC is a great squad. Well, I don't know about this year, but traditionally, um, I am a fan of basically New York and LA teams generally. What's Goober Dash? Okay, very well. We'll enjoy. We play a lot of games in here. Every night, I get a group of people to come in. We play all kinds of like mini games, things like everything from checkers and chess and backgammon to mini golf and table soccer and darts and archery. Just quite a few different games. So if you guys are ever bored, around like 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, every night we've got a group of people who come in here and they play and then they fall asleep in here. So it's a good group of people. So Odachi, you don't like sports. That's okay. What other games do you like aside? What other games do you like aside from Pokemon Go?
Hey, Odakai, have you heard of Sea of Thieves? No. Windows Defender firewalls blocks and features of this app. Okay, it doesn't like be played with here. It's super like you're not really missing out. It's not like it's so I don't know, man. I work at 9 to 5 and I just
Very cool. That's cool.
You should try to play Sea of Thieves. Actually, you should try playing whatever the hell this game's called.
Goober Dash?
Actually, bring some other people in. Yeah, it's in. Are you guess 2190? No, I don't know monster. Idiot. Guess 2988. The monkey with the banana. You just kissed me. Oh, we died. I'm also dead. Oh, it's so empty. Gotta go.
Well, very well. We've got some football games to kick off in 45 minutes, so I'll be watching those. And then there's some more this evening. And then tomorrow there's the North Carolina game versus it's like Bill Belichick, if you know who that is, his college debut.
Like Squid Game. Do you guys know what Squid Game is?
Yeah, the thing from Netflix.
Yeah, I've got some girls up there. I'll get this thing.
And in my free time, oh, all right. In my free time, I build robots as well. So that's kind of what I do. Odachi, more than anything, though, from more than the live streaming and making you rich and all your dreams come true, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the future, and I'm here to give people hope. So if you ever need anything from me, I'm here to help you, okay? Yes, sir. You can't hear me?
Actually, Phil, the opposite.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. You said you're going to play. Okay, excellent. Well, Odachi, if you ever need anything from me, I'm here. Thank you so much for coming in and learning about me. I appreciate it. Please do. You too, buddy. Take care. Bye.
So today, highs running in the mid 90s in Metro LA and OC. Right now, 72.
Next Thursday on Peacock, the much anticipated debut of the Office
Yo, dog. How are you? How are you? How'd you find out about me?
This pastor.
Where?
This is pastor.
Where'd you find out about me?
Sent me a live stream.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's Pascal.
Yeah, this pastor.
Yeah, how are you, big dog? What's good, son?
Not much. How have you been doing lately?
So far, so good.
So how's the Sunday?
Just chill it. How about you?
So what are you working on?
I'm working on robots. How about you?
Okay. No, I'm just chilling. Came back from church very tired.
All right, we'll go get some sleep, big dog.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm checking you.
Absolutely, I'm doing well. You get your nap and then come back.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely, sounds like a plan, dog. Take care, pimp.
Yeah.
Public restrooms are only Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chats Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-long friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chats Encounters with me, Jessica Street. Seriously, like, dude, just fix the transmission. We all know how to place the transmission. The transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. Always the right fix. AA. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and restrictions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Apps for fix, apps for playlists, even the apps for scrolling endlessly at 2 a.m. All in one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket. Free iHeartRadio app. Get what millions already have. iHeartRadio is the #1 app for radio. And of course, medical system is completely broken. Complete camera ideas to change it. Social distancing. Rather stick with our broken system. Six survived the crash and remain in the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Thousands of protesters have gathered for a weekly rally in Tel Aviv calling for a ceasefire in Gaza and a comprehensive hostage deal. Gil Dickman is a cousin of Carmel Rabbi, an Israeli hostage who was killed by Hamas. He's told the crowd most Israelis want war to end. Even baby spoilers want this war to end. And more hostages to come home. 48 hostages are still being held by Hamas, while half are out to east of Gaza. Four public restrooms on LA's Skid Row will stay open at least an hour. These restaurants are in amenities, accessible, a safe place to go to wash, to access clean water, simple needs for essential ones. City Council's that was acknowledged for Riley's discretion on she says that gives the restaurants for 6 months, like monks and LBs. Governor Newsom and state lawmakers have struck a deal with Uber and Lyft that will let rideshare drivers unionize while still being treated as independent contractors. The agreement also lowers insurance costs for the companies, dropping coverage for the $1 per accident to $300,000 or $60,000 for uninsured drivers. Uber and Lyft say the change could bring down fares and lawsuits while drivers gain the right to bargain for better pay and emissions. Regina D'Agostino, KFI News. A California Democratic congressman says people worried about COVID vaccines should talk to their doctor. Pharmacies across the U.S. say they'll limit some access to COVID vaccines after Health Secretary R.F.K. Jr. fired CDC head Susan Monterez for not aligning with the department's overall vaccine policy. Congressman Amy Vera says he is ignoring the established science of vaccines. Congressman Vera is a doctor who served as chief medical officer for Sacramento County. MTV all over the rewind the music video to be presented for one week on select channels starts Rabbi. It'll feature more than 700 classic and current music videos. Videos will air on MTV2, MTV Live, MTV Classic, and the Pluto channel MTV Music.
To a German, because I had never heard that term as an American.
That's a German expression. Vitamin D means it's a German word for relationships. Beziehungen. And in those days where you really had to rely on trust much more than you do today, because you have contracts, you have rule of law. Trust was a big deal in those days. And connections are what made the world go round. Yeah, they still do. But even more so in those days. Without the proper introductions, you could get nowhere.
By the way, Fugger would be the last guy I'd ever want to be sitting across the table from playing a game of Texas Hold'em poker with. Because you explained wonderfully, he gets involved in a copper cartel with his Hungarian assets. And then can you explain the strange twist in the plot that follows?
Yeah, the copper mines in Hungary and Slovakia were the biggest around. But he was sort of at the height of his powers just as the Reformation was getting started. And again, he not because he wanted it to happen, but he played a key role in making the Reformation happen. And the peasants saw an opportunity to seize power from the monarchs, because the monarchs were all aligned with Rome, and because of Luther and the way he publicized the inequities, it was plain to everyone, well, wait a minute, why are we listening to Mass that's in Latin? Why are we paying all this money to Rome? Who's to say that the priests are the only ones who can interpret the Bible? And they seem to be consistent. They seem to be actually doing things
that I hand it over to Dr. Abramson. Again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Posey. I apologize for the delay. I'm actually not in my usual home studio for this lecture. I'm traveling right now, so I'm in a hotel room in Toronto. And things are very different. The internet, however, seems to be fairly strong, so hopefully we won't experience any more delays. I just realized I had misplaced the Zoom address. It took me a while to find it. Why don't I start with a quick pleasantry, and then we'll get right to the material. So the joke goes like this. And once again, I apologize for those of you who have heard me lecture before. I only know a very small number of jokes, and I simply repeat them over and over again. Thankfully, the demographic that usually comes to my lectures has difficulty remembering jokes over a very long period of time, so I get to reuse them quite often. So the joke goes like this. It's set in the former Soviet Union when there are a tremendous number of shortages everywhere. And there's this big lineup outside of a cucumber store. Now, as we certainly know now, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the great country was made up of many smaller republics filled with many different nationalities. It's not a monolithic Russian state. It's filled with Ukrainians and Lets and Uzbeks and Tatars and of course Jews and so on. So this lineup is proportionate to the distribution of many different peoples in the former Soviet Union, and they're waiting there in the morning for these cucumbers. The manager throws open the shutters, leans out the window, and he says, "We've just learned that we can expect a smaller shipment of cucumbers today than expected. So therefore, all Jews, please leave the line and go home." So what can they do? You know, the few Jews who are scattered throughout the line, they simply give up. They're not going to be served. They're not going to be able to buy their cucumbers, so they go home. People wait in line. A little while later, he opens up the window again. He says, "We just learned that one of these delivery trucks has broken down on the way. We will have less cucumbers than anticipated. Therefore, all Central Asians, Kazakhs, Tajiks, Uzbeks, Tatars, everyone go home." So, you know, what can they do? They have to leave, you know. So this goes on and on and on until finally he opens up the shutters and says, "We've just learned that the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. No cucumbers are being delivered today. Everyone go home." So all you have left in line now are pure cultural nationalities, pure Homo Sovieticus line. And Petro turns to Ivan and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Now, I hope you're laughing. I can't tell over Zoom, but it seems like, in many ways, when we look at Jewish history, we see one after another period of persecution and discrimination and so on. And although that does characterize a great deal of Jewish history, there's also a tremendous amount of intellectual creativity and artistic activity. And, you know, as someone put it in the Laxamos School of Historiography, much of Jewish history is like books and pogroms and books. But last week, we looked at the shaping of the Ashkenazic mind. We looked at this idea that and it's just kind of like a working theory. It's not really a defined, well-known, accepted idea, but I believe there's a lot of value to it, at least as a Gedanke experiment, as kind of a thought experiment to get us to think about what it means to develop in the Ashkenazi mindset. We talked a lot about the idea of the Crusades being a defining moment around which that culture is wrapped, in which it is in constant dialogue with that moment, even if the original germ of that historical event has long passed. It nevertheless affected and scarred the Ashkenazi mind so much that one can see its reverberations throughout the centuries, right up to our own day in many ways. And as we discussed last week, the idea that the Crusades created a sort of a fear of the outside world, of non-Jewish culture, that it was toxic and dangerous and threatening. And, there's a lot to say for that point of view, but it's not necessarily the one that was held by Jewish communities all over the world. Tonight's task is to look at the Sephardic experience and to wonder if perhaps there is a similar kind of event, and I will posit for our discussion that yes, I believe there is, that also created a sort of a template for Sephardic thought, or how Jews belonged to the rest of the world that shaped the way that Sephardim interacted with each other and with other Jews up until the present day. I would like to argue that it is the Inquisition and the expulsion in particular that shaped the Sephardic mind. This is a very different kind of thing because the Crusades were one horrific summer of 1096, but then for future persecution, there was always a harkening back to, you see, it's just like the Crusades. And I would like to think that in the case of the Inquisition and the expulsion, there's that same kind of circular pattern of returning back to that generational experience as the foundation of how the Sephardic Jews react to the world around them. One last word before we actually start into the material. When we speak about Sephardim, you should know that there are really two major groups of people who fall under this rubric. There are those who are from the Iberian Peninsula itself, and that would include both Spanish Jews and Portuguese Jews, who had a very different experience, as we will discuss shortly. And it also includes a large number of Jews from the Eastern Mediterranean and Persia in particular, who were shaped and altered by the huge influx of Sephardi Jews after the expulsion. So, for example, the Jews in Constantinople, Istanbul, Turkish Jews, were deeply affected by their encounter with the refugee Sephardim, and in many ways they consider themselves Sephardim, even though their genetics, so to speak, their ancestral origins don't go to Spain, but they found themselves within the Sephardic origin. As Rabbi Yosef, a very important Israeli Sephardic rabbi, put it, the definition of a Sephardi is anyone who follows the Shulchan Aruch, anyone who follows the code of Jewish law that was written by a Sephardi exile, and of course that includes a massive number of people who are not from Spain, but nevertheless feel themselves culturally within its orbit. I would like to say, however, that I think the Sephardic experience was so traumatic and so deeply felt on a cellular level that even Jews from Persia are affected by the Sephardic experience and their way in which they see themselves in the world. And so I think a lot of the assessments that I'd like to make today about Sfarad would hold equally true for Persian Jews as well. So maybe we'll have a chance to examine the validity of my thesis when we get to the end of the lecture. Let me take you through the experience of the Inquisition and the expulsion in greater detail now, and then we can assess, to what degree that is a cultural turning point for Sephardi Jews. So when we look at Sephardim, there are basically four major periods to consider. There's first the period of earliest settlement, which we'll talk about briefly today, and that goes up until the year 711, which is the year of the Muslim conquest of the Spanish Peninsula. Then there is the Muslim period, which includes the famed period known as the Golden Age or La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, which lasted for about 200 years and was quite remarkable in many ways. The third would be the Christian period, when the Muslims are slowly driven out of Spain and the Jews who had really excelled to a great degree under the Muslims find themselves under a very different regime with a different agenda for the Jews. And then finally, the diaspora period, after 1492 for the Spanish Jews and somewhat later for the Portuguese Jews, when they are living as Spaniards or as Portuguese far away from the Iberian Peninsula. So those are the four major periods. We're going to concentrate really on number 3 for tonight. And next week, when we look at the impact on other populations, we'll be back into the fourth period. So just to cover very quickly, though, the earliest settlements. So the word Sepharad is applied to the Iberian Peninsula, much like the word Ashkenaz is applied to Northern Europe. It's kind of like a very fanciful imagination from the rabbinic mind we have these words in Tanakh, like for example in Obadiah, the first parak, only one parak, the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sfarad. A lot of discussion of where that actually would have been as described in Tanakh, but it was later applied to the Iberian Peninsula. The Talmud uses a term that's much more historically accurate, Aspamia, which is related to Hispania, which is the Roman term for the holdings in the far west of Europe. We do have legends of very, very old settlement, which are probably not historically valid, but nevertheless interesting. In the 16th century, a Moshe ben Shemtov ibn Kabir found an inscription that reads, "This is the grave of Adinoram, servant of King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here." Now, it's quite fanciful. It's hard to imagine that in the period of King Solomon, which would have been like the 10th century before the Common Era, that he had actually been collecting taxes all the way west as far as Spain. But nevertheless, there is this kind of idea in the Spanish Jewish mindset that Jews do go back quite that far. The earliest, more reliable text is the so-called Jewess of Adra, and this is in the south of Spain, where a transcription was made by a much more reliable historian in 1783, and it reads like this in Latin. So it's partially obscured. A name that ends in NIA, Salomonula, an uno. There's a missing word. I've got to type there. Sorry. Mens cuatro dia uno Judea, which translates as, "Here lies." We have to assume that because it's a grave marker. Some child that he named Endunia, could be Unia, something like that, daughter of Solomon. That is definitely a Jewish name. Aged 1 year, 4 months, and a day, and then finally a Jewess, Judea. So this is probably a 2nd century marker. Again, it, like the other one, is lost, so we can't say for sure. But we have other evidence to support the idea that, yes, in fact, there was a Jewish community in Adra that old. This is one of the oldest Jewish communities we have. We know of it, for example, from church records from Elvira, where a synod was gathered in the year 305 to lay out a whole bunch of rules for how the Christians of Spain were going to interact with other peoples living there, including the Jews. And that's quite a bit of legislation about how the church really wanted non-Jews in Spain to not ask Jews to bless their crops, to not have meals with them, to not have any kind of social fraternization with them, and the list goes on and on and on. And it's possible that these laws were implemented more for the purposes of saying that such laws are on the books, but it's more likely that, in fact, there were Jews there, and the church was really trying to create a social separation between the early Christians and the Jews living in the Iberian Peninsula. So it's quite likely we have a population. Moving a little bit further, the region comes under the domination of a people called the Visigoths, or the Western Goths. This is an unusual people that adopts a form of Christianity called Arianism. That's with an I, A-R-I-A-N, which, among other things, regarded the Son of God as not being the Son of God, which made it something of a heresy, and later would convert to Christianity. That occurred to Catholicism. That occurred in the 6th century when the Rectored the First, shown here with a rather ethereal gaze looking off into the sky, when he converts from Arian Christianity to Catholicism. And with that conversion, he felt, as many others do in the future, it's an ironic pattern, that the best way to demonstrate your bona fides in the new faith is to persecute the Jews. That way people will know, oh, he really is one of us. So the Visigoths, they went through a 120-year period of just incredible legislation against Jews. Unfortunately, we have no Jewish records of how Jewish communities dealt with this or how realistic it really was. But for 120 years, successive kings would seem to outdo each other with this idea of creating a kind of a police state to forcibly conform Jews to particular standards Jews at one point were required, for example, if they traveled from village to village, they had to check in with the bishop of every village that they went to. They had to report. It's just an incredible period of great persecution for about 120 years. Forced baptism became a feature of the Visigoths, and it would later become important in Spain, as we shall see. There were all kinds of, the requirement of the Jews to take oaths for the smallest of things, a tremendous degree of very brutal punishments, such as confiscations, lashes, exile, and amputations were quite frequent. And they had a lot of examples where one of the more minor punishments was something they called decalvatio, which means literally scalping, but does it mean shaving one's head off, or does it mean actually removing the skin at the top of the skull? This, by the way, is a picture from the Civil War of someone who survived a scalping at the time, and it looks like quite a brutal thing. It appears that most people did survive the Calvatio under the Visigoths, because there was always talk about what would happen if they were caught again. Nevertheless, a really brutal period of time where Jews were certainly deeply unhappy. And it's not surprising, therefore, that when the Muslims came in the year 711, and we looked at this map very briefly last week when we talked about the rapid spread of Islam through the region, they crossed into the Iberian Peninsula, and although it was a long-standing feature of sort of Christian European historiography that the Jews betrayed the Visigoths to the Muslims, we have no evidence of any kind of betrayal of this nature. But we do have lots of evidence that, when the Muslim armies raced across the peninsula, the Jews in the various towns and villages proved to be very loyal supporters of the Muslim regime, especially considering the background of the Visigothic persecution they had endured. And so they turned out to be quite able administrators for the Muslims. And this was really like the sort of political genesis of the Golden Age. That's what they call La Convivencia, the coexistence period, which was about from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Maimonides is at the very end of it, and his flight from Spain was occasioned by the invasion of Spain by much more radical Muslims from North Africa, who came and said, "What is going on here? I can't believe that we have Muslims and Jews writing poetry together, drinking alcohol, which is forbidden to Muslims anyways, together, and in general having like a sort of a great relationship." And so Maimonides is like the bookend in time where La Convivencia ends, and it begins to go downhill from there. But during that period, you have this incredible phenomenon of Jews rising to remarkable positions of leadership under the Muslims. People like Hastai ibn Shaprut, who was a physician who ended up becoming a foreign secretary or a minister of foreign affairs for a Muslim kingdom. And Shmuel ibn Agrela, for example, who actually led a Muslim army for 16 years. Can you imagine it? In today's world, a Jew, the head of a Muslim army, just incomprehensible. But, sort of talent was recognized at the time, and Jews were considered very loyal servants. And so that you see over and over again this tremendous rise of Jews to positions of leadership. You also see periods of phenomenal Jewish creativity as they begin to interact with Islamic and especially Arabic norms. There's an effervescence of Jewish poetry, heavily inspired by Arabic examples, and the creation of people like Yehuda Halevi and Ibn Gabiro, philosophers, people who specialize in ethics like Phobos Levavos. So many important works created during this period of about 2 centuries of great tolerance. And it also represents a period where Jews of this region were willing to kind of like experiment with their Jewishness, and especially the cultural expressions of Jewishness, and see, well, what can be done within the boundaries of halakha, and they discovered many fascinating things. Maimonides, although he himself was an exile from there, he nevertheless carried a lot of that spirit with him to Egypt, where he composed most of his great works. Large reason for this convivencia was the fact that, anthropologically speaking, even though now we live, I think last time we spoke a couple of years ago, I think I said almost the same thing. Unfortunately, it's even worse today. Even though we live in a period of tremendous conflict between Jews and Muslims in the land of Israel, they're really, anthropologically speaking, the faiths are very much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Islam, like Judaism, is essentially orthopractic in that it focuses on behaviors like diet and dress and conduct and daily ritual, whereas Christianity is much more a religion of belief, of creed. One must accept Jesus as one's personal savior and so on. Now, this is an overgeneralization, but there's no question that Jews and Muslims could find a lot of common cultural vocabulary to communicate with each other, and so it worked out fairly well during this period of time. Jews were, however, not equal to everyone else. This was a period when Jewish life in Muslim lands was regulated by something called the Pact of Umar, which is a sort of a doctrine laid down sometime in the 8th century, and it's attributed to a particular caliph named Umar, although it probably was authored later and over a series of time, in which Jews are protected within Muslim society. They're called dhimmi, a protected class, as long as they conform to certain disabilities. Some of those disabilities are economic in nature, such as the payment for the special tax. Many of them are very symbolic in nature, like they're not allowed to bear arms, not allowed to build their synagogues higher than mosques, have to show genuflection and subservience to Muslims in a thousand different ways. And the Pact of Omar, on the one hand, was insulting, humiliating, and expensive for Jews, but it also guaranteed Jews a legal, safe space within the Islamic world. And it was applied with different degrees of severity by different caliphs in different parts of the world. Spain happened to be one of those places where, for 200 years, it was very lightly applied, and Jews could, basically move about society for a couple hundred years with tremendous freedoms. It's also worthy to note that part of the reason for this, for both Muslims and Jews, is the fact that this region is way on the edge of Europe, right? Looking at this map here, can we zoom into it? No, I didn't zoom in, sorry. But if you look at this map here, the center of Islam at its birth was in the Arabian Peninsula, and then it moves essentially to Baghdad, to what would be today Iraq. And so that's the center of Islam, but it's very, very far away. Communication takes weeks for any kind of messages to get back and forth. And so basically it's a little bit like, Las Vegas. And what happens there, stays there. So both Muslims and Jews were free to sort of experiment with their development of their own cultures and as well as their relationship with each other. This was especially true when they aggressively asserted a greater degree of independence with the establishment of a caliphate in Cordoba under Abd al-Rahman I. And as the legend goes, he was supported by a Jewish merchant who he later promoted to very great heights in his administration, beginning really the idea of the, quote, wise and loyal Jewish servant that perpetuates itself throughout much of this period. And it is important to note on a sociological level that, well, of course the Jews are going to be loyal because they can't rely on the support of the masses of Christians that they live among. The Visigoths, remember how badly they persecuted them not too long ago. And so if they're chosen and picked to be the administrators for the Muslims, they're certainly going to be loyal to their masters. So this is a period of tremendous creativity and power. for the Jewish community. It changes dramatically, though, beginning with the slow drive from the north to the south of the Christians, which Christians will call the Reconquista, the reconquest, because of course the peninsula was originally Christian under the Visigoths, then it became Muslim, and now the Christians are going to take it back. And as this map shows, they move kingdom by kingdom through the peninsula all the way down to the south until in 1482 they finally drive out the last Muslim kingdom. And although Muslims will still remain to some degree in Spain, the Muslims lose all power to the new Christian overlords who have a decided interest in making it sort of monolithic in its religious character. And that's a great deal of the story that will happen to the Jews as well. The Christians engage in a lot of religious dispute, to a certain degree with Muslims, but especially with Jews, because there's this sort of drive for ethnic and ideological purity in Spain that becomes relevant, especially in the 13th century. One of the most dramatic elements of this is the so-called disputations, where the church would hold, often with the sponsorship of the king, of a king, because these are really kingdoms, a forced disputation where a Jew would have to debate a Christian in a formal setting on the merits of their faiths. The end result was almost always the same, and it would result in mass forced conversions of Jews and things like that. One particular disputation, however, stands out as being especially interesting. That is the disputation of 1263 in Barcelona, where the King of Aragon chose a remarkable figure, Nachmanides, the great Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to lead the dispute. And we have an account of that dispute by both Ramban, Nachmanides, and his interlocutor, who is, as is typical for these disputations, a Jewish convert to Christianity named Pablo de Cristiani. We have the account of the debate from Ramban as well as from Pablo de Cristiani in Latin. And it's really interesting to see how these two accounts differ with one another, but they're really quite fascinating. In the end, Ramban technically lost because there's no way they're going to judge him the winner, but he so devastated his opponent that King Aragon gave him a reward of 300 gold pieces and said to him, listen, you did a great job. I can't protect you anymore, so you have to flee. And so he took the money and he ran. He ended up in Israel, where in his old age, he turned around the Jerusalem community remarkably, ended up starting a renaissance in Israel. I have here actually this is, by the way, a really interesting graphic novel version of it, which is popular with teenagers, that goes through the transcript. We have two versions of it, and here I don't know if it'll work, but let's try this video. This is from the video. The disputation has been dramatized. Here is a remarkable presentation. I can't remember the actor's name, but he's going to portray a scene where he speaks as Nachmanides. I'm just going to show it to you for a minute while I have a drink of ginger ale.
The most warlike of all the peoples, whose fierceness is greater than that of
hear that.
Is the people of Christendom, the followers of Jesus. Your Majesty is a great king in Christendom. Your knights in armor clash like thunder. You have your foot soldiers and archers and engines of war. If you believe that the Messiah has come, why do you not dismiss all your soldiers and enter the peace of Christ? The world is full of war and carnage. Not far away are the armies of the Muslims. Beyond them, the armies of the Mongols and the Tartars. And beyond them, who knows what other armies? Where does it say in the writings of our prophets that you say you believe? That the coming of the Messiah will bring not love but hate, not peace but war. Another point. The coming of the Messiah, according to all the Hebrew prophets, was to be a time of justice. I look around the world which you Christians have made of your faith in Jesus. Is it a world of brotherhood and equality? There is no Jewish aristocracy, no Jewish slavery. No Jew is lord over Jews. No nation on this earth, except ourselves, has learned to live this way. Have you a higher standard of justice than Jesus?
So I wish we could watch the whole thing, but it's a couple of hours. But it is, you can get a sense of the majesty of Nachmanides when he's free to speak his mind. You can also see why he was ran out of the country as a result of his performance. So that's kind of like the tense period that we go into when we get to the Inquisition. And here we have to slow down a bit and understand what exactly was the Inquisition, why was it instituted, and why was it so horrific. So it starts really in 1391. As I mentioned, with some of the disputations, like the Barcelona disputation of 1263, there are forced conversions afterwards, but these tend to be fairly small scale, local in nature. In 1391, there is a mass movement that sweeps across much of the northern part of the peninsula, converting Jews left and right by masses of people who were all fired up by a particular preacher named Jose Ferrar. And we should understand that in Catholicism, merely administering the sacrament of baptism is something that is sufficient to consider a person a Christian, a Catholic to be precise. And anyone can administer that sacrament, and it doesn't have to be holy water that's blessed. It can be like water literally in a ditch, as happened in France, for example. It can be literally any kind of water just sprinkled on a person and a particular phrase repeated, and that does it. It's kind of like the Muslim Shahada in many ways. So we have a huge number of these, conversions by force. For example, in Salamanca, there's a situation where people actually burst into the synagogue on Shabbos, sprinkled around a whole bunch of water, pronounced the key text, and the entire congregation was suddenly, against their will, converted to Christianity. And this created a really unusual sort of situation because the church recognized these people as actually now being Christians. The Jews themselves who were baptized certainly did not. And they said, no way, we are still Jewish. That's ridiculous. And the church simply didn't know what to do with these people because they were not converted at the directive of the church. This is kind of like a mass phenomenon with a fiery local preacher that went viral. And so basically they were left to their own devices. And this meant that you had a large class, maybe 20, 30, 40,000 Jews, hard to say the exact number, who were given essentially the full privileges of living as Christians, meaning they no longer had any barrier to entry into higher education, no longer any restrictions on their residency, no longer any restrictions on their activity in the economy. They could pursue any kind of trade they wanted. And so these Jews said, why not? They continued living as Jews, marrying other Jews or other, as they were called, new Christians or conversos, and maintaining their Jewish lifestyle, and yet taking advantage of the new freedoms they received as a result of this accident. And this continued for almost a century until 1478, when the church said, we have to turn this around, and we have to make sure that these people, now the descendants of this large mass conversion of 1391, we have to make sure that these people leave behind their Jewish identities. They cease all Judaizing activity. And so the Inquisition, headed up by Thomas de Torquemada, shown here, who himself was of Jewish origin, was tasked not with persecuting Jews per se, but those Jews who had been baptized, even against their will, and making sure that they stay within the lane of Christian behavior and that they abandon all Jewish activities. This was, kind of like a crazy sort of phenomenon where for, about a decade and a half, the entire society was turned upside down as people would be denouncing their neighbors left and right. I'm going to get back to that, but I just want to, before we go to it, let's just have a quick look at this theological conundrum, which I've skipped over very quickly. The notion that the church believes, and this is really still Catholic doctrine to this day, that if a person is forcibly converted, even though it is forbidden to forcibly convert a person, once that person has received the sacrament of baptism, they are now a Christian. The most dramatic example of this, in my mind, is the 1858 conversion of young Edgar Mortara in Bologna, Italy, which I understand is going to be made into a major motion picture soon. It's been popularized by a very important work by the title The Kidnapping of Edgar Mortara by, I think his name is David Franzler, if I remember correctly. And this is the case of a young boy who had a Christian nursemaid living in a Jewish home, and he was very sick when he was an infant, scarlet fever, something like that. And so the non-Jewish nursemaid, who was about 16 years old, felt so sorry for young Edgardo because she expected he would die, and she didn't want him going to everlasting hell as a Jew. So she went and she secretly had him baptized, and then he recovered and he got better. And then when he was about 6 years old, there's a complex series of events, but apparently she repeated the story of his baptism to a grocer, and eventually it's got to the ears of the Vatican, and the Vatican police came and took that child from his family and brought him to the Pope himself. This was 1858. This is still, this is the modern age. And there were protests all over the world, including in New York City, saying, how is it possible that the church can actually kidnap a Jewish child over an unwitting baptism? But the Pope, Pius XI, if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 9th, I'm not sure which, it was Pope Pius, ironically named, absolutely refused to return the child to his family, and ultimately raised him as his own. And he ended up becoming a priest himself. You can see him here on the right. He was later, as an adult, reunited with his mother and his brother, who the expressions on their faces are hard to read, but he devoted his life to proselytizing other Jews. He ended up moving to Belgium, and he died just a few weeks before the Nazis invaded. They would have killed him anyways, because they would not have any compunction about his Jewish identity. But this is just one illustration of the church's tenacity when it comes to these forced conversions. So back to the Inquisition, basically what went on in the late 15th century is that, one of the most ridiculous aspects of the Inquisition was that if a person was found to have been engaged in Judaizing, then his or her property was confiscated, and a portion of it was given to the church, and a portion of it was given to the person who betrayed the Jew, the Judaizer. And so there was like an economic incentive to rat out your neighbors, even to make up charges against your neighbors. Typically what would happen is then the Inquisition would arrest the individual, bring him in, and expose him to torture, like this horrific device which had a cross on it, which was designed to make a person think about Christianity while they're being tortured. And then under duress, they would give up the names of many other people who were doing the same kind of thing. And of course, the Spanish Inquisition is infamous for the various types of horrendous tortures that were invented. This one, by the way, is especially awful. It's called the Pope's Bear. There are some scholars who doubt that it was actually used, but I'll show the artifact anyways. It's a device like this that could be inserted in an orifice of the human body, and then the wheel at the end is turned until it expands like this. And you can just imagine the kind of pain that it would result. So the whole society was turned upside down for about 20 years by this horrific Inquisition. People who confessed at various stages in the process would then be forced to wear these San Benitos, and here are a variety of them. It depends on what they confess to at what time. They would be required to wear these San Benitos for the rest of their lives, and then they would be displayed after their deaths on the church walls as a humiliation for the family. Sometimes corpses were actually exhumed and then put on trial and then burned again. Absolutely incredible kind of craziness that went on at this time. The most horrific aspect of it was, of course, those who refused to confess at any point, and they eventually burned at the stake, the so-called auto da fe, usually in these kind of like rock star type
or sort of events that were held usually in the Plaza Mayor, the great public squares throughout Spain, and much of Spanish holdings in the New World as well. It was a period of tremendous violence that existed right up until the 1830s. Incredible. Now, this did, however, come to an abrupt end because it wasn't working. In fact, it was getting worse and worse. That all of a sudden, more and more of these Judaizers were being discovered because, of course, there was the economic incentive for people to rat out their neighbor over the smallest of things, or imagine things like, I've smelled the cooking in their home and it doesn't ever smell like pork. It's always chicken or beef. And so that would bring down the Inquisition on a neighbor's head. So eventually the Grand Inquisitor, shown here in the center in black, Torquemada, he spoke to his king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, who were really religious fanatics about this. And he said, I know why it's not working. The reason it's not working is because the Judaizers always have a Jewish community to return to. They always have a rabbi they can ask. They have kosher delis. They have, Jewish schools. They have regular non-baptized Jews here in Spain, and they are the ones that are preventing these baptized new Christians from truly accepting Christianity. And the only way to stop this is to expel all of the Jews. Now, for the first time, the Inquisition is directing its gaze at the non-baptized population. And although the man shown in the beautiful red cape on the right, Don Isaac Abarbanel, who was the deputy minister of finance of Spain at the time, begged the king and queen to reconsider. Nevertheless, in 1492, they signed a decree, and within a few months, all of the Jews were forced to leave Spain. And this is the Great Expulsion. It left behind those Jews who had gone underground. And by the way, the negative term for this, the sort of derogatory term that nevertheless was part of historiographic literature for a long time, is Marrano. The term Marrano means pig or swine. So converso or crypto Jew or even new Christian are considered preferable terms. So Abarbanel, shown here in this portrait of him in his old age, decided rather than remaining in Spain at the price of conversion, although he would have been a very wealthy man, like his superior, Rabbi Abraham Senor, who decided to convert and remain with his wealth in Spain, Abarbanel decided to go into exile with his people, and so you have these boats leaving Spain, trying to find safe passage throughout the rest of the Mediterranean. This is a map that just gives you some sense of the scope of the Spanish expulsion. It was considered a rift in time for Spanish Jews because Spain had become the most powerful, the oldest, the most influential Jewish communities, especially in the Golden Age, and now it was completely destroyed, a Holocaust-like event in terms of the expulsion. And you have Jews going all over the coast of North Africa, trying to find haven in the Italian peninsula. They had much more luck under the Muslim countries in Turkey in particular, but many went to the north, and places like Amsterdam became a refuge for these crypto Jews, and also some went to the Americas. In fact, that's the genesis of the North American Jewish community as a result of Portuguese Jews who made it over to Brazil, and then a couple hundred years later went up to the States. They weren't the States at the time, but that's another story. Portugal deserves a little bit of a different treatment, though, because being located just on the western edge of the peninsula, it was the easiest country to get to. It has a lot of cultural similarities to Spain, linguistic similarities, and Jews had actually been fleeing to Portugal from Spain for over 100 years, including during 1391. Many of them followed the Douro River in the north there, making their way to Porto on the coast. So Portugal initially allowed a small number of Jews to enter legally on the payment of a major fee. A much larger amount entered illegally. We were illegal aliens at that time in Portugal. But
politics changed because the leader, João III, was followed by Manuel I, who wanted to effect a dynastic union with Spain, specifically by marrying one of the princesses. And part of the deal was he had to make Portugal Judenized. That just like Spain had now gotten rid of its Jews, Portugal had to do so as well. So Manuel was much more pragmatic. He promised the Jews of Portugal that with their forced baptism, which he engineered in 1497, he would not allow the Inquisition to come in for at least 40 years. And in fact, it didn't come in until the 1530s. And so that gave Jews in Portugal in particular a sort of a time where they could prepare for the onslaught. And it did come, and it was horrific at the time, but it changed their preparation for it. There was just one small event that I really have to point out. In the period of forced persecution, forced to baptism, one of the most horrific moments is when João takes 750 children from the families and takes them hostage. Funny how these things have reverberations in our own time. And to try to force the parents to convert, he expels them to the island of Sao Tome off the coast of Africa. And according to some of the contemporary accounts we have there, none of those children survived. Many of them were actually horrific. They were consumed by the local massive lizards that apparently live on that island. Scholars doubt exactly the specifics of the story, but you can nevertheless get a sense of the horror that the Jewish families must have experienced under him. This is a picture of Manuel I, who was able to ultimately marry the Infante, the princess of Spain, and effect this dynastic union. But when the Inquisition came in, many Jews from Portugal also fled, although with much more difficulty than they did from Spain, and they ended up finding themselves in many of these safer locations throughout the world. So this brings me now to really my statement of thesis. I've given you the historical background, and then I have time for a few questions where we can discuss whether or not my thesis has validity. So this picture, by the way, is of two Portuguese exiles, or descendants of Portuguese exiles. Uriel da Costa is the adult figure, brooding in black with those claw-like hands and so on. And he was someone who had a very tragic life story. He was raised as a Christian by his parents. Like many Portuguese Jews, they didn't reveal their secret identity as Jews to their children because, they might say something about it in the playground and they could bring down the Inquisition on their heads. But when he was an adult, they told him he was Jewish, and he was like overwhelmed with excitement when they moved to Amsterdam and he was able to begin living as a Jew again. However, he found he was unable to adapt to the Amsterdam Jewish community, primarily because he felt that the Jews did not live up to his idealized portrait of who they should be and how they should behave. A lot more to say about him, but I'm going to cut it short there. On his lap is his younger contemporary, Baruch Spinoza, who did not have the same kind of traumatic experience trying to adopt his Jewish identity, but also had a very different way of looking at Judaism, ultimately resulting in a clash with the community that resulted in his excommunication, but he ended up becoming one of the most profound philosophers to shape the modern world. And they're both Portuguese Jews, products of this environment. So here's my thesis. Unlike the Ashkenazic Jews, who had the Crusades come upon them like an asteroid from the stars, that was such a horrific, sharp moment of violence, the Inquisition was like a slow-moving train wreck, a slow disaster that, although the initial forced conversion was an act of at least spiritual violence, it typically did not involve a lot of physical violence. It meant that Jews, they had time to go to their beds and wake up in the morning and think about, well, what does this new status mean? And over the period of centuries, from 1391 until the end of the 16th century, Jews were able to find ways to adapt to the crisis by feigning Christian identities. In other words, by going underground. They were able to determine ways to say, okay, we are now under threat as Jews, but we can maybe find a way to look like we're Christians, and they won't bother us, and we will secretly will practice some form of Judaism, some parts of Judaism. And that represented a kind of an adaptationist mentality that meant that especially the Portuguese Jews who had had time to think about this and to adapt to it were able to be much more inventive and much more reflective on their circumstances and to create whole new realities for themselves as Jews and also ultimately some economic realities for the rest of Europe. So their method of adaptation was one that did not involve considering the outside world to be automatically toxic. They were able to find ways to draw lines beyond which they would not cross, but were far within the boundaries of what Ashkenazi Jews would tolerate for survival. So that's my thesis. Next week, we're going to look in particular at the Sephardic diaspora in greater detail, their interactions with other sub-ethnic groups, like I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, and see how this theory especially comes to, this theory of survival comes to clash with the Ashkenazic in the 19th and 20th centuries. But with that, let me thank you for your attention and your endurance. And Rabbi Posey, if you'd like to, we have time for some.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was riveting and really appreciating, and frankly, very jarring in recognizing some of the, the way that our history is paved in so much Jewish blood. So a couple of questions that have come through, and some I think that you addressed directly, maybe wanted to add a couple of points. So you mentioned the four major periods, and how it looks like there was lots of intrusion of all sorts of a variety of different influences within the Jewish ethos, in art, music, poetry. Do we see other areas of overlap between the influences of the area, of the softened our oppressors, in like art, music, and poetry in the Jewish world during the times of intolerance, or were Jews simply more insular, and did they sort of go look more inward during those difficult times?
That is a great question. I've never really thought about to what degree Jewish culture is open to receiving influences from the outside, depending on the degree of persecution. It's really worth thinking about. Off the top of my head, I would like to think it seems reasonable that Jewish culture be far more open to borrowing from non-Jewish culture during periods of tolerance. Because, if you view the outside culture as an oppressor, you're more likely to reject it. That seems to make sense to me logically. But I can't help thinking of one thing that I read about 6 months ago that was just mind-blowing. It was an article on this by Joseph Schatzmiller, one of my late teachers, on the origins of the Havdalah box that's found in many Jewish homes. Where you put the spices in it, and it looks like a silver tower with a flag on it, things like that. It's kind of like the iconic look. And so it's pretty clear that Jews copied that design from the Christian sacristy, that it was an object that was used to hold the communion wafers. And it's not clear whether Jews copied it because it was like an object that was revered by Christians. It's quite a bit more possibly likely that Jewish pawnbrokers received these, and when they kept them in their possession for the redemption of pledges, they probably thought, "Wow, this is a really beautiful object." And they said, "What can we do with this?" And they said, "I know, let's put spices in it on Havdalah," and that's where we got that particular, iconic kind of I shouldn't say iconic in this context, but this standard treatment. So, and that would be in Ashkenazic culture, where you would think they would reject these things. So I don't know the answer to your question. It's actually a very sophisticated question. If anyone wants to do a PhD dissertation on this, I am ready to listen.
Yeah, it looks like a question just came into the chat, and we'll have one more after that. Is there any research on what happens to the economy or commerce in Spain when so many Jews had to leave the country?
Oh, yes, a huge amount of research on that question. And in fact, it goes back a little bit earlier. One of the big debates over why the expulsion and even the Inquisition happened was it motivated by, I've sort of portrayed it as a religious impetus, which is the older historiography, but there's a very good argument to be made that, there are economic interests here, that all of a sudden you have this massive Jewish population that's surging forward in the economy because they are literate and numerate, and they have international connections that they can use for mercantile activities. So the Jews were suddenly surging forward in society as a result of their newfound Christian status, and that the Inquisition was really a reaction on an economic level. We have to control this population. They're getting out of hand. They are taking all of these positions of leadership that we never wanted them to arrogate for themselves. So there's a lot of research on the economic aspects of the Inquisition, the expulsion, and there's a tremendous amount of discussion afterwards of the chaos economically of the expulsion, because there are lots of claimants to the Jewish property that was left behind, and more significantly, a lot of Jewish property was in the form of debts, and so were those debts canceled? The king and queen did not want to cancel those debts. They wanted to collect them themselves, so they had to find ways, sometimes even to allow Jews a certain amount of their money back in the form of repaid debts so they could collect the tax on them. Lots of fascinating research on the economics of it.
Great. So this is one that I think you really addressed directly in your thesis statement near the end of the talk. But the way I'll phrase it, maybe you wanted to expand upon it. How do you characterize the different reactions to anti-Semitism between the Ashkenazic strain over the history and the Sephardic strain? In other words, does it cause Jews to become more insular and hide their Jewishness, or to try and abandon what is the similar tradition?
Yeah, no, I think that these are excellent questions. It really is the question. I think the word that I would probably want to change there is cause. Like, what causes the Jews to do what? I think anti-Semitism causes Jews to look for a response, to find a strategy to cope with anti-Semitism. So the Ashkenazic coping strategy, I would like to argue, generally speaking, and we're speaking in very broad terms and painting with broad strokes, but generally the Ashkenazic coping strategy is circle the wagons, look inside, turn your backs on the outside world because they have already rejected you. Whereas one might think that Sephardic approach is, look for allies, look outside, say, no, we can get along with this if we just, try to trim our sails here or there. And in fact, as we should discuss a little more next week, they were largely successful because remember, the Inquisition didn't get shut down until 1835. Mind-boggling. But a Jew who went, who was officially Christian, and went to another Catholic country was equally liable to the depredations of the Inquisition. But Jews in this situation, these crypto Jews, were frequently able to find, people they could bribe, even popes who would turn a blind eye to them. There were some popes who were saying, this whole business of the forced conversion is a mess. To start with, just leave them alone, and so these Sephardic Jews were largely able to find ways to negotiate around the obstacles rather than simply reject them and look inwards. Also, the whole idea of going to Muslim countries, which was a major survival strategy for Sephardic Jews. We can't live as Jews here in Catholic Europe. Let's go to Turkey. Let's go to North Africa. So yeah, we'll explore it more next week. I think that's really the question.
Amazing. One question just jumped in. During these times of persecution in the Sephardic community, do we have research on how Jews saw other Jews in the Moser? I guess Jews saw other Jews who would use some of these things to have internal strife and conflict.
Yeah, we have a mixed record on this. Unfortunately, there are a lot of examples of Jewish heroism, like I mentioned, Don Yitzchak Abarbanel, who chose to remain with the exiles. And we have some remarkable women like Doña Gracia Nasi, who are willing to take on the Pope in Rome to defend the Jews. But we also have really sad examples of Jewish communities refusing to admit refugees from Spain as well, saying, no, not our problem. We don't want them in our community, sending the boats away. So it's a mixed bag regards that.
Very, very interesting. We really appreciate your time, your incredible scholarship, the breadth of what you were able to share with us, and look forward to continuing to learn. I want to wish everyone a Lila Tov, and again, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most terrifying periods in Jewish history was certainly the decades leading up to the Gerush Sfard, the massive expulsion of the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And I'd like to look today at two transitional figures who represent that unusual moment of moving from Spain into Portugal and then finally to the land of Israel. I find them deeply inspirational, and I've actually spent quite a bit of time studying their work. I'm in particular fascinated by Rabbi Yaakov ibn Shlomo Habib, whose years are roughly 1445 to 1515, and his son as well, named Levi, who continued his legacy in the holy city of Tzfat in northern Israel. So what's the story with them? Rabbi Yaakov ibn Shlomo Habib was born in Zamora, which is in Castile, and he was the Rosh Yeshiva in, among other places, Salamanca, very beautiful university town that had a major Jewish community right up until the expulsion of 1492. When the expulsion occurred, he was among the large group of Jews that made the land journey just to the west. Salamanca is actually within a very short driving distance of it's actually close to the Douro River, so you can get along the Douro River Valley right into Portugal. And that's where he went, along with maybe some 60,000 Jews who fled from Spain. And at that time, Portugal was initially, with some hesitancy, willing to accept some of these refugees, albeit for a large payment. And some Jews were able to put together the money. Many others simply entered Portugal illegally as refugees from the expulsion. Then in 1497, as we've discussed many times, there was a forced conversion, a mass baptism of all of these Jews in Portugal, which created an entirely different kind of environment where they were suddenly, given the privileges of Jewish status, but still burdened by the social prejudices against them as Jews. And that, of course, they were not willingly baptized to Catholicism. And this would be reasonably tolerable on some levels until the 1530s, when the Inquisition entered Portugal, and then they were actively persecuted for harboring any Jewish practices. And the next 200 years has some absolutely horrific stories, which hopefully we'll be able to understand a little more of over the course of these lectures, and especially when we're in Portugal later this year. Now, Rabbi Yaakov ibn Shlomo Habib was among those who was forcibly converted. He fled Portugal in 1501 with his family, and he made his way to Salonika, Greece, where he was able to get together with the community of Spanish exiles there, who elected him as their rabbi, and he spent the majority of the later years of his life in Salonika there. He was a very well-respected rabbi, quoted by many of the great rabbis of the era, including the Spanish Rabbi Yosef Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. The most important and lasting literary creation that he bequeathed to Jewish people was a fantastic book called Ein Yaakov, or The Well of Jacob. He, of course, was named Jacob Yaakov. And this is a really interesting thing, because you have to understand how the Talmud is constructed. Talmud, massive document, right? Thousands and thousands of pages. And it has a very unusual structure in which it's kind of like a stream of consciousness discussion with up to 2,000 interlocutors. And the tangents are sometimes more numerous than the actual, straightforward description of the text or subject involved. And so what that means is, besides the discussions of how should Jews behave in a ritual and civil and moral fashion, there are all kinds of like sort of side discussions that are like philosophical musings or metaphysical meditations or stories, biographies, jokes, recipes, observations on the natural world. I mean, all kinds of amazing, wonderful, unusual things are mixed in with the rest of the discussion. Now, for many rabbis, for several hundred years preceding Rabbi Ibn Habib, there was kind of like a desire to sort of push away all that sort of secondary material that does not seem at least directly related to the subject at hand. And so you have collections like the one by Rabbi Al-Fasi, in which all of that stuff is edited out of the Talmud, and you have only the halachic information, only the Jewish law information, which of course is a much easier way to make your way through the Talmud, but it's also kind of less interesting in my humble opinion. It's just the law, as opposed to all this fascinating stories about great rabbis and experiences they had, things like that. So what Rabbi Yaakov Ibn Habib did, and maybe he was thinking a lot about his generation and what they needed, he went the other way. And he said, no, you know what? All that halachic, all that legal material is very useful, but I'm going to create a work that's only the fun parts of the Talmud, only the biographies and recipes and observations on what we can learn from the behavior of a cat and things like that. And he put that in a distinct edited version of the Talmud called Ein Yaakov. And it is absolutely fascinating to go through this. Now, to really study the Talmud properly, in my humble opinion, you have to do both, because they are interrelated, sometimes in a very tangential way, but both types of material are very much related. But the Ein Yaakov proved to be extremely popular because, especially for people who, did not have necessarily the mental stamina to go through long, months-long discussions of halachic, sometimes theory, and they just wanted to get this more inspirational material from the Talmud, the Ein Yaakov was perfect. It also has a commentary. It's not just the edited Talmud, but the Ein Yaakov includes Rabbi Ibn Habib's commentary on it, which has fantastic historical data, especially relating to the experiences of the Jews who had to flee Spain and Portugal. So he finished it, and it was published in 1516 after his death, and has been reprinted more than 10 different editions and hundreds of reprintings since then. However, he did not merit to finish the entire book. That was left to his son Levi. Levi, like his father, was born in Spain, and he made his way to Portugal. And then at the tender age of 14, he was among those, like his father, who were forcibly converted to Catholicism. He followed his father to Salonika, and then in the spirit of the age, because there was a huge, widespread feeling among Jews that something colossal had happened, something that, we can understand a little bit of that in the sense of like being in the post-Holocaust generations, that something had dramatically shifted in the tectonic structure of the universe. And Levi Ibn Habib said, in order to atone for whatever it was that led to that moment of baptism, he went to live in the land of Israel. He went to Tzfat, and then later in Jerusalem, where he was very much involved in a fascinating controversy. He was the opponent of Rabbi Yaakov Beirav, who in Tzfat was trying to restart historical smicha. Absolutely fascinating, but he managed to finish his father's work, the Ein Yaakov, and it is a classic that for the last 500 years has been studied with great enthusiasm by many, including myself. Okay, I hope you found this useful, and thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited about the upcoming cruise on the Duval River. This will be my third time visiting the Douro with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and there's just so many amazing things there. And as I do my research into the people who live there and the stories that are told there, I'm just overwhelmed. Let me talk to you about one individual that I recently learned about. His name is Fray Diogo da Assumpção. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. My Spanish and my Portuguese are not so great. But as you can tell from the word Fray, this is a friar. This is someone who actually became a Franciscan monk, and he ended up being burnt at the stake by the Inquisition. He's a great example of how, ironically, the Inquisition can sort of backfire. Let me tell you his story, which is really quite amazing. He was born in Viana, Portugal, which was just north of Porto, just a little bit beyond the Douro River Valley, in 1579. So the Inquisition had been in place for a good 50 years, and there was like no way for people to get real Jewish education, and no rabbis and no Hebrew books other than what was allowed by the Inquisition, specifically medical textbooks. So, there was a tremendous amount of energy devoted to extirpating Judaism, and the horrific auto da fe, the grand, public burnings of people, and the purge-like atmosphere associated with the Inquisition was well underway, and in fact would be continuing for another 200 years in Portugal, and a little longer even in Spain. So this is the environment. Apparently, this young man had some Jewish background, although it would have been very, very minimal, because in the conviction document that we're going to look at in a second, it just refers to him having some Jewish blood, which is unusual because typically these conviction documents will say exactly how much Jewish blood, whatever that means exactly, like one grandparent, two grandparents, one great-great-grandparent, that kind of thing. So it's not clear whether he had any Jewish blood at all, although the Inquisition seems to think that there must have been some Jewish blood now for him to take this particular route. But anyway, he was brought up as a pious Christian. He became a Franciscan friar, and he became fascinated with Judaism, perhaps because the Inquisition did everything it could to try and excoriate Judaism. He therefore got more and more interested in it. He ended up studying at the University of Salamanca, which was a tremendous center for crypto-Judaism. There are a lot of former Jews who were new Christians who studied at the University of Salamanca, many of whom were true believers in Christianity, and many of whom were just, like pretending to get along so they could move ahead with their lives and so on. And they kept their Judaism either completely submerged or they kept it active with other organizations.
The building right behind me was actually the base medrash of Salamanca. See, it's quite an imposing building. It has been reconstructed a few times since then and been remodeled, but essentially this gives you a sense of the size and grandeur of the Jewish community up until the 14th and 15th century. Now, it happened that Salamanca was largely spared the depredations of the 1391 pogroms and mass conversions that we spoke about last night. But it took a little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer, one of the most important instigators of this violence, actually came to Salamanca and spent several months here. I have some ideas, some theories as to perhaps why Salamanca eventually converted en masse, but essentially at the beginning of the 15th century, you have a lot of Jews converting to Christianity at that time. And there was pressure to turn over the 3 synagogues in this town, and especially this base medrash, to the university. It was eventually handed over, as our wonderful guide Jose mentioned. It became a hostel, like in the sense of student hospitals, visiting student housing, and then later became a faculty of mathematics and linguistics, and now is the office of the rector, which is most amazing. And it is quite ironic that in the background here you see Friar Leon, one of the most famous figures from this university. He was, as we shall discuss tonight when we talk about crypto Jews, he was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian whose ancestors were all Jews. His great-grandmother was actually burned at the stake for refusing to give up Judaism. And he got into huge trouble with the Inquisition, primarily because he challenged the translations of the Latin Vulgate, which is the Bible that the Catholic Church was especially associated with. One of the verses that got him into trouble was actually read it last week. He translated the verse that speaks about the the thing that the dove had in his mouth when he returned from the ark. And he referred to it with the Hebrew word leaf. And in fact, that is the Hebrew word. It says an olive leaf. But the Vulgate insists it was a branch, right? Like meaning a piece of wood. But for a couple of inches, literally, he was thrown in jail for how long? 4 years?
4 years. 4 years, 4 years and 9 months.
Almost 5 years in jail for suggesting that the Hebrew might be more accurate than the later Latin translation. And when he came back, famously, he entered the classroom that hopefully we'll see inside, and he said, as we were saying, as if to say in a Jewish sense, like when you stop the shear, and then when you pick it up and you just say, Amar Rava. Okay, let's have a look inside.
Many Jewish families, crypto-Jewish families, would actually encourage one of the sons of the family to go into the church so that the rest of the family would have a reliable confessor to go to who could stand up for them and say, oh yeah, no, this person comes to confession all the time, they're definitely good Christians. At any rate, at the University of Salamanca, he became completely interested in Judaism, and he ended up deciding he was going to leave Christianity and he would flee to England, where he would adopt Judaism, perhaps to Belgium, but in the end he was caught by the Inquisition and put on trial. Now, here's an especially interesting thing about his particular story. He was, I'll give away the ending. He was unfortunately burned at the stake in 1603. He was 24 years old. But what was especially noteworthy about his case is that his conviction was written but never disseminated. We know it existed because a few decades later, great writer Manasseh ben Israel, a scholar of Amsterdam, of actually a Portuguese Jewish extraction, mentions that he has it, but that document was lost for several hundred years. It only turned up in the British Museum when it was discovered by Lionel David Barnett at the beginning of the 20th century, and he published an article on it with the original Portuguese in 1924 in the Jewish Quarterly Review. And I'm going to show you some sections from that. So why was this conviction of Assam Salam not circulated? Primarily because it included a blistering critique of Christianity. That when they were interrogating him, he talked about all the reasons why he wanted to become a Jew and why he wanted to abandon Christianity. And it was so heated that, there's no way, although they had to record these things in order to justify the conviction, they simply couldn't publish it, because then all kinds of people would get even more ideas. So this is how the Inquisition kind of sort of created its opposite effect. The inquisitors, at the end of this lengthy discussion with him, in which not only did he indicate that, things like the cross is just a couple of sticks, can you imagine how they would have felt, that the Sabbath really was on Saturday, not on Sunday. And in fact, while he was in jail, he tried to keep the Sabbath. He tried to keep kosher in jail and fasting and all kinds of things like that. And they ended up, of course, the inquisitors condemned him. And at the end of this condemnation, they utter this stock phrase, which appears at the end of almost all of these condemnations, that the church excommunicates him completely, but they beg that the secular authorities not proceed to the penalty of death or the shedding of blood. This is, by the way, how the Inquisition would work, that typically the church would make the decision, and then they would so-called relax the person to the secular authorities, who would decide what they were going to do. Then, of course, the secular authorities would decide whatever they wanted, and in many cases, they would burn the individual at the stake. The secular authorities would occasionally offer a small mercy by garroting the individual, meaning strangling them before they set them on fire. But the church would also engage through the secular authorities of the burning of people in effigy, or having their bones unearthed and then burned. And at the end, of course, all of the property of the victim would go to the royal chamber, which was part of the profit incentive of this. A certain amount would also go to the church. A certain amount would also go to the people who denounced them. So it was definitely economically a self-sustaining kind of enterprise. At any rate, this entire document is recorded, and then there's a little note, because it's transcribed by a Jewish writer, Phrases added after the name of the justices: may the Lord destroy them, and may God give vengeance to the penitent for his blood. Amen and amen. Oh, chilling. Now, this particular story reverberated throughout early 17th century Europe, so much so that it motivated secret societies in the name of Saint Assumpção in places like Coimbra, where there was a large contingent of people who felt very much like this particular individual. Fascinating story. We're going to see many of these stories along the Douro River and see where they happened and get a sense for what that difficult period must have been like. I hope you'll have the opportunity to join me on this cruise, but if not, really looking forward to sharing with you our discoveries on this channel. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today, we're going to look at a fascinating individual, Captain Arturo Carlos de Barros Bastro. He lived between 1887 and 1961, and he was perhaps the single most influential figure in creating the revival of Portuguese Jewry that is still very active and very vibrant today. First of all, he was descended of crypto Jews. His grandfather first told him, although his mother and his grandmother were not Jewish, his grandfather shared with him that he was one of the many, many Portuguese Jews who had had their Judaism submerged by the forced conversion of 1497 and essentially driven into hiding by the Inquisition that followed. So he thought that was a very interesting kind of fact. And in fact, he had experienced some anti-Semitism because even though on a halachic, on a Jewish legal level, he would not be considered Jewish by rabbinic standards, at least not until his conversion, which happened later, he nevertheless experienced anti-Semitism. That's one of the ironies of the Jewish condition in the modern era. At any rate, he was a war hero during World War I, and while he was in service in the Portuguese army, he met a Jewish chaplain, and he learned a lot more about Judaism from this foreigner. In 1920, he elected to go through a formal conversion process, which he completed in Tangier. He was circumcised, and he took the name Avraham ben Rosh, Abraham the first, as it were, the son of the head, as it were. And shortly thereafter, he married a very prominent woman of the Portuguese Jewish community. And after his marriage, he became extremely involved in organizing the first Jewish community in Porto, 424 years after it had been formally dissolved. Fascinating. He did so much more after this. Now, one of the things that he was so involved in is what he called a rescuer of Portuguese Jewry. He was convinced that there were tens of thousands of people like him who had some connection to Judaism and longed to return. And the fact is that in 1910, there was a coup in Portugal, and 1911, a new constitution was written that formally declared the freedom of religion. Title I, Article 4 said liberty of conscience and creed is inviolable. And in number 6, it says no one can be persecuted on religious grounds nor questioned by any authority with regard to religion professed. This was just like a tremendous turnaround after the Portuguese Inquisition. So he said, listen, with all of this, we can go out to all of these people who had been for 500 years, 25 generations, been practicing Judaism in secret, and we can say, hey, you can come back now. Now, these people, of course, were called marranos. The term marrano is generally accepted to be a derogatory term. It comes from the Castilian word for swine, and most scholars today prefer the term converso or a crypto Jew, meaning like a hidden Jew, or even new Christian, which was the term that was applied to them by the church. In Hebrew, the term would be b'nei anusim, the children of the force, meaning they were forcibly converted to Catholicism. For his part, the captain actually preferred that term marrano, which was in wide circulation, but he derived it from a Hebrew root. He said that marranos came from the word mar anus, which means bitter force, meaning they had been forcibly converted bitterly to Christianity. At any rate, what did he do? So he was extremely active in recreating the Jewish community, first in Porto, which had a secret Jewish community. You can see here on one of the streets, which I had the privilege of visiting with Kosher River Cruise a few years ago, and I hope to go again this year. There was actually on the left-hand side, the middle building, there is a secret synagogue discovered. Here's a photograph of me in that house with the Aron Kodesh, which was originally built into the thickness of the wall itself and then covered with a thin veneer, which would then be removed before Shabbat so that the Jews could actually open up. That's where they hid the Sefer Torah. It was just chilling to put your hand inside this stone ark, really, but very, very inspirational. At any rate, he got to work organizing the community. He created a newspaper that lasted for decades called Halapid, the Torch, that you can see here on the masthead. He is listed as the editor, and he organized the coming together of the congregation to create a synagogue, which was ultimately in the 1930s created with the generous support of the Kaduri family, and it's called the Kaduri Synagogue today, Makor Chaim, the source of life. Here you can see a gathering in 2020, so you can see it's really quite active today. It's a beautiful synagogue inside. I especially appreciated visiting it because the psukim, the verses of the Torah that are written around the synagogue, all speak to this idea of return after long absence. Absolutely fascinating. He created a yeshiva as well called Rosh Pinah, which means the cornerstone, which of course evokes a passage in Tehillim that says that the stone that the builders rejected has now become the cornerstone, which has tremendous reverberations for anyone who's affiliated Porto's understanding of the Milano experience. One of the really interesting debates that occurred while he was active in this regard is how does one treat the actual religious content of the behavior that the crypto Jews had been practicing as they were in the process of returning to Judaism. For Baruch Bastro, who himself was very much involved in traditional Jewish study, he published in his newspaper many articles on the Talmud and on Jewish history and Jewish thought and so on, and really wanted to see the community of Portugal rejoin the mainstream of Rabbinic Judaism. Every time they brought in rabbis from the outside, they were extremely intolerant of many of the practices that these crypto Jews had developed over 500 years, which were not in harmony with rabbinic law. And the captain's position was that they had to be treated with tremendous respect and slowly be brought back from their counter-halachic practices into the mainstream of Judaism as it had been practiced for 500 years since the Portuguese community was artificially cut off from the rest of Talmudic Judaism. His life was soon taken up with controversy. He was extremely active going along the Douro River, going into communities like Belmonte and Trancoso and many other places where he found crypto-Jewish communities and talked to them about Judaism and brought them back. And he was actually very active on an international level with some great scholars like Cecil Roth and the journalist and historian Lucien Wolff, who wrote to him and said, hey, listen, you are going to get into trouble doing this. He wrote to him saying, quote, whatever you do, it should not take the form of loud and aggressive propaganda. Why? Lucien Wolff continued, in the eyes of the church, the vast majority of the Moranos are still their baptized children. And any action in the form of propaganda to convert them to Judaism could be viewed with a bitter resentment. And those words were in fact prophetic, because one of the things that got Captain Baruch Bastro in trouble, and remember, we're talking now about the 1930s, and although Portugal would assume a neutral stance during the war and actually played a role in rescuing Jews, nevertheless, there's a huge amount of anti-Semitism in the 1930s throughout Europe, and Portugal was not exempt. In 1931, for reasons which were unexplained, the army placed him under effective house arrest. He was required to report to HQ every day. Remember, he's a career soldier, he's a captain. But at night, he was forced to remain at home. The reason for this became clear in 1934 when the police announced that they had received an anonymous letter denouncing Baruch Bastro specifically for his activity in circumcising converts to Judaism. The police investigated, but the denunciations were ultimately retracted, except for 2 who had left the country. Let us recall that, circumcision is, of course, central to the Jewish faith. And Baruch Bastro, of course, himself having been circumcised as an adult through his conversion process, would, of course, advocated for these Moranos who are seeking to rejoin the Jewish community, male Moranos, obviously. In 1937, a politically motivated military trial found that Baruch Bastro does not have the necessary moral capacity for the prestige of his official function and the decorum of his uniform. Oh my gosh, and this is all because of his activity bringing crypto-Jews to traditional rabbinic Judaism. The Porto military court disagreed with the military trial, however, and they absolved Baruch Bastro, with a judge writing that the evidence based on these denunciations, these were fabrications made out of malicious hatred, and they were very, very difficult to defend against. The conclusion of the judge there was, and I'll quote, "Is this the evidence that will disable an army captain with a long exemplary military record? I do not think so, and I believe that it is time to end his distress. In these terms and on these grounds, it is my opinion that the case should be closed." However, this is in the late 1930s. It is in the lead up to World War II, and the Military Superior Court of Discipline had already taken action against Baruch Bastro, and although he attempted to redeem himself and he launched a defamation lawsuit against the people who had denounced him, these were dropped when the denunciations were ultimately retracted, but he was never able to be restored to his position. World War II got started and swept away the whole case. Formal rehabilitation of Captain Baruch Bastro was only recognized in the year 2012 by the Portuguese Assembly of the Republic. And it was also noted that he would have been made colonel had he not been wrongly removed from the army in 1937. In this regard, he has often been called the Portuguese Alfred Dreyfus. Nevertheless, he was certainly the most influential individual in looking at the state of Portuguese Jewry and attempting to bring them back to traditional Judaism in the 20th century. Wow, fascinating story. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you have ever wondered how important rabbis or books are to Judaism, we can actually look to the situation in the Iberian Peninsula over the last 500 years, because recall that with the introduction of the Inquisition in the 15th century, and then the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, the forced conversion of Jews in Portugal in 1497, and then the subsequent introduction of the Inquisition there, all books and rabbis and any religious functionary, religious education was officially banned. And actually, people who practiced these things or had copies of these books, with the exception of medical textbooks for doctors, these were like incredibly dangerous things to do. And people could be literally dragged into an ecclesiastical court and then released to the secular authorities for all kinds of humiliations, loss of property, and even death by burning at the stake. So for the last 500 years, that is about 20 or 25 generations, Jews of Spain and Portugal, that is, I should say, crypto-Jews, because at this point they had already been forcibly converted to Christianity, had to live without their religious functionaries and their religious texts. So it's amazing that anything survived. However, what's quite fascinating is that quite a bit did survive, although it's rather different from what you might expect. Before I get into this class in a little more detail, let me just first make a disclaimer that while some of my best friends are rabbis, I myself am not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy, but I'm a historian. I'm fascinated to try to learn, what is Judaism? How is it expressed? And how was it expressed under such extreme circumstances as we have during the last 500 years of the Inquisition? The Inquisition did not end, by the way, until the 19th century overall, late 18th century in Portugal. The reason we know it survived is largely because of the work of people like Captain Barros Basto, who we spoke about recently, the historian Cecil Roth, the attorney Lucian Wolff, very important people who got very involved in the discovery of the Jews of the Douro region in particular in the early 20th century. Samuel Schwartz printed an amazingly important book in the 1920s that we're going to return to a little bit later. But he recovered through this ethnographic study a tremendous number of prayers, and a lot more research has gone into this, and more things have been discovered since then. Let's take a look, for example, at Jewish prayer. What did that look like when you had no books to guide you in the text and you had no rabbis to give instruction? One of the best studies I found on this is a massive tome written under the title Secrecy and Deceit, the Religion of the Crypto-Jews. And he goes through a whole range of religious behaviors, attitudes, and so on, and there's a great chapter on prayer. So how do we know about what Jews were praying? So our most important source, and it's quite an extensive one, are Inquisition trial transcripts. This is especially true after 1570, when the Inquisition would specifically add questions about practices of prayer. We have recorded denunciations of crypto-Jews, meaning like, servants in the home observing someone in the house praying, or people next door looking through the window and seeing a woman saying some kind of prayer over making bread and things like that. We have the confessions. Quite often these were forced under torture, but they are dutifully recorded, and they describe, the kind of crimes that these crypto-Jews were practicing, in the sense that they were continuing to pray as Jews in whatever way they could. We also have the testimony of guards in prison who observed those individuals who are accused of Judaism, what they would do in prison in terms of their prayers and so on. We have some very, very limited archaeological discoveries, scraps of paper discovered here and there, hidden in walls, a few publications that were issued outside of Portugal and Spain. Obviously, it was forbidden to publish these things there, but some of these crypto-Jews would emigrate and then publish things in Portuguese in particular. And then finally, we have the great work of the 20th century ethnographers. So let's try to understand a few elements of what happened to prayer after it was essentially banned. Let us recall that prior to 1492, most Iberian Jews would practice a form of Judaism that would most closely resemble what we call orthodoxy today, which included, for example, mandatory prayers 3 times a day for men, usually communal prayers. Obviously, communal prayer was one of the first things to go, with a set liturgy in Hebrew and so on. So what of that was retained? Let's just think about this for a minute, okay? Right. My parents are native English French speakers, and they learned Yiddish at home, but they typically would respond to my grandparents in English. And then I grew up, and I would have entire conversations solely in English with my parents, and I would only pick up a few scraps of Yiddish phraseology from my grandparents. I certainly don't have fluency in it as a spoken language, and that's after only 3 generations of dislocation, and without any, bars to the use of Yiddish language on penalty of arrest and imprisonment. So you can imagine amplifying that loss of language over 20 or 25 generations, when it is illegal and highly dangerous to do anything associated with Hebrew prayer. It's amazing that anything survived. So let's look at what did survive. So first of all, physical actions tend to survive. That's interesting because those are things that you can easily demonstrate and you can literally embody. So for example, washing hands before prayer. Very, very commonly observed. Sometimes with the correct ritual that we would see in the Shulchan Aruch today. Sometimes with adaptations. Stepping back 3 steps and then forward 3 steps before prayer, which is of course characteristic of the Amidah, the standing prayer or silent prayer, which is central to Jewish prayer. So even though these crypto-Jews would not be able to pray the actual text for which this is described, nevertheless, they would always step back 3 steps and then forward 3 steps before they began their prayer. Interestingly, shuckling was noted, especially by prison guards. Shuckling, of course, is the motion, the swaying motion, typically back and forth, that occurs during Jewish prayer, something which was noted in the Iberian Peninsula by none other than Yehuda Halevi in the 12th century. And this was preserved as distinctive from Catholic prayer, which of course would be said stock still. And one that I find especially moving, one of the last prayers to go, or perhaps the longest lasting, is the blessing of children, which is typically done on a Friday night. There are particular motions where you put your hand on your child's head, sometimes both hands on your child's head, and recite certain texts which were sometimes preserved. And that idea of a Friday night blessing was preserved through 500 years, 25 generations of persecution. Another thing which is preserved besides physical actions was time and frequency of prayer. The idea of 3 times of prayer per day is fairly commonly noted among the crypto Jews. That would be, the morning prayer, the afternoon, the evening prayer, and also very common the Chatzot prayer, the midnight prayer, which was something that is not as common even among Orthodox Jews today, but it was something. It's essentially a prayer lamenting the loss of Jerusalem, something that a lot of these Jews would have felt very personally. So what are the characteristics of what they would actually say? What are the characteristics of crypto-Jewish prayer? First of all, Portuguese replaced Hebrew. These crypto-Jews had no way of studying the Hebrew language. It was extremely dangerous to do so and took a lot of time, just exposed the risk so much, so Hebrew basically disappeared. But Portuguese stepped in and prayers were recorded in the vernacular. Secondly, because it was dangerous to write these things down, to preserve them in text, so they were typically shortened and memorized, sometimes for communal prayer, sometimes they were recorded in a poetic form that was easier to memorize. Fascinatingly, sometimes the crypto-Jews used adaptations of prayers that existed in the Christian Bibles, the Vulgate in particular, that were available to them. Texts from the Bible that include the prayers of Moses, for example, or Daniel or Esther from the Septuagint, these were readily seized upon as prayers which were, since they were in the Bible and in churches, perhaps Jews could say them with less risk. There was also some fascinating adaptations of Christian prayer, because don't forget, these crypto-Jews are typically also going to church. This is part of the overall disguise, right? Remember, Gillitz's title is Secrecy and Deceit. So they are outwardly pretending to be Christians, and they're learning all the Christian prayers. And so they would adapt those back to Jewish purposes, sometimes with very minor modifications, like the name Jesus is sometimes replaced with God or with Moses. And I will say that this is not so strange to my own experience, because when I was a young child growing up in northern Canada, where I was the only Jewish child in the community, and I went to public school, every morning we recited the Lord's Prayer. And I remember as a young child, 7, 8 years old, just reflecting to myself, okay, well, let's see, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I didn't know much about Judaism, but I figured this sounds pretty parv. I mean, it sounds, I could probably say this. And amazingly, here I am quite a few years later, and I still have it memorized from my childhood. Another aspect of crypto-Jewish prayer is the introduction of quantitative prayer, something a little bit more like reciting the rosary, where you would do the same prayer multiple times as an act of piety. Really, really fascinating stuff. Now, I'm going to show you 2 examples just to give you a sense of it. This comes from Samuel Schwartz's book, which I was very fortunate to get a copy last time I was in Portugal. It was originally written in Portuguese. There is a French translation, which I haven't been able to get my hands on, but it's not available in English, unfortunately. Maybe someone out there will translate it. At any rate, his was one of the first major ethnographic studies of crypto-Jews in their location, in Belmont in particular, living as crypto-Jews in the early 20th century. And he records about 50 pages of prayers, which are just so beautiful. So I'm going to show you 2. One of these is recited before a fast, And it is important to note that fasting was hugely significant for the crypto Jews. This was one way that they could quietly, without drawing attention to themselves, observe some kind of penitential act, which they regard as something of huge value, especially on Yom Kippur. And they would typically say prayers beforehand. So here's one that actually is one of the rare ones that preserves a little bit of a phrase of Hebrew in it. It goes in English, great God of Israel. And then there is a phrase that would be recognized by anyone who reads the Hebrew liturgy today. Hashem tzedakot malei kol haaretz kavodo. God of hosts, Lord of hosts, whose glory fills the entire world. The strongest of all weapons, Lord of heaven and earth. I ask you, merciful Father, by your name, and then they would include the word Ado, and then followed by Nai, which is one of the words that is typically not pronounced by Orthodox Jews today, except in prayer, to accept my fast, this reduction of my flesh, which is precisely from the liturgy, and accept it in place of a sacrifice, which we are obligated to bring. But you, Lord, well see that we cannot do it according to our obligations, because we are in this great captivity, abandoned and alone in strange lands, outside of Jerusalem, the city of your sanctuary, without having priests or Levites in their place, so they can, Lord, hear and extol your holy and divine name. It's a very beautiful prayer. Lots of echoes of the original that's still read today, but still some significant adaptations for the Portuguese crypto-Jewish environment. Now, that's like one of the rarer ones that actually seems to have been written by someone with more familiarity with the liturgy. Here's another one, which is kind of like a Modeh prayer, a gratitude prayer that's typically recited upon waking. And I can't see any references here to the liturgy that I'm familiar with, but I still think it's quite fascinating and actually quite beautiful. It reads, comes the beautiful dawn, comes the heat of the day, comes the Most High Lord, coming with his holy joy. Beautiful piece of poetry read as a prayer. It's also interesting to note that Most High Lord in the original is Altissimo Señor, which is essentially translated into Yiddish as Eberster, the highest Lord. So beautiful piece of prayer. Okay, I am really looking forward to visiting the Douro once again this year. And for those of you who are available, it would be great to have you on this cruise with us as we explore this region and remarkable piece of Jewish history. And for the rest of us, I'm looking forward to sharing videos with you in the future. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just returned from Portugal on an advanced site visit with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say it was so amazing. We went there to a small village called Trancoso as part of our efforts to look at some of the most exciting new areas where research is being done in Jewish history. The discoveries began even in the guest house where we were staying. So according to the owner, this was originally a passageway between two large apartments here that may have been actually opened up for communal use. And she believes that it may even belong to originally a Jewish family before the 14th century, which is pretty amazing. And there's one slight possibility of that. You can see over here on the inside, this appears to be a possible mezuzah scar here. You see these all over Portugal. And they're just fascinating just to think of the density and richness of Jewish civilization here before the great expulsion and the forced conversions of the late 15th century. Judaism was not practiced openly in Trancoso for the last 500 years as a result of the brutal Portuguese Inquisition. And when we look at the archaeological remains of the town, there's a lot of sites that appear to have Jewish influences, but again, very hard to really say for sure.
Person of Jewish culture entering the synagogue and putting the kippah.
That's interesting.
Yes.
And right now in the Interpretation Center in the name of Isaac Cardoso is a fascinating figure. We'll talk about more tomorrow. One of the most interesting things about Trancoso, we're going to see these outside, is that they recorded over 200 of these strange stonemasons marks that it appear to be endemic to this region specifically. And there's a lot of really interesting discussion about what do these things mean. Normally, stonemasons wouldn't mark their work, but you wouldn't normally see this right by the entrance to the door. Sometimes a cross would be placed there to indicate ownership. Or one of the most, I think, appealing theories is that a lot of new Christians, in order to demonstrate their fidelity to the new faith and to fend off the possibility of attacks on their religious values, you might say, don't worry, kind of like putting an American flag in front of your house to say that you really are patriotic. And some of them, they're hard to interpret. Like here, this one seems to be a fairly straightforward one. It's a stonemason's mark, and stonemasons will constantly do this to indicate their work. This one has a cross, but it has like these 12 things on the outside, which some have interpreted to refer to the 12 tribes. Some have interpreted to refer to the letter Shin from the name Shakai. Possibility, not quite as convincing as others. Also, really important to note, some of these stones are placed in very inaccessible locations, which tends to argue against the possibility that they're trying to broadcast Jewish influences. Some of them see, if you look carefully at this one here, this is really bizarre. If you look carefully, you can even see the Portuguese word Israel baked into these symbols. Kind of like that dress. Some people said it was blue and gold, and some people said it was white and blue. But we're going to see them. Oh, here's one. David, come on over here. This is like half a menorah. Could be originally it was a full menorah, but that, of course, goes against the theory I discussed elsewhere that these might be marking fidelity to the new faith. This would clearly indicate the opposite, fidelity to the old faith. We also have a lot of problem dating these because you can't carbon-14 non-organic material like this. So, wow, we have so much to talk about. The fact remains that these are disproportionately placed in the Jewish quarters of Trancoso and in several other villages in the region of the Douro River. And so one wonders, why are these placed on Jewish houses in the first place? Most common representation is a simple cross, usually on the left-hand side of the door as you're facing in, and perhaps second most common is some kind of a modified cross with a kind of a strange base. Many of these inscriptions, however, present distinctly Jewish interpretations. It's very famous. Really interesting here. I don't know what this is. Okay, so here we go. Got a Samach here, and this is a Fe, and here's the Resh. Here, especially famed, is a Daled for the word Sepharad or Spain. I was especially fascinated to see one inscription that appears to be a nonsensical Hebrew word. Note that while filming it, we didn't notice that a bit of lichen looks like the vowel patach under one of the letters, but it clearly isn't an inscription. We were only able to see that after we looked at the video. This one is perhaps the most fascinating but mysterious of them all. You can see clearly, it looks very simply like a resh above with the nakuda here. Another resh, deeply dug in here, by the way. David, can you come around and see how deeply this is? Some of them are very faint, but this one you can see is almost a full fingernail length in. Another vav here. And, in Hebrew, this is clearly the word rolo, which, as David likes to say, is the sound that Scooby-Doo used to make. But it is not a word in Hebrew at all. So some have thought that maybe it's some kind of strange Kabbalistic atbash, which means like you take the letters of the Hebrew alphabet and you take them backwards, and you read it as or, which makes sense orally. It's the word light twice, but that's not how you spell the word or in Hebrew. So I don't know what to make of this. My thought is that perhaps this was carved by someone who is trying to write the Tetragrammaton, the four-letter name of God, and not really know what they're doing, which ironically I think adds a little bit more authenticity to it. Because if there was a view here, and there is a small indentation, but nowhere near as deep as these, then this could be like part of a hay, which is missing, but incorrectly written. The vav is put there instead. And then there's no second vav, or maybe this is what's supposed to be good. Another hay here, again, incorrectly written. It clearly is all on its own. There's nothing on either side. It's on the corner of a building, but it is right in the middle of the Jewish order. So it's mysterious. I will mention, however, that I looked this word up on Google, and it happens to be the name of a famous soccer player. So I don't know.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, for me, one of the most exciting cities in modern Europe, in terms of Jewish history and in terms of the Jewish present and future, is Porto, which empties the Douro River into the Atlantic Ocean. And it has a very, very long history of Jews settling there well over 1,000 years. Many of you may be familiar with the Kaduri Synagogue, a beautiful, large structure that was erected in the 1930s, primarily as a response to the growing discovery of crypto-Jewish communities in the Douro region. But there's also, active synagogues in Porto now, primarily designed to serve the many students who come to study in the universities there. I happen to find especially interesting the old Jewish community along the Riviera. It's no longer filled with Jews and with an active synagogue, but this is one of the oldest places right on the river where, of course, commerce would have taken place.
This is the Riviera, which you can see in the background. That's a gorgeous bridge designed by students of Gustav Eiffel. You can see the influence there. And now it is a very trendy shopping area and dining area right on the beautiful Douro River. Douro doesn't look so beautiful today, mainly because it's such a rainy Porto day in the fall, but in the summer, when we get here with Costa Riverboat cruises in May and June, it's going to be gorgeous.
But archaeological studies have unearthed evidence of Jewish communities in several places throughout Porto. One of the most interesting is an establishment in the 14th century of a community outside of the walls of Old Porto on the other side of the Douro River, as you can see in this video here, where the actual synagogue would have been located, and it was really quite, distant from the other Jewish communities that were on the other side of the Douro River. And what was discovered there in particular is a fascinating foundation stone, which I'd like to show to you. But first, I got to give a shout out to Dr. Michael Rothwell and Professor Hugo Vaz, who's a museologist in charge of their gorgeous new Jewish museum there. They shared some key documents with me and invited me to look at a life-size replica of this stone. The original is housed in the Historical Museum in Lisbon. But it really opened my mind to what this foundation stone says. First of all, let's have a look at the foundation stone the way I first saw it. It looked like this. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh. And I saw it, by the way, in more than one publication. And I said, I can't make heads or tails out of this Hebrew. I mean, I thought I was relatively Hebrew literate, but this is like bizarre. It looks like some kind of cuneiform, until finally it was pointed out to me by Dr. Rothwell that actually it was misprinted and the photograph was like kind of reversed on, like if you looked at it in a mirror and upside down, it would make sense. This is the way the actual stone looks, and I say this is much more legible Hebrew written in a very beautiful block script. And this is actually the transliteration of that text, which it has some very fascinating things to say. I'll just summarize it here. It is written in a very literate Hebrew with tremendous number of biblical allusions, very poetic, characteristic of the time. The text in highly poetic language with tremendous numbers of biblical reference basically says the following. Why would you build a synagogue outside the city walls? Isn't that incredibly dangerous? And it answers its own question by saying the reason is because we have a friend in a very high place. And this, of course, is alluding to God in invoking the protection of God, but also at the same time, there is a double entendre referring to Rabbi Dan Yehuda ibn Maner, who was a particularly well-placed individual close to the king and so on. And that's essentially the whole point of the stone is it is recognizing the unusual status of the Jewish community outside the walls, and at the same time, gratitude to the major supporter, not only Don Yehuda ibn Maner, but also Don Yosef ibn Aryeh, who was obviously some kind of major donor. I mean, this is essentially a 14th century version of a shul plaque, right, of a synagogue plaque honoring a great donor, but it gives us a sense of how strong the Jewish community was in Porto in the 14th century, that they would feel confident building an edifice like this, building a community like this outside of the city walls. Now, what ended up happening, unfortunately, that confidence was not completely well placed. In 1391, there would be horrible persecutions just across the border in Spain, and this would lead to a massive flight of refugees into Portugal. And fearing for their safety, ultimately the king suggested they should in fact move within the city walls. So that 14th century community migrated across the Douro and was placed within the city walls. That Jewish community is also fascinating. There's archaeological evidence from the 15th and 16th century there. There would be yet another round of refugees coming to Portugal after the 1492 expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and that would ultimately end in the tragedy of the Great Forced Conversion, what the Portuguese call the Standing Baptism of 1497. But nevertheless, this stone is a great marker of the tremendous strength of the Porto Jewish community in the 14th century, and it looks like it is coming back now in the 21st century. I can't wait to see this again when I go to Porto in May. I would love for you to join us on Kosher River Cruises. We have an amazing time with the tremendous culinary creations of Chef Malcolm and his protege, Chef Tobias. And of course, we have the culinary adventures of Naomi Nachman. We have the daily minyanim and the Torah study organized by Rabbi Weiss. I mean, it's a little floating shtetl, a beautiful experience. We made so many friends on these trips in the past, and we'd love to include you. And if you're not able to join us this time, well, I'm looking forward to sharing more videos and more research with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. I just got back from another amazing cruise with Kosher River Cruises on the Douro River in northern Portugal. At the time, the Douro River itself is a UNESCO protected area. It's really a beautiful region with lots of winding oxbows rivers back and forth through these terraced vineyards that have been there like that for centuries upon centuries. But the history there is absolutely fascinating. And by the way, all of these photographs that I'm showing behind me right now, they're actually taken by cruisers and posted to our communal WhatsApp chat. So I'm just thanking all of you right now, if you're viewing this video later, for these great photos. They're just amazing. And then we began to cruise our way back to Porto, where we saw the Kaduri synagogue and the amazing resurgence of Jewish life in a place where Judaism was so brutally extirpated by the Inquisition. We even saw the most amazing secret synagogue that was discovered in the beginning of the 21st century when they were doing renovations to a particular location, which I'm not going to reveal in this video because it's actually a private venture. It's a private business, but we were able to gain access and find this secret Aron Kodesh, this secret ark that had been hidden behind a wall. And it corresponds to the testimony of the Rabbi Emmanuel Aboab,
who was living in Venice at the time. Absolutely amazing. But the topic that I want to address today is specifically the story of Isaac Cardoso, who is someone that, of course, I've heard about before, but with this particular trip, I really invested in his life story a lot more, and I think there's something especially relevant for our times today. So Isaac Cardoso was born in 1604 in Trancoso, which is fairly remote. It's a tiny little community of about 2,500 people. What about Isaac Cardoso, who was born in this region? And you can see that he's sufficiently famous that the municipality put up this beautiful interpretation center, which is kind of like a sort of a museum, very modern, interesting architecture, and named the street where he was born, Rua Fernando Isaac Cardoso. Fernando was his given name at birth. Of course, many Jews had a secular name that was associated with their Christian identity, but as we shall see, Isaac Cardoso turned away from that later in life. Okay, let's go to his biography, which was really popularized by a brilliant dissertation by the great historian Yosef Chaim Yerushalmi, a student of the incredible Salo Whitmire Baron of Columbia University. So Cardoso was born in 1604. Recall that this is over a century after all Portuguese Jews have been forcibly converted to Christianity in the year 1497. And he was living under the shadow of the Inquisition virtually his entire life. He was a child prodigy. He eventually went to Salamanca, where he studied like many other people of crypto-Jewish origins, and he became a brilliant doctor. He was ultimately appointed the royal physician in Madrid. He'd written quite a few books, not only on science, but also in, kind of literary affairs and poetry and things like that. In many ways, he lived a life that would have been regarded as successful by any measure. He had tremendous wealth from his high-ranking position as a member of the royal court, attending to the king. He had, great honor for his many publications and his scholarship, and he was friends with some of the most celebrated literati of the day, in particular, the famed poet Lope de Vega, who will become very important for our story. Just to give you a sense of Cardoso's incredible intellect, later on in life, he wrote one of the very last single-author encyclopedias ever published in human history. If you can imagine, this is at the end of the period of human civilization where any one person could possibly have the mental bandwidth to write a one-volume work of everything we know about everything, right? He wrote this 800-page double-column book that has, information on geography and on science and on literature and on history and you name it. Obviously, it became impossible to keep doing that not much longer after Cardoso passed away. At any rate, let's focus on his Jewish story, though, which I find especially fascinating. Cardoso, although he was very well published, very prolific, he rarely touched on his own personal experiences. And so it was up to Professor Yerushalmi to try and tease those out, those passing references here and there in his later books as to the dramatic life that he experienced. We know that in the year 1648, when he would have been in his mid-30s, he fled all of his wealth, his prestige, and so on, and moved to the Jewish ghetto in Venice. Recall that up until this point, he's living openly as a Christian because there are no more Jews in Portugal. They are all converted to Christianity or Catholicism, and this is now, he's in the fourth descendant, the fourth generation after this forced conversion. So he perfectly can go anywhere he wants as a Christian, but he decides to revert to Judaism, living in the ghetto in Venice, and later with his wife moving to Verona. So what was it that made him change? What was it that made him leave all of his wealth and fame and success behind and go live with this beleaguered minority in the city of Venice? So Yerushalmi makes a very strong argument that something happened, particularly in 1632 in Madrid, and it did not immediately cause him to leave it all, but it was kind of like a slow burn, and eventually he simply had to push everything away and change his life dramatically. Specifically, we're talking about an auto da fe that happened in that city at that time. Some of the victims who were burned alive at this inquisitorial event were actually neighbors of Cardoso's. He lived on the Calle de las Infantas, the street where many of them actually lived. And it was an absolutely absurd series of charges against these Christians accused of being Judaizers. They may have been secretly practicing some form of Judaism, but the kind of ridiculous lies that they spread about them were absurd and very, very hard to believe. Nevertheless, and this is the characteristic of many of these autos da fe, it was like a rock concert where the entire city was deeply involved. It took them a fair amount of time to build these special bleachers and to build shades for the dignitaries that would all converge on Madrid for this summertime public execution. And there were public parades of people in regalia, including people from the university that Cardoso would have been associated with. He himself may have been participating in some of these parades as part of his, professorial responsibilities. And it seemed like the entire Madrid society, and in fact, the entire society of the Iberian Peninsula, would have been expressing their disgust and anger at these crypto-Jews for having returned to some elements of their ancestral faith, willing to believe the most ridiculous things about them, and willing ultimately to put them to death by public burning. Even Lope de Vega, the most famous poet of the era and Cardoso's close friend, penned several anti-Semitic verses commemorating the execution of these individuals. And that, following Professor Yerushalmi's argument, is something that contributed mightily to Cardoso's decision to simply leave it all behind and move to Venice. To say, I don't need to be this massive professor or this famous doctor anymore. I just want to live besoch ani yoshevet. I want to live among my people and focus on the values of Judaism. He eventually articulated his position in an important book entitled Las Excelencias de los Hebreos, the excellences or the positive attributes of the Jews. The second part was also bent on attacking the calumnies that are cast at the Jews, the lies that are told about the Jews. You can see here in the beautiful title page of the book published in Amsterdam in 1679, it says, "The one who disperses me, he will gather me in," which obviously had resonance for Cardoso's own life. And he basically describes how the Jews have been preserving faithfully a tradition that represents a positive contribution to human civilization, and that the lies told about Jews are completely without foundation. And it's a full-throated defense of Judaism and the Jewish people, and it's really quite remarkable for the date in which it appears. Now, if you'll permit me, I'd like to say something about how I think the experience of Isaac Cardoso is especially significant for us today. Regular viewers of this channel will know that since October 7th, I've spent a tremendous amount of time really focusing on the history of Israel, the conflict with the Palestinians, and trying to provide some sort of larger context so that people can debate the issues legitimately and reasonably and in good faith with actual facts rather than slogans and the like. And I think that one of the areas that I find especially tragic is that many very well-meaning, idealistic young Jewish people find common cause with those who would support the terrorists who attacked Israel on October 7th and killed so many people and actually took hostages back into Gaza, sparking this entire conflagration. One can't be a human being and not feel the distress of the population in Gaza and the tremendous suffering that this conflict has incurred. And I hope that all parties involved will find a way to create a lasting, enduring peace that will result in the prosperity of all the populations in the region. I believe one of the fastest ways to do that would be for Hamas to release the hostages that it is currently holding under incredibly inhumane, cruel circumstances and send them back to their families. But I'm not a politician. I'm not a general. I don't know how to affect these things. I don't know what is the best way to do that. But let's focus in on those young Jews who, in a very idealistic manner, feel the suffering of the people of Gaza and want to stand in solidarity with their suffering, and make the mistake of joining those protests in which the terrorists are praised and that their violence is recast in a euphemistic way as resistance, which it is clearly not. It is simply pogrom violence. And I think to myself, I had difficulty trying to understand how could young Jewish people, in what seems to be significant numbers, although that could be inflated because they serve as tokens to support the Hamas movement, how could they be thinking this way? How could they be, thinking it is appropriate for them? How could they possibly think it's appropriate for them to join with people who would perpetrate violence against anyone, but certainly against their own people? Where is the logic in this? And it occurred to me that this might be exactly the kind of moment that Isaac Cardoso was experiencing when he was in Madrid and that Inquisition was perpetrating the auto da fe. We should recall that, the Inquisition had tremendous social support, that there were, huge amounts of public, excitement over these massive events that resulted in public executions. And entire cities, countries even, would be swallowed up in this, insane witch hunt for secret Judaizers, and that people would come together for days on end in order to watch the sham trials and execution of a handful of Jews, quite often burned in effigy and other kinds of theatrical events happening around this time. You can imagine Isaac Cardoso is there. He's a highly intelligent individual, and yet he sees everyone is swept away with this enthusiasm, with this bloodthirst that even affected his own mentor, Lope de Vega, who wrote, these awful anti-Semitic verses commemorating the acts of the Inquisition in their desire to make the society, Jud Rein, free of Jews, and also ideologically pure. And what kind of strength of character must it take for a person like Isaac Cardoso to stand up and say, wait a second, it seems like the whole world is on one side of this issue, and here the Jews are on another side? Is it possible that the whole world is wrong and the Jews are right? I think it is possible. And I think we see that in Isaac Cardoso's situation. I think we see that in this case, and I don't mean to say the Jews alone are right. I mean the Jews and those who look at the Middle East with some level of intelligence and say that, saying that globalized intifada is somehow a solution to this long-standing and very complex conflict. The example of Isaac Cardoso, I think, is especially relevant for young Jewish people today on college campuses, not the least of which would include the campus where Professor Yerushalmi was very active. It's an example that we should be thinking about when we look at the issues of the day and wonder, where should our support go? These are such hard videos. At any rate, I'm really grateful that you stayed with me this long, and hope you have next time. Thank you for watching.
HBCU Go, that'll be big.
On behalf of Jacob, I want to welcome everyone for joining, and thank you for joining us this evening at the beginning, first inaugural session of our three-part lecture series with our distinguished guest, Dr. Henry Abramson, who is coming to us live from New York, although it's not Saturday night. But we are really very, very privileged. Dr. Abramson's reputation precedes him, and indeed is world-renowned as an expert in Jewish history and so many other things. I personally, in my other job at the OU, am privileged to be part of a foundation that Dr. Abramson provides tremendous content for with the presentation he gives for the AllDocs platform, which has literally tens of thousands of users who benefit from his wisdom on a daily basis. So it's really a special privilege, and we have a wonderful topic that we're going to learn about starting this evening. Just as a reminder, there are 3 different lectures in this series. So with that, I just want to thank Dr. Abramson and hand it over to you, Dr. Abramson.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. That's very kind words of welcome, and it is a great privilege to be here with you today. I'm really excited about our topic. What we're really going to be focusing on is a remarkable period in Jewish history that in many ways has informed the subsequent centuries up into and including our own time. I specifically want to devote 3 lectures to focusing on the incredibly important late 18th century, when you have 3 major revolutionary movements animating the Jewish mind space, specifically the revolution represented by the Hasidic movement, and then the, let's call it a counter-revolution, a revolution of reaction by the Mithnagdim, that is the Lithuanian traditionalists against the Hasidic movement. By the way, for those of you who are based in LA, I apologize in advance for my Canadian accent. I realize when I say against, I should be saying something like against, but I hope I'll be understandable. And then finally, the revolution of the Maskilim. Those are the adherents of the so-called Jewish Enlightenment, the Haskalah. These 3 movements all coalesced around the same period of time in Jewish history, and the kind of arguments that they had back then are in many ways the same kind of arguments we are having today. What I would like to do is spend today's lecture kind of setting the stage. There's a lot of really important, large tectonic shifts that happened in the years leading up to the birth of these 3 revolutions. And then next week, we're just going to end up by kind of looking at the demography and the geography of where these revolutions happened. And then next week, we're going to focus on the birth of the Hasidic movement and the immediate reaction from the Mithnagdim. It was a very, very intense period of great competition and argument between these 2 groups, which actually resulted in several figures being denounced and thrown in jail and then released and then denounced again. And we'll go through that and try to understand some of the major reasons for that conflict. And in the 3rd and final week, we're going to add in the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, and how that affected this triangular conflict between these 2 ways of thinking about how Jews should react to the modern era, and that's where we'll close. So that's the plan for the 3 weeks. Today, though, let's focus on the Grundlage, or the Prolegomena. I actually have that in the top left of my screen there. I just like the way that word sounds. I think it really means something like introduction or preface. But let's go straight to the introduction. So here's a scene that many of you may have enjoyed if you're watching the Netflix series Shtisel. And, they're having a conversation over the table here, the elder and the younger Shtisel. But in many ways, the kind of conversations that I've tried to say are sort of repetition or reiterations or just modernized upgrades of major conflicts of worldview. Use a German word, Weltanschauung, way of looking at the world, that were crystallized in the period we're talking about. 3 figures in particular exemplify this 3-way revolution. You have, from the Hasidic movement, I could have really included the Baal Shem Tov, but we don't have a good picture of him, so I'll choose one of his later students, really a student of his student, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, known to his followers today as the Alter Rebbe, also known as the author of the Tanya and the spiritual father of the Chabad Hasidic movement. Contrasted to the Alter Rebbe is the great Elijah of Vilna, who is known as the Vilna Gaon, the great Mithnagdic thinker, who bitterly opposed, and particularly his students bitterly opposed the innovations that were proposed and enacted by the previous figure in the Hasidic movement, although, as we shall see, after about 50 years of intense battle, they managed to find a modus vivendi with each other. More difficult, however, is this figure, Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, who was widely regarded as the father of the Jewish Enlightenment, the Haskalah, who essentially argued that Jews should not regard the outside world as fundamentally toxic, that Jews have a tremendous amount to gain from the outside world in terms of its science, its culture, its literature, and its poetry, and so on, and that Jews should fully engage in outside society. This movement was directly opposed by both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, as we shall see, but we're going to let that unfold over the last couple of weeks. And as I mentioned, these arguments find their expression even in contemporary days, where on the left here you see the elder Shtisel, Shulam, and the actual, not Haredi actor, I should say, John Dickman. Although on the surface, one sees on the left a figure with a headdress on him, with his full beard and so on, but the worldview can be expressed precisely in a Hiloni individual as well. Same with the younger Shtisel, Akiva, played here by Michael Aloni. I really didn't have to show you these two pictures because I already made my points with the previous one, but I couldn't resist it because I find that I'm often mistaken for Michael Aloni. When I'm walking down the street, people say, "Hey, isn't that Michael Aloni?" Now, if this were, an audience actually in a room, I would hear you laugh and I would know you think, you would know that I was joking. But anyway, somehow we'll get used to Zoom. So this long 18th century that represents the debate between these three fundamentally very different ways of looking at Judaism is really expressed in our contemporary period as well. Let me now take you to a little bit more about the structural nature of their disputes, and then we're going to get into the history per se. So, this is a little bit experimental for me. This is something new for this particular lecture, but one way I think that we can categorize these three types of rebellions, and I would like to say that each of them, as much as they would like to say that they are really representing tradition, that they are representing something which has a long background in Jewish history, they are each rebellious in their own way. They are each presenting innovations. Even the Misnagdim, who are arguing that they are hewing to the well-trod path of Jewish practice, they are nevertheless reacting to the innovations of the Hasidic movement and absorbing some or transforming some for themselves as well. So they really are three rebellious movements, but rebellious in different ways. Let me share with you what I think, one way I think we can understand this. First off, you have the Hasidim who are involved in a rebellion of discovery. And what I mean by that is the Hasidic innovations, which were really quite significant in the middle of the 18th century. There are a lot of things that they initiated with regards to traditional Jewish practice that the Misnagdim thought were absolutely heretical or immoral, way too radical to be accepted. But the Hasidim, of course, didn't look at them this way. They looked at their innovations to Jewish practice and thought as discoveries of modalities of thinking and behaving as Jews that had simply been lost with time. They thought that they were discovering practices which went back centuries and had fallen into disuse. This is, in fact, something we see the precedent for this in the Talmud as well, where there are discussions about, for example, Ksav Ivri, the Paleo-Hebrew script, which was, according to the Talmud, known, forgotten, and then reinstituted. All kinds of things like this are common in Jewish history. And so Hasidim did not see themselves as saying, hey, here's new stuff we're doing that's totally different from everything we've done in the past. They're saying, oh, how wonderful it is that these well springs of knowledge have been opened up and we have discovered these practices. So they perceive their innovations as restorations. They're simply bringing harmony back to the universe. I'll give you one example. The tremendous inclusion of Lurianic Kabbalah in particular, a series of ideas that were promulgated primarily in the 16th century in Sfat with the work of the great Kabbalist Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and then his student who later eclipsed him, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the expanded explanations of the Zohar and the discussions of key concepts like tikkun and various rectifications of the world, and the drama of the Zoharic universe as understood by Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, the Ari, as being of a divine cataclysm that has to be held off by the behavior of the Hasidic Jews. And so by going back and finding Kabbalah and bringing it into contemporary practice, both in terms of study and in terms of actual behavior, the Hasidim were engaged in a rebellion of discovery, finding the old ideas, implementing them into new worlds. We'll talk much more about this, God willing, next week when we focus on the birth of the Hasidic movement. By contrast, you have the great opponents of the Hasidim, and in fact, that's exactly what the term mitnagdim means. They are opponents. They define themselves literally by opposing the new Hasidic movement. They could have been called easily traditionalists or something like that, but really they found their identity most sharply defined in opposition to the burgeoning popularity of the Hasidic movement. So when you look at their rebellion, and once again, some of the things that the Misnagdim began to do after they became conscious of the reality of the threat of Hasidism for the loyalty of the masses in Eastern Europe, they argued for some new stringencies and some new practices, but argued that they were in fact reifications of old practices, not always necessarily precisely the way they described it. And whereas the Hasidim viewed any new innovation, such as the introduction of study of Kabbalah for people under 40, whereas the Hasidim viewed that as a restoration of a prior practice, the Mitnagdim viewed any such change as antinomian, which is a fancy word meaning against the law, against what is acceptable. I'll give you a different example. The Misnagdim are very particular about times of day for prayer. Right, there is the slot of time that is associated with the Shacharit morning prayer, time of day associated with the afternoon prayer, and the time of day associated with Maariv, the evening prayer. And all of these times of prayer, of course, are associated with the position of the sun relative to the horizon, right? And certain windows of time. If you've seen any synagogue calendar, there will always have precise times when the Shema has to be recited in the morning, or you can't say Maariv until a particular time, things like that. By the way, it reminds me of a joke. I can't help it. I have to tell it to you. First Jewish clergymen in outer space. They have a special ceremony. They put a rabbi, a priest, and a minister on the space shuttle. It's not an offensive ethnic joke. And then they go up and they orbit the world several times, and they come back down. They land at Cape Canaveral, and the journalists are all crowded around, and they say, "So, you're all holy people, men of the cloth. What did you think of when you were in outer space?" And the Roman Catholic priest says, "I thought of the magnificence of God's creation." And they asked the Protestant minister, and he said, "I thought of the humility, the tininess of humanity in scope of such expanse." And they asked the rabbi, and he said, "Who had time to think? Shachos min chamara, Shachos min chamara." Hopefully you're laughing to that. I can't hear you laughing. All I see is your screenshots. But whereas the Litvaks, also by the way, the Misnagdim, as we shall see at the end of this lecture, they're associated primarily with the cultural region known as Lithuania, which does not precisely conform to the political boundaries of the country known sometimes as Lithuania, but they're called Litvaks. Litvaks are typically distinguished from other Jews by their cold wit, their scintillating sense of humor, their superior fashion sense, and many other features. So the Misnagdim have these very precise periods of time for prayer, and the Hasidim say, you've got it all wrong. It's not about, the exact time of prayer, the time that you pray. It's about the nature of your relationship to God in prayer. And if you need more time to sleep and prepare yourself in the morning for prayer, then you can just slide right past those regular times. The most important thing is the communication with God, not the communication with your clock. And so the Hasidim had much different times of communal prayer. The Misnagdim said that's totally unacceptable. It is antinomian, and it represents a type of heresy of practice. So there's very dramatic conflict set up between them. We will outline many of those next week. To give you an example of how innovation was perceived as antinomian by the Misnagdim, I'm going to go to a 19th century figure here, very influential figure, named Rabbi Moses Schreiber, known popularly as the Chassam Sofer, the signature of the scribe. That was the name by which he was known. And he instituted a saying, which is a little bit complicated to express if you're not familiar with the background, but I'll try anyways. There is a type of wheat that may not be consumed until a certain date has passed in the agricultural calendar of Israel. That type of wheat is called chadash, meaning new wheat. It's right about this time of year when it becomes very significant. So the Talmud says, chadash asur min haTorah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. You're not allowed to eat it until after a certain date. Then you're allowed to eat this wheat, which is called chadash. And the word chadash literally means new. So Rabbi Schreiber, the Chatam Sofer, famously said, with regard to the Hasidic and more importantly the Jewish innovations, he said, chadash asur min haTorah. And what he meant by that was not to translate it as the new wheat is forbidden by the Torah, but anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. We may only rely on things which we have already done in the past. So that's like a really strong statement of this rebellion of tradition, saying we are going to stick so hard to the past, even more than the past stuck to the past. That's the sense of chadash asur min haTorah. So that's two rebellions there. The rebellion of discovery, the Hasidim, the rebellion of tradition, which is their opponents, the Misnagdim, and then finally we have the rebellions of expansion. And this is associated with the Maskilim, the so-called Enlightenment thinkers who were following Rabbi Moses.
What up, Pimp? How are you?
They argued that the Ashkenazic culture in particular was
can you hear me?
excessively rigid and small.
Can you hear me?
That for hundreds of years, perhaps since the
just one moment.
in the late 11th century, Ashkenazic Jews had regarded the outside world as something very dangerous and to be avoided, and as a result, they had developed a very unhealthy insularity that Judaism, Jewish culture kind of folded within itself.
Can you hear me?
Became self-absorbed. And
can you hear me?
The scientific, cultural,
leave it, come back.
Advancements that you saw happening all across Europe. And so the
leave and come back.
It is time for us to expand our horizons.
Can you hear me?
Look at the achievements of non-Jewish culture, to evaluate those achievements, and to participate in their continuing expansion.
Can you hear me?
In order to justify this behavior, Maskilim in particular tended to look to certain golden ages, like the golden age of Spain in particular, shown here in this famous representation of a Jew on the left and a Muslim playing chess. which is kind of like the oft-repeated motif of what they call the la convivencia, the living togetherness, the coexistence phase of the golden age of Spanish Jewry. It was not necessarily quite so golden, but nevertheless would represent a high point. And they see any kind of innovation as a
just one moment, dude. I'm gonna restart my device.
Say, hey, what's going on here in East Central Europe in the 1700s? It's all wrong. We have like really messed this up by, not engaging in the intellectual debates of the universities, by not engaging in culture, by not challenging the political status quo, by not getting involved in society in general. We have lost things. We've been stuck in our own historical rut and our own intellectual rut, and we lost a lot. So the Maskilim said we should expand ourselves. We should become more like the Golden Age. We should correct our flaws that have developed over the last centuries, and we should move in this modernizing direction. Their key example, or the person they look to the most, would be someone like Moses Maimonides, who was, of course, a brilliant scholar of Torah. He wrote the commentary on the Mishnah. He wrote the Guide for the Perplexed, the classic of medieval philosophy, and he wrote the massive and extremely influential Mishnah Torah, essentially a repetition of the entire Torah, written and oral. And at the same time as he was doing that, he was also a world-class physician, treating the royal family in Cairo and dealing with and publishing, by the way, in Arabic, tractates on allergies and on diet and on anxiety and depression. He was like a well-known, world-famous physician at the same time as he was a world-class scholar for the ages. And the Maskilim said, we have got to correct ourselves to be more like Maimonides. We have to go back to that kind of way of thinking, and only then, by jettisoning our obscurantist views, will we be able to take our true place in society and our full commitments. These are the three kinds of rebellious impetuses that come to an unusually sharp point in the 18th century. Obviously, these are not completely
can you hear me?
These elements, I think we could argue, are to one degree or another present in every period of Jewish history, but it happens that they are remarkably evident in the 18th century in particular. Now, why the 18th century? So let's take it back a little bit to the 17th century and try to see what kind of things were happening that led Jews to this unusual point. One of the most important developments that took place over the course of the 15th and 16th and especially 17th century was the expansion of the Sephardic diaspora. I'm sure you're all familiar that the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492. Many of them made their way to Portugal, which is just on the western coast of Spain, and then they too eventually had to migrate from Portugal for persecution. Although the experience of Portuguese Jews is rather different in one key area, and that is that most of the Jews who fled Portugal were, in fact, the overwhelming majority, were in fact already baptized as Christians. And this had very significant impact on the entire population of world Jewry, not only throughout the Mediterranean basin as shown here, but also in the New World. Basically, the story is like this. In 1391, a century before the expulsion from Spain, there was a mass wave of forced conversions of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And forced conversions is kind of like a difficult topic for the church to deal with. On the one hand, officially, the church has always condemned, at least since the 5th century, they've always condemned forced baptism because baptism and adherence to Christianity should be something that a person undertakes willingly, and it loses value if it is forced upon a person. So the church has pretty much, for most of its history, condemned forced baptisms. Still, they happen from time to time, but typically did not receive official sanction. On the other hand, what do you do with a person once they have already been subject to a forced baptism? On this point, the church was not very clear or consistent. In many cases, the church said, well, we didn't like the fact that someone went ahead and forcibly baptized a person. Like, for example, the son of the rabbi of Carpentras, France, was seized while he was walking in the forest and dragged to a ditch. This was in the 14th century, I remember correctly, and forcibly baptized by some hooligans. And the church upheld his baptism and said that no, now he is in fact Christian. Not performed by a priest, not performed by a church, or anything like that. So the same kind of thing happened on a very large scale in Spain in the late 14th century. And what this meant was that all of a sudden Spain had this massive number of new Christians, formerly Jewish, who still consider themselves Jews, associated with Jewish community, married other Jews or other Jews who were forcibly baptized, and yet they were freed from all of the disabilities that were associated with Jews. They could attend colleges, they could take any kind of job they want, they didn't have residency restrictions, and since they were typically literate and numerate and urban, they had a significant advantage over the vast majority of the Spanish population in terms of advancing within the social and economic framework of the Arabian Peninsula. So over the course of that 100 years, Jews who were newly baptized, and as it were, they had their new driver's license that said Christian on it, and they could go anywhere with that, even though they still behaving like Jews otherwise, eating kosher food and so on. They had the run of Spain in ways that they didn't have ever before. And so that's why the Spanish crown brought in the dreaded Inquisition that strove to examine those Jews, actually literally new Christians who were still behaving as Jews, and to persecute them, to try to get them to either behave properly, or they were, so to speak, relaxed, as the term goes. They were relaxed to the secular authorities and even burnt at the stake. Ultimately, Spain couldn't, the Spanish crown came up with the idea under Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, that one of the main reasons that this was going out of control, there's a lot more to say about why it was out of control, but not for today. The reason why they couldn't control the problem was because the non-baptized Jewish community was still present. And so these newly baptized Jews still had lots of sources of information on the Torah and how to keep kosher and all of these various practices. And so that's why Torquemada made the suggestion, and the Spanish crown accepted it, to expel the Jews in 1492. The Jews who had not converted. And that's what this map primarily shows. In Portugal, it's a slightly different situation. They initially accepted the Jews. They didn't have a lot of choice about it because they were overwhelmed by illegal immigration. And they let them be for about 5 years, with some persecution trying to get them to convert. And then finally in 1497, they forcibly converted all of them. And they imposed their own Inquisition, which was even harsher than the Spanish one, and lasted for centuries. So this gave even more impetus for these Portuguese Jews, who were now technically Christians, but really wanted to return to Judaism, to leave Portugal for the New World, the different parts of Europe, and in many cases to resume their Jewish identity, but not necessarily giving up the privileges of being able to travel and do business like Christians. I know this is I've given you a long preface here, but why is this important to our story? Primarily because they're carrying a totally new set of ideas with them. One of the classic examples of this is the man portrayed on the right here. Uriel da Costa was his name. This is a painting from the early 20th century. Shmuel Hirschenberg's amazing works. He was associated with the Betzalel Art School in Israel. Acosta was one of these Portuguese Jews who was raised as a Christian, and like many of these Jews, he was not even told that he was actually Jewish by his parents until he was a young man, because parents were always worried of telling their children, and then the children might tell other children, and the Inquisition would be on them. So he was delighted to hear that he was actually Jewish, and they fled Portugal and they made their way to Amsterdam. But when he got to Amsterdam, he was really upset. Among other things, he found that the Jewish community was not living up to the standards that he expected of them. He had only encountered Judaism through Christian texts, Hebrew texts, rabbis, Jewish educators forbidden in Portugal. So he had read the New Testament and the Old Testament, and he figured that's what Jews should be like. And he was disappointed to see that Jews sometimes speak Lashon Hara, and sometimes Jews don't behave properly. He ended up denouncing the Jewish community in Amsterdam multiple times because he was kind of like, a Baal Tshuva who says to people, hey, don't you have to bench after you eat that cookie? Things like that. He was like so difficult and irritating to them, and the Amsterdam community had other concerns. They ended up ritually, they excommunicated him 3 times, and unfortunately he ultimately chose to commit suicide, leaving behind an 11-page suicide note that described his religious frustrations. But he brought with him a very critical eye towards Judaism that was born from love, meaning he was not an anti-Semite criticizing Judaism from without. He was a Jew trying to discover his Judaism and saying, wait a minute, why are we doing it this way? And why aren't you behaving the way the Torah requires you to behave? It was kind of an insufferable internal goad. Sitting on his lap in this fanciful portrait, it is unlikely that anything like this ever happened, is a representation of a young Baruch Spinoza, also of Amsterdam, who painted here by Shmuel Herzenberg as well a few years later, was of course expelled from, or excommunicated more formally from the Amsterdam community for espousing radical new criticisms of the Bible in particular. New ways of reading the Bible that ultimately would influence modern academic study of the Bible and erode traditional Jewish belief. So the Portuguese diaspora, which is spread now throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, Northern Europe, it is in Brazil in particular, eventually it'll make its way up to New York, which was New Amsterdam at the time. They're carrying a whole different sense of what Judaism is, and they are open to new thoughts. They're not deeply rooted in the past, and so they expose the populations that they move among with a broad new perspective on Judaism. You add to that the tremendous demographic upheaval that's happening in the eastern part of Europe, specifically in Ukraine, where you have a massive peasant uprising led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky of the Ukrainian Zaporizhian Cossacks. This is a famous painting of the Cossacks. They were kind of like outcasts of society. They were unhappy with the feudal status that they were stuck within in Ukraine. They were dissatisfied with the Polish overlords, and they were deeply angry with the Jewish leaseholders called arrendators. And so they rose up against the Poles and against their Jewish employees, and there were horrific massacres throughout Ukraine, Poland, and even reaching north toward Lithuania. It's hard to get a really good number on how many Jews were killed. Reasonable estimates put it at about 50,000, which is a massive number for this period of time. And this also caused a significant demographic shift of a lot of Jewish refugees who moved to the West. So you have incredible change going on in Europe in the 17th century. The intellectual challenge posed by the Sephardic diaspora, especially the Portuguese diaspora, and the uprising of the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the middle of the 17th century. And one last detail that's so important, the hunt for heresy is really engaged in the 17th century, primarily as a result of this man, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was well regarded as a youth. He was somewhat of a dreamy individual, used to like to go off into the forest, meditate on his own. He had a beautiful singing voice. He was a sought-after groom, but he refused all offers of marriage until much later in life when he went through a series of rather strange marriages, including a marriage to a Torah scroll at one point. It's the older historiography tended to portray Shabbatai Tzvi as some kind of a villain, some kind of charlatan, but newer historiography in the later 20th century suggests that perhaps he was suffering from a type of bipolar disorder or manic depressive kind of state. At any rate, as he became older, and again it fits roughly with the age of the onset of schizophrenia common for young men, he began to experience what he called illuminations, which gradually increased to the point that he believed that he could levitate. He believed that he had grandiose powers invested in him. And specifically, when he connected with one individual named Nathan of Gaza, he believed that he was, in fact, Mashiach, the Messiah. Nathan of Gaza was a supreme propagandist and was able to parlay a lot of the popularity of Shabbatai Tzvi into a Europe-wide movement in which all over the continent, in particular, incidentally, in Amsterdam, where we were just a few minutes ago, Jews sold all of their belongings, sold their property at pennies on the dollar in order to follow Shabbatai Tzvi to Jerusalem. Shabbatai Tzvi went to arrange a meeting with the Ottoman Sultan who controlled Jerusalem and said, okay, here I am, I'm the Messiah. It's now time for you to give me Jerusalem. And the Ottoman Sultan responded, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a better idea. How about I keep Jerusalem and you convert to Islam? And on the pain of death, Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam along with his wife and many of his followers who assumed that, well, wait a second, if Shabbatai Tzvi is Mashiach and the Messiah is converting to Islam, must mean that Jews must also go through Islam in order to bring about the final era of redemption. These Jews, by the way, were well known right up into the 20th century. They constitute a distinct group in Syrian and Turkish politics. They're called the Dün. But most Jews realized that they had made a mistake by following Shabbatai Tzvi. They returned devastated and penniless back to their homes in Europe, and there was a very sour taste in the collective mouth of European Jewry over any kind of this Kabbalistic Messiah business. So you had a few, surfaces of this. For example, in the Emden Eibeshutz controversy, in which one famous European rabbi accused another famous European rabbi of secretly being a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. And as his proof, he adduced several of these kinds of documents. This is a Jewish amulet known in Hebrew as a kameya that were written for various mystical purposes to bring about healing or to arrange a match or some other theurgic goal. And so there's a lot of fighting. People took the side of no, he's not a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. Others saying, so what if he is a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi? And you had a lot of conflicts throughout the region. It even affected some of the great classic thinkers of Judaism, such as the incredible Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, known as the Ramchal. His book, The Mesilat Yesharim, is one of the most widely accepted books among all three groups today. Hasidim, Mistagdim, and the Haskalah all loved the works of Ramchal, but in his lifetime, he was mercilessly pursued by people who assumed that he was, in fact, a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. Many of his writings, in one of the trials that he endured in Frankfurt, many of his writings were lost forever because in a plea agreement to allow him to escape the arrest of the community there, the Jewish community, he agreed to give up his writings, which were in a sealed chest, and the rabbi involved in adjudicating the case ordered that they be buried, and they were never found again. So some of the, this is one of the greatest stylists and thinkers of history, and where his writings are moldering underground. Perhaps one day they will be found. Anyway, that's kind of like the intellectual environment in the 17th century is like everyone is looking over their shoulder for possible heresy, for the lingering shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi, and there's demographic upheaval. There's like challenges to really fundamental basic things. Questions like who wrote the Bible? Like, wow, if that's the kind of thought that's coming out of Spinoza. All of these things are swirling around Europe when we get to the period under discussion. Let's have a look at this map and just try to understand where Jews lived during this period, and specifically where these movements drew their great demographic resources. This map shows you the growth in the Jewish population between 1800 and 1850, which is really more towards the end period when we're discussing. But the reason I like this map as opposed to another one created by this wonderful institute, International Institute for Jewish Genealogy, is that it shows some growth. The larger orange circles on top of the green gives some growth. So here's a rough map of Eastern Europe. This large sort of beigeish color is the Russian Empire, and then you've got the Austrian Empire here in the green, German Empire here in sort of a lighter beige. And in these three areas, first we have the area that is associated with the growth of Hasidism. Typically, southern Poland and western Ukraine are the areas where the Hasidic movement had its historic strength, although the influence extends far beyond that narrow area of Volhynia and Podolia and so on. There are even Hasidim in the Lithuanian region. In fact, Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement, far from the center as it's established under the Baal Shem Tov. Then you have this overlapping region that is associated with the traditionalists, the opponents, the so-called Mitnagdim, those who opposed Hasidism. The ground zero of the Mitnagdim, of course, is Vilnius, right? The great home of the Vilna Gaon. And but the ideas, nevertheless, were prevalent throughout the region, extending down into the south. One of the big reasons for this split, as we should discuss next week when we focus more on the conflict between these groups, is that the strongest centers of learning were really based in the north, and one of the reasons for the expansion of Hasidism is that Jews there felt disenfranchised, felt disconnected from the great centers of learning, and they felt like no one was taking care of their spiritual well-being until the Baal Shem Tov came around. And then the third group, the ground zero for them is definitely Berlin. These are the Maskilim, the adherents of the Haskalah. They tend to have much more impact towards Western Europe, but nevertheless huge overlaps in this kind of Venn diagram of Jewish thought and spirituality, huge overlaps with the regions that are dominated by Mitnagdim and by Hasidim. So it is into this maelstrom into which the tectonic plates are all shifting with all kinds of brand new ideas, and in a threatening environment where there's great demographic upheaval, population movements, political change, that's when you have these three rebellions get underway, and that's where I hope we will turn, God willing, when we meet again at 7:30 on Wednesday night. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation, and hope to entertain some of your questions, please. Where we left off last week, we looked at the 18th century as the locus of three contemporary revolutions, three movements, intellectual, spiritual movements that had dramatic impact on the way Jews thought in the 18th century. And I would like to tender for your consideration that we are still thinking in those ways right now, even in the 21st century. So my goal last week was to give you some of the precursors to that tumultuous century in terms of Jewish intellectual and spiritual history. Today, I'd like to go a little bit more deeply into the details of how the Hasidic movement was born and how the Misnagdim movement was also born in reaction to the creation of the Hasidic movement. Ironically, even though the Misnagdim, the traditionalists, if you will, known literally as the opponents to Hasidim, that's literally what the word Misnaged means, one who opposes. Even though they are, kind of defending the status quo, their vision of the status quo had to change because of their encounter with Hasidism. So even the traditionalism that they claim to be defending was now becoming reformed or revolutionized as a result of their contact with the Hasidim. So that's my goal for today, is to look at the rather nasty clash between these two movements in the late 18th century. Next week, when we conclude our series, we're going to add to the mix the Maskilim, the Jewish enlighteners, who are primarily based a little bit west in Berlin, and bringing a radical challenge to both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim that will really result in tremendous upheaval in their Yiddish Agas, the Jewish street. Okay, so let us start by beginning with a fairly basic question. What exactly is Hasidism? What does it stand for? What is so revolutionary about it? So if we try to distinguish Hasidism from the religio-cultural milieu from which it emerged, it becomes actually increasingly difficult to really pin down what is precisely different about Hasidism vis-a-vis Misnagdism, the traditionalist background that Jews came from. Just to give you a couple of examples, if we make a little chart here that has on the left practice or belief, and then we put in the next column what the Misnagdim believed, and then finally what the Hasidim believed, the left. One of the most basic elements that divides Jewish movements is their relationship to the number 613, which of course is well known to Orthodox Jews in particular. It refers to the traditional count of the commandments. Referred to in a Talmudic passage without necessarily enumerating these 613, it later becomes a major point of discussion in the medieval period as the commentators strive to actually figure out what are the exact 613 commandments. Related to this 613 is the notion that all the commandments, both those that are explicit in the text of the Torah and those that are explained in oral Torah, like in the Mishnah, for example, come from God. That is Torah from Sinai, or Torah from God at Sinai. The concept of Torah Sinai, Torah coming from a divine source, the text of the Torah being perfect and accurate and so on, that's pretty much a standard core belief for Orthodox Jews. How do the Misnagdim and the Hasidim feel about it? Well, identical, right? The Misnagdim certainly believe in this idea of 613 commandments coming from God through Moses in the form of the written and oral Torah. The Hasidim believe it identically. Maybe we could argue about which customs were added on, but even the Hasidim who practice those customs do not recognize them as being a distinct commandment. So they're definitely right on par with this core theological belief. And if we break out of those 613, the three basic groups of commandments, which are really considered sort of the sine qua non of traditional Judaism, then we'll get maybe a better sense of how they differ. So, for example, the observance of Shabbat is really crucial. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim adhere to the notion that Shabbat begins at sundown and ends at nightfall, and that there are 13 categories of prohibited activities and so on. They may disagree on a few details, like, for example, the Hasidim would like to add a little bit more to Shabbat in general, taking it out later than maybe the Misnagdim do, but it's a detail. They certainly agree that Shabbat is sacred. Kashrut. same kind of thing. Both of them agree that kashrut is mandatory, keeping kosher. They may disagree on the precise details of how one slaughters an animal according to ritual law, but they agree that one must slaughter an animal according to ritual law, and so on. And finally, the laws of intimacy, or taharat mishpacha, the laws of family purity, which is a euphemism for private family life. Both the Mestagdim and the Hasidim are completely on board with this group of halachas as well, as they are with all 610 other mitzvot. So what exactly separates them? There's so much that they have in common, yet when we see them, we tend to be able to distinguish, well, that's a chassid and that is a mitnaged, much like one can recognize art and lahavdil of senators. So I would like to tender that in many ways it's really a matter of style, that the Hasidim have a distinct vector that they follow with their style that expresses itself in so many different areas where there is room for interpretation in how one actualizes Jewish practice, but it is not a theological game-ending kind of controversy. Let us recall that the Hasidim are engaged in what I termed a rebellion of discovery, meaning that they are looking back in the tradition, particularly to the Kabbalistic tradition of Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Ari of blessed memory, and they're trying to find details and nuggets of practice and of thought that are embedded in that mystical tradition, and to bring it to the fore. They're not inventing things out of whole cloth. They're discovering things that are already present in the tradition. And it is new in that they are adopting behaviors that have not been seen before, but nevertheless, it is not ab initio creation. The rebellion of tradition is what the Mishnah will be exemplifying, in that they're going to try and hold fast to the tradition as they understand it, although, as I mentioned earlier, by the very attempt of forcing tradition to be reified in a model that they understand to be a historical reality, that in itself represents some change in rebellion itself. So I would like to argue that the style vector that the Hasidim follow is that they are Jewish, but even more so. That what they do is like Jewish plus. We see this actually in the name that they use to describe themselves. The term chassid is hard to translate technically into English. It's associated with the word chesed, which means like kindness, sometimes translated as loving kindness. But the root idea behind it is just like a kindness is different from something which is righteous, right? The word for tzedakah, for charity, is righteousness, because it's the right thing to do, right? If someone has a lot of money and someone else has very little money, then it is incumbent upon the person with a lot of money to help out the person with a little money with regards, the basic necessities of life. That's just called tzedek, or righteous. Chesed, however, is going beyond that, saying, okay, I have helped you out according to what the dictates of the law require. Let's say I gave my 10% in my maaser, my tithe, to the rabbi to distribute to the poor. I get it. I'm exempt. But I see you, and I've already, even though I'm not exempt, I want to do more. That's chesed. It's extra. It's Jewish plus. And we see this idea of this chassidut, this extra, expressed in so many ways in Hasidic practice. I'll take one. For example, the visible payas, the growing of the hair by the temples, which is codified in the Bible, but it's sort of in a negative way. It says you're not allowed to shave the sides of your head, but it doesn't say anywhere that you have to let it grow especially long. You're just not allowed to shave it. So the tradition right up until really the 15th, 16th century was to have haircuts like everybody else. But under the influence of Arizal, who said that it has Kabbalistic meaning to allow the hairs there to grow long, So the Hasidim say, if we're not allowed to shave them, we're not even going to trim them. And hence you have the long, curling locks by the sides of the head. The Yemenites also follow this particular practice, but it is relatively new in Jewish tradition. It's about 500 odd years old, which is like yesterday in Jewish tradition. It's kind of ironic, I know, to show you this picture from Shtisel, because they're wearing glued on falsy payos. They're not even the real thing. They're actors, but nevertheless, you get the idea. Now, just to illustrate this, so this illustrates the idea of being a chassid means seeing what I can do and then doing more extreme, more demonstrable, more visible, more in depth. It adds a tremendous amount of life and as well a tremendous amount of behavioral restrictions because of this thrust of this approach to Judaism is so prevalent in Hasidism. But let us not forget that the Misnagdim are also affected by this, because it's not like it's off the rails, it's just not common. So even the Litvisha payos, that is the payot worn by Lithuanian Mitnagdim, also is affected by the fact that the Hasidim are dwelling these. So if you know many yeshiva boys who go to places like Beis Medrash Gavoa in Lakewood, or the Mir, it's very, very common for these traditional Misnagdiv establishments to have lots of young men wearing payot, but like, for example, tucked behind their ears. It is a Lithuanian adaptation to a Hasidic adaptation, which is an illustration of how it's a rebellion of tradition, but it also represents change as a result of this content. So that's kind of like the style of what Hasidism is all about, and that's really what defines it at its root, is that everywhere you look, you find Hasidim just kind of pushing the envelope of what one may do Jewishly, always in a more involved fashion. How did this movement start? Well, there are many, many different approaches in the historiography. I'm going to take you through very quickly 6 basic approaches to how Hasidim got so popular. The first great historian of the Hasidim was actually one of its opponents. He actually will be part of our discussion more next week as well, because he was an important misnaged, or an opponent of Hasidim. Heinrich Gretz, writing in German in the latter part of the 19th century, many of you may have on your shelves the great 6-volume translation of his World History of the Jewish People, translated by Henrietta Zold, incidentally. And he had a very, very dim view of Hasidism. He felt that it was obscurantist and backward and illiterate, and it represented all of the worst things about Judaism, going in the opposite direction of what he wanted to encourage, which was more engagement with European culture and society and language and so on. He felt that the Hasidim were like hopelessly superstitious and backward, and he was embarrassed by them. They were the Eastern Jews that were so different from the kind of Western modern Jew that he was trying to approach. On the other hand, Shimon Dubnov, who came from Eastern Europe and remained there, the great historian martyred by the Nazis, one of his last words to his students as he lay dying in a street in Lithuania from a gunshot wound was "Schreib und verschreib," write and record, the words that resonate in the minds of all historians of the period since then. Dubno felt that even though you could level some of those accusations of superstition and illiteracy at the Hasidim, he felt that it was actually a genuine expression of a Jewish joie de vivre, a joy of life, simchas hachayim, that was an honest and valuable expression of the Jewish life in Eastern Europe, and it was in many ways a rebellion against the oppressive conditions of the Tsarist Empire. Martin Buber, not strictly speaking a historian, a philosopher rather, nevertheless was fascinated with Dubno's approach, and he followed it up by translating many of the Hasidic stories that he encountered with a slightly tendentious editing, trying to locate the beauty of Hasidism and its appeal in the narrative power of its stories that were such an important part of Hasidic teachings. But nevertheless, it's like Dubno, arguing for a kind of natural wellspring of Jewish wisdom expressed in Eastern Europe. Gershom Scholem, the great expert of the Kabbalah, a pioneering researcher, he said essentially, in more of a negative way, that Hasidism was the kind of hangover of the followers of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed last week, the displaced false messiah of the 17th century. And many of Shabtai Tzvi's ideas and attitudes and approaches to Judaism were captured by the early Hasidim and regurgitated in a theologically more acceptable format. So you definitely had kind of a negative approach to that. Ben Zion Dinor, an Israeli scholar, fascinating approach, essentially argued that it was essentially economic in nature. Because of the structure of the Jewish community, you frequently had corrupt rabbis who could essentially buy their position in order to live off the tax receipts for kosher meat and the candle tax and so on. And the Hasidim, by following charismatic leaders that were separate from the main community, could avoid paying the taxes to the town rabbi. And this created an alternate revenue stream and an alternate power structure that allowed Jews to seek out the spiritual leaders they really wanted. And finally, in this kind of rapid tour of some of the major approaches to how Hasidism acquired such momentum in Eastern Europe, the thought of Ada Rappaport-Albert is especially fascinating, looking at the gendered aspect of Hasidism. Now, this is an area of research that requires a lot more study, especially because, for the most part, Hasidism is a male venture. We talk about the Rabbis are almost completely male. There are actually a few really remarkable female Hasidic leaders, even in the 19th century. And it's almost always about male Hasidim going to visit their Rabbis and hearing their teachers. And you don't hear a lot about the women, but Ada Rappaport-Albert really pioneered the study of the impact of modernization and women's thought on the growth of Hasidism. Too much for us today, but I think fascinating insight into their book. So, as you can see from this quick look at 6 important historians, there's no real agreement on a single simple cause for the rise of Hasidism. I forgot to mention, by the way, especially you see in Dubno's work, that many historians felt that the Jews in the southern part of the Pale of Settlement, the region where Jews were allowed to live in Eastern Europe, actually this predates the Pale of Settlement in Polish Lithuania, they felt disenfranchised because they were not being served by the great intellectual leaders of the north, like the Vilna Gaon. So there's really no real consensus on a single monolithic reason why this movement caught such fire. So we have to turn to the actual people who were involved. And that brings us to a discussion of Moshe Rossman, who is a great historian who did what was largely impossible for much of the 20th century, which was to get behind the Iron Curtain and actually look in the archives and see what was going on in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at this time when Hasidism was born. So the problem is that for researchers of Hasidism, until Professor Rossman did much of his research, we were limited to the literary study of the lives of people like the founder of the Hasidic movement, Israel Ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov. We had very hagiographic books like this one, Shivchei HaBesht, which means in praise of the Baal Shem Tov, which was kind of like a melange of good historical data buried within miracle stories and legends and some obvious falsifications or fabrications, especially because this went through several editions and you can usually see layers of editing and material that was added. And it was really difficult to tease out who exactly founded the Hasidic movement. And there were even some scholars who doubted whether this Israel ben Eliezer was a real person. But when Professor Rossman made it to Poland and got into the archives there, which had been largely closed to Western scholars during the bulk of the 20th century, he not only discovered that there was a real Baal Shem Tov, but he even found his tax returns. It's amazing. What we're looking at right now is just one of many fascinating documents that he found, in which there is a kind of like a property evaluation and tax remittal document that was prepared in Polish for the Polish crown. And you can see that in house number 93, it's kind of like enlarged here. In house number 93, there was a man living called Baal Shem, and in other documents it's spelled out more clearly. Baal Shem Tov was his name, and he was exempt from paying taxes. What Professor Rossman discovered is that, yes, there was a man named Israel Baal Shem Tov, and he lived between 1699 and 1760 in this town of Medjugorje, and that he had a tax-free existence, not quite as a rabbi. Sometimes in the documents he's actually called a doctor in the sense of a professor rather than necessarily a physician. And his main job appears to be the provision of amulets and spiritual guidance to the people of Medjugorje. Services rendered in return were provided with he was provided with a salary for himself and his dependents, and a free house in which to live, like a parsonage, as it were. So he was a real figure, and he served in a quasi-rabbinic fashion, not precisely a rabbi in the sense that we've seen in other contexts, but really as a proto-Hasidic leader. So let's try and understand the Baal Shem Tov within the context of his precursors, to try to understand why this middle-sized village would hire a person like the Baal Shem Tov in the face of the possibility of having traditional rabbinic leadership. This is a photograph of my good friend and colleague, Dr. Yochanan Petrovsky-Stern, in his youth. This picture was taken in Kiev in 1992. He was one of the first people to gain access, just like Rabbi Professor Moshe Rossman. He was one of the first people to gain access to Soviet archives working in Kiev, and he especially worked in the Vernadsky Library, where he discovered the writings of one person called Hillel Baal Shem. The term Hillel Baal Shem turns out to be extremely important here. The person that we associate with the foundation of Hasidism is called the Baal Shem Tov. I mean, his proper name was Israel ben Eliezer. But Baal Shem Tov literally means master of the good name. That's a literal translation, but it's not actually an accurate translation. A Baal Shem means a master of God's name in the sense of someone who is able to write a good amulet. Amulets were incredibly widespread in 18th century Ukraine. These were kind of like written petitions for theurgic purposes, meaning asking that God affect some change in one's life, ensure a person a livelihood, ensure health, safe delivery, conception, marriage, all kinds of things. You would go to a person who is called a Baal Shem, a master of names, the name of God, and that person would write out a document for you, sometimes illustrated with mystical symbols and things like that. And then that would be sort of like your Jewish prophylactic to protect you against danger. This sounds very foreign perhaps to a 21st century mindset, but if you go next time to your local Judaica store, you may find like there's a little rack there with these laminated cards that you can put in the crib of a newborn baby, or a little birkas habayas, a blessing on the house that you might take home and put on your wall. or a special prayer for one's practice, one's business, one's medical profession. These are all essentially in the category of amulets, the Hebrew term or Aramaic term is kmeot, that were professionally produced. And as you might expect, many of these balei shem were essentially snake oil salesmen. They were, charlatans who were producing these things for money, and they had no special training, and they were just, it was just a business in people's hopes, fears, desires, and so on. The Baal Shem Tov, by the way, Hillel Baal Shem was perhaps the most famous of these tens of balei shem that Dr. Petrovsky Stern discovered that were wandering around Ukraine at this time in the early 18th century. Hillel Baal Shem was one of the more interesting ones in that he left behind a large manuscript called Sefer HaCheshek, in which he wrote down all kinds of samples of legitimate amulets with instructions on how to create them, how to manipulate the divine names with various spellings and so on, when it should be used, when it should not be used, and so on. And he specifically directed that his book should not be published. He did not want to make that big trip from manuscript to book because he felt that the printed book would be too widely circulated, and these were secrets of the Torah that should be preserved only for the legitimate few. So that's the cultural milieu from which the Baal Shem Tov emerges. Now, he is known, however, as the Baal Shem Tov, the master of the good name. And there's a question about what is the Tov referring to? Is referring to the name of God, meaning the Shem Tov, or is it referring to the good Baal Shem, meaning when you look at all those other charlatans and snake oil salesmen and late night TV salesmen, this is not like this. The Baal Shem Tov is really distinct from them. But ultimately, he is performing the same kind of function in 18th century Medjugorje and is highly valued for this. It is important to note that a lot of this comes to light only in the late 18th century as book culture really begins to take hold in Eastern Europe. Much of the wars that I'm going to describe now between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim circulate and are amplified by the statements that appear in print, as opposed to the much more humble and much more localized manuscript culture that occurred. And Hillel Baal Shem is an excellent example of someone who recognized the implications of book culture, which, if you want to put it in modern context, the controversies over books in the 18th century and turn of the 19th century are like the controversies we have today over Twitter, right? Someone writes something on Twitter and there's a huge explosion as a result of it, and it's like lots of heat but very little light in a short period of time, and then it dies down. So book culture was like that then. That was the social media of the day, the Hasil Aleph Magalos. So let's look at we looked a little bit about what Hasidism is and how we believe it started and the fact that there was really an originator. Let's try to understand how this new burgeoning movement interacted with the traditionalist Lithuanians and how they opposed it initially. So much of the research that has been appearing in the last 20 years has been arguing that the Hasidim did not see themselves as a movement in the lifetime of the Baal Shem Tov. Meaning when he died in 1760, he was just viewed as being part of a continuity from the past in terms of those amulet makers who were popular leaders and very charismatic and wonder workers and so on. And in fact, even through the next generation, the Baal Shem Tov himself had two highly distinguished pupils, one of whom went on to have five more really highly distinguished pupils. They also didn't regard themselves as being part of a distinct tradition. It is only when they met the opposition from the Misnagdim that they began to coalesce around the idea that Hasidism was a thing unto itself. Now, I mentioned that the Baal Shem Tov had two distinct, very important Talmidim or students.
one Yaakov Yosef of Polnoye, and Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezerich. Dov Ber is, for our purposes, much more significant because, unlike Yaakov Yosef, Dov Ber assembled 5 really important students. And it's also clear from the research into his work that it's not like he was trying to establish a school. The 5 of them really only met with him very infrequently, and some of his most important students, like Shneir Zerman of Liadi, actually only met with him in a very limited fashion. But nevertheless, these 5 disciples, who are kind of like the intellectual grandchildren of the Baal Shem Tov, they are the founding dynasties. Like everything comes really from these 5 students. I'm going to identify one in particular. We could certainly speak about the other 4 in great length, but for tonight, and given the scope of our talk, we look at Rabbi Shlomo Zalman of Liadi, who is the founder of the Chabad Hasidim, very important Hasidic movement in America and around the world today, and also very much involved in the conflict with the Misnagdim. This map here from Marcin Wodzinski's amazing historical atlas of Hasidism gives you a sense of the spread of the Hasidic movement from Mezerich as a result of the work of the Maggid. As I mentioned, the self-consciousness of the Hasidim saying, hey, we are a thing, we are a movement, really begins right around the death of Dov Ber, because that's when they begin to feel the real weight of the opposition of this man, Eliyahu of Vilna, known as the Vilna Gaon. The Vilna Gaon, whose years were 720 to 1797, was the unparalleled spiritual king of Eastern Europe. He did not, strictly speaking, serve as a pulpit rabbi. He rather spent much of his time learning in seclusion. He composed a tremendous amount of commentary on the Talmud and on Kabbalistic literature as well. And he began to react to reports of the behavior of these followers of the Maggid of Mezerich and others. And news began to circulate that he was going to support a ban, a cherem, that is a formal repudiation of these rabbis and their students, and that this would have tremendous implications for the functioning of this nascent movement. What were the main charges? Well, I'm going to list a few of them in order here, and we'll unpack them in pieces. One of the first charges, what was wrong with these Hasidim, especially because we saw in the very beginning of this lecture that they're really so much like the Misnagdim, the opponents. It's not like you can point at one doctrine and say, hey, see, look at this. This is what they do. This is against Torah. It's not a really clear-cut thing. But one thing is for sure, they're